to go down on that trick. I've seen her land that so many times and not even getting enough done in her run to get a good score. It will only be half of a run, so that is a shame. But we move onwards and upwards. We have Team Italy's Nicole Ragazzo.
Judges are ready. Final rider for the actual final time of these LCQ qualifying rounds. Last chance qualifiers. The weather temperatures go through the roof. We've got more people up on the bank watching the action, and we have got grade A world-class riding, particularly in the form of this young lady, Nicole Ragazzo, who Maddie and I have had the pleasure of commentating on. Oh my word, and that's exactly why. That was so solid, fully locked in.
Back to maybe just coming off slightly early, but nonetheless, Nicole has got a bag of tricks, and if she can deliver the goods right now.
Oh, death heel side edge to bleed the speed as you go Mach 10 into corner 3.
Hillside, backside 360, landing on right on the outside of that lander. Oh man, she was pressed out so hard on that nose. Roll to revert into the corner. Now check this out from Nicole. Is it going to be the Pete Rose?
Oh my word, I think the roll to revert was enough. It's a scary trick enough on its own. Coming inside the cable for the old El Clasico, front side 5.
Go to you, intro it, say hi, both of you say hi, and then go to it.
Hello everybody.
Hello.
Planet Earth. Welcome to Ready for It, so we can get the full mouthful. We are here at the IWWF Cable, Wakeboard, Wakeskate, and Seated Europe and Africa Championships, the 25th rendition of. My name's Maddie C.
My name's Maddie Branston, and we are...
Maddie B. I said Maddie C. Let me try that again. My name's Maddie C.
My name's Maddie B.
And together we are M&M. Hello, everybody. It's been too long. I know you've been pining away since you saw us last. Which was when? It's been a while.
It has
been
been
a while on this particular channel, hasn't it? Couldn't have been.
I do remember when I saw you for the first time yesterday. It just all of these feelings
flooded back,
just
overwhelmed. Your legs did go a little bit wobbly.
Of course,
I had to catch you, and it was the sunset behind as well. Yes.
It was just a magical moment. I know it was.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us. You have just caught us on our second day of proceedings. It was qualifying day yesterday. It is LCQs that we are just done and dusted, having wrapped things up with the Wakeboard LCQ Open Ladies Group C. We've had the Wakeskate LCQs. We have the Open Men's Wakeboard LCQs as well. Maybe, Maddie, you can actually look at the results on cablewakeboard.net and we can tell the good people at home exactly what is going on. In fact, I could possibly show you that score. No, I can't, so we're going to go back to here. So we are going to be filling you with all the information that we can throughout the course of the weekend. John, could you just turn the camera back towards... Yeah, it's just weird. It's a little bit bubbled. We are setting things up as we go, so if there's any interruptions, we will apologize. We'll just to a holding page, and we will give you the full lowdown on everything that's happened so far, everything that will be happening, and maybe a little bit of backstory on what you've been up to, Maddie, what I've been up to. Basically, I've just been talking since I last talked to any of you back home. For you, it was, wait, Jewel, you're on the mic?
Yeah, that's right. Just
For
a couple
me,
of weeks ago.
it was LAO, Langenfeld Open, before that, where IWWF events are concerned. Oh, no, there was Plastic Playgrounds last year as well, and the WWA last year as well. So a whole ton of things going on.
Yeah, Cold Water Classics.
Cold Water Classic was the first event, which many of you European riders will be more than aware of. And here we are back again, and the place that we are at is going to be a new park on the scene for many of you watching this from wherever in the world that you are. It's called Whitemills Wake Park. It is in the southeast of England in a county called Kent. We are right near the White Cliffs of Dover, which most people across the world will have heard that song. So we are literally on the channel, literally just spitting distance from our mainland European brethren and brethren ladies. So there's been a nice, easy car trip for most of the teams to get themselves here. All the Germans, all the Frenchies, Belgians, Dutch crew have all been driving to join us, which is amazing. And there is full campsite, campus delight vibes here at Whitemills. And dare I say it, Maddie, we're in England, and none of the internationals believe us when we say that we don't have great weather here, because we've got crystal blue skies up above.
Yeah, to be fair, this has been the best week of the year as of yet. hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to get better. We had just short of 30 degrees this week, which was absolutely dreamy. I know all of the riders have been absolutely throwing it down all week in practicing, and I'm super excited for the show to commence. We have whittled our way down from all of our LCQs to our quarterfinals, which will be kicking off very shortly. We've only just finished our LCQ rounds. Thus, we will be writing, the team, tech team, amazing team behind the scenes, will be writing out the current running orders as we speak, which is why we're just taking a few moments before we kick things off. So we don't actually have our lineup. We don't actually have our lineup as of yet, do we, Matt?
We don't have our lineup as of yet because they have to all sort that lineup after the LCQs are done, which our team of officials, our world-class team of officials who work ridiculously hard, will be doing right now. So there you can see the Whitemills dock, just a few people milling around as we get the running orders sorted for the next round of riding. You can see the star of a dock. What we're going to do is get our rather meaty inspired drone up in the air, where we've got drone pilot and camera operator, and we're going to be following all the action. We're going to give you a little run round, a little loop of the cable, just so you can have a little look at the features, and we're going to be right back with you shortly. Yeah. So this just perfect. Yeah. So can we get them just moving really slow around the cable? Get them moving really slow around the cable.
We'll talk through. So it's not on me, is it? Let me just
don't press that keyboard yet. Right.
I'm not touching.
Right,
What do you need to do? Do you need it over here?
Right. Hang on. Just move. Right. The button at the top, the next one along. Right at the top. Next to it says no left. No, next to the one you've got.
There.
Yeah. Press it once. Right. The one next to it. Press it again. Right. The one below the first one you pressed.
Yeah.
Press it. Right. The one below the second one you pressed. Press it. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. You should now have that map to MIDI.
Can you map the onboard advert as well? The on gravel or on grounds?
I've just done there's two of them. There's the two live stream one.
There's two loops. There's the normal logo loop and then there's the back soon half an hour loop. But you'll need the on grade advert as well to
I'll have a code 0, please.
Of course you want,
yeah, that's it, mate.
Right, hang on 1 sec. Let's just map that now. 1 second.
I'm going to map the on grade one now as
Cool.
well.
Right, the top button. The one, yeah.
The third one along, yeah?
The one, yeah. The one. That's it. Go on.
Yep.
Right. The one below that one. Yeah. Right, hang on. That should be it, Matt.
Okay, so I can do preview. If I do previews now?
Yeah, preview the bottom ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So those two are the same?
That's just a normal logo loop.
It's coming through, is it?
Is that your on grade one? Yeah, so that's the advert.
What one's doubled up?
The back soon loop.
Can we get some music on?
Yeah, there is music.
Oh, there is music on.
Yeah.
Perfect. Sorry. Couldn't hear it. Well, that's good.
It's the same playlist as yesterday.
They were just saying that this is picking up on the stream. I don't even know if it's picking up.
Right, can we go back to this screen, please? It's not preview.
Sorry.
Sorry, mate, I just pressed a button there.
Hello, beautiful people.
Preview.
So I'm going to go at a slight angle with this, so it'll be more. Okay.
Last one, yeah. Last one. The very last one.
Yeah, yeah.
So remember, you've got, well, you don't have to think about it, it's lagged onto YouTube, whatever it streams as your thing is. So if you're watching YouTube, it'll be.
Yeah, yeah. So that was I. We might be watching this. Those two look like they're the same.
No, that's just logos. That's the back soon. But we haven't got the on-grade on there now. The sponsor logo, the sponsor.
Advert,
just. So do you want to mark those back soon logo?
Did you just?
We've got clips.
Sorry, yeah. Right, just a. Thank you. Any chance? Just a quick reminder. This is a notification for all of our riders. We have Marco, Patrick Woyer, Gatti Leonardo, and Max Milder. We got 10 minutes. This is 10 minutes notification that we will be kicking things off on the dock at 1/4 past. So riders, Marco, Patrick Woyer, Gatti, and Max Milder. 10 minutes. It's go time. So please get yourself on the dock, stretched up, ready to rock and roller.
Yeah, we'll make it pretty late. It'll work.
We just need to.
When are we riding again?
So it's 1/4
And another one, of course, goes without saying, a reminder to our riders, please be aware of who is in the group in front of you. We will, of course, call you out prior to your heat starting, but try to keep an eye on it. We want to try to keep today running smoothly and swiftly as possible.
We've got that, if we can clip that to there like that. You've got a clip like a Jimmy clip. Clip that to there, and that's really.
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes before we are a go.
Welcome back, everybody. For those of you here on site at Whitemills, we are now live across the airwaves, across the World Wide Web. Does anybody still call it that? Never mind. We are streaming this. Here we go. Do you want to try it this time? Time for the event? You're going to go, Maddie?
Okay, I'll go
Okay,
for it.
you go. You go.
We are here at the International 5-Star IWWF European and African Open Confederation
Open
competition.
Confederation.
Why does it say that on our boards?
I don't know. Don't read that.
Oh, why, I was really confused when I said that. Okay, I'm going to go one more time. Welcome here for the IWWF European and African Championships. It is all going to go down here just moments away.
You were thinking about what you should have said.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll try and be somewhat more professional. It's still early. It's not actually that early at all, but we are getting going on our second day of riding. We said hello a moment ago. A little bit of a pit stop to sort some technical things out because there is so much tech going on in and around us and behind us. The team working ridiculously hard, both on the AV front, on the judging, the officials front, the Whitemills Weight Park crew keeping us fed and watered and entertained. And we, of course, got the many, many friends and family of all of the riders who are going to be throwing down, giving it their absolutely everything in this 25th rendition of this IWWF Europe and Africa Cable, Wakeboard, Wakeskate and Seated Championships. Boom.
Boom, that was good, Matt. I'm impressed.
Maddie, shall we have a look at the course?
Yeah, let's
have a look at the course. Okay, we're going to flick from our beautiful faces to the shot from up on high. And there you can see those turquoise waters and those golden skies beaming down on the start dock where we're going to get started with our quarterfinal open men. And straight off the dock, Maddie, okay, what are they doing? So the course starts where exactly?
The scoring stone starts, as you see those kickers there, right after those kickers. So we have on our left-hand side that beautiful unit Park Tech Peacock Brothers signature series.
So many activities can be taking place on there.
Yeah, that's right. And then we have on the right-hand side our flat box, which is very favourable for our wake skaters, seeing some very unique creative stuff going down on there.
And our seated riders, of course.
Of course, without any further ado, we move on to right-hand side. We have that mini swoop, the mini curb swoop to pipe, followed by that rooftop on the left. And then we move on to corners 1, 2, and 3.
So if we keep on panning round to this back straight, boys, we've got Eastward crew on the drone. First time joining us here. And you've got that back straight, the back two straights where the air trick alley is going on.
But one thing to bear in mind for you viewers back at home, just slow it down a little bit. Whilst we're on these corners, 1, 2, and 3, it is so tight. It is a very small cable. So those corners in between 1 and 2 and 3 is not much time at all to squeeze these air tricks in. And the guys, especially the Germans, who are absolutely going stratosphonic. And it's crazy, you know, because actually the bigger you go, the harder, the later you land, and you click round the corner, and we're just seeing some of these guys.
So if we could pan back to those first features, guys. So back to the first features on the back straight. We are looking at the flat bar on the right. So keep coming back to the start of that back straight. So the very first, there we go, hold it there. So we've got the flat bar on the right as you're coming down that straight, and the Nico, the launch and the landing ramp with a whole bunch of variations right there. On the right, so you're not going to be able to get from the Nico to the start of the rooftop and bank, but you could get to the side of it. And then if you pause there, guys, pause. Please go back to that. There we go. That rooftop, there's so many different angles there, right? There are so many different ways you can play it. We've seen guys taking off the safety to bank, going up the bank to down part of the rooftop. Many different ways you can play that feature.
It's interesting because we are commonly seeing 2 hits on the back straight. As I said before, it is a small cable. It is tight in between all of these corners. There are a few riders who are getting really good hits and just using this, either the Nico and then a jib of the end of the A-frame. Just squeezing in an extra hit, scoring a few extra little points, and always just piecing together just so beautifully. Then we move on to the end of our back straight. We have this beautiful street series. So many tech lines have been done on that, as you're going to see later on today.
The rounded edges on that ledge as opposed to the square edges, making much more manageable in terms of coming on from the side and bashing up against the side of the board and just making sure you last the length of that. One of the longest features on the park.
And then one of our last rails we have is this beautiful, the Tech Series. That transition, which just sends you perfectly into the water. Such a smooth, well thought throughout transition built by Unit Park Tech.
And then panning round, we go onto the final sections, airstrip sections, right in front of this beautiful Whitemills clubhouse, the perfect viewing spot for all the action for all and sundry who are coming along to join us here at Whitemills. You can see our little black tent right there. We're hidden away. Unfortunately, people don't get to see us right the way through the day, so you get our full frontals right the way through the day across the airwaves. And there you can see the Whitemills deck, and that's where the air tricks are going down. Now, most riders are opting for just one air trick. When they've got the likes of Kieran Owens, will go back mobe straight into Pete Robe or Crow mobe.
No, he did Nino.
He did Nino, didn't he? Sorry, Nino, and then just casually coming around that back corner. And then we are onto the dock. And the contest run finishes up those kickers. So a hard, heavy heel side edge, left foot forward, and then right foot forward for those right-hand kickers. 2 options on the right-hand side as well. And now we go back to the dock because we are all go with riding action in our first of our quarterfinals in the Open Men Group A. So that's a little taster of what is in store for our riders here on this plastic to play on. We're just doing some whale wetting, some moist making, some lubricating for our riders, which is always a nice thing to be necessary here in the UK. Much as everybody's joining us here in the UK for this 25th Europe and Africa Cable Champs, not believing that this isn't the weather we have all the time. This really is not the weather we have all the time here in the UK. So what a treat we've got on this Saturday of proceedings. More and more people joining us on the bank. So the opening ceremony was rather special yesterday. We here at the park were waiting for all of the teams to walk from the local small town. Say town is a village called Sandwich. And I'm pretty sure that's where that thing that we love eating has been invented. There we go, a little bit of history for all of our teams joining us. They started in Sandwich and had a marching band ahead of them, leading them all the way on the 20-minute walk from this little town to the wake park, joining us here where we did the opening ceremony. And if you'd like to see what that opening ceremony is all about, if you've not seen an IWWF Wakeboard and Wakeskate Seated Championship opening ceremony. They are pretty special. All the teams, flag bearers, walking in uniforms, their team uniforms, representing their nations, all coming together to launch off this incredible competition and doing it right. If you'd like to see a little bit more, courtesy of Mantis Pro Media, John and Sam, who anybody in UK wakeboarding will know all too well, being the main driving force behind all the content that we're seeing across all of the events here in the UK. If you've watched Plastic Playgrounds or the WWA Worlds that has been at Liquid Leisure the past few years, all of the content produced there is by those boys, and they are on the game here this weekend, and you can catch all the action from the previous few days in the lead-up, in the warm-up, in the opening ceremony, and the opening rounds yesterday. So let's have a little look, Matty B, at our lineup. Looks like a really cruisy, easy heat that I'd be happy to compete in.
I don't think said no one ever.
Said no one ever about any of these riders. So Marko Gacic making it through from the LCQs, which is why he'll be first off the dock representing Croatia. Patrick Owojek also having to make it through LCQs as well, which is
quite surprising.
Uncommon. Well, it is and it isn't. It's surprising that name and that ability of rider has to go through LCQs, but then when you look at all the riders up against, it's not surprising either.
I was going to say, there were some heats where there was just every single rider could have been the top 2. Every single one. And I think Patrick, I was unfortunate that he was in one of those heats, because even if he put down a stellar run,
it still would have been tight either way.
You know, when you're up against the Max, I think he might have been up against Max Milder, if I remember correctly. I'm not too sure from the qualification.
Then why was he worried? He's only up against Max Milder. Easy.
Yeah, the 2022 world champion.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking at that lineup in terms of the styles of riding, we've got the style monger himself, Marko Gacic, who coming up with some of my very favourite tricks yesterday, including that huge ollie onto the top rail of the bank here on the Tech Series feature, the last feature on the back straight. I mean, Max Milder, if you enjoy seeing human beings fly with a wakeboard strapped to their feet, he's going to be your cat. Yeah. He's not scared about going high.
He's just got such quick feet. I see him.
Yeah, just the tippity-tappity.
At Red Bull Wake Duel, and just like some of the lines he does, and the short space he has on a rail, and he somehow goes rail to rail. And
yeah,
like,
all over.
You only think of just doing one rail, he somehow has, I don't know, super crazy quick feet.
Super crazy. Which one needs super crazy quick commentary and having an A game on for these guys? Not forgetting Gatti Leonardo, Italy's heavy hitter as well. How many times we're going to be saying heavy hitters again here at this event, because there are so many. So this is going to be quite the first opening men's group. I mean, and it goes on and on. What do you think is causing our riders the most trouble in terms of the features out there? Where have we seen them? You know what? Where we've seen the most mistakes? So just answer that question for me. The air trick coming out of the corner, haven't we?
Yeah. It's the in between corners 2 and 3.
Where you get all that speed. So you do an air trick there, but then it might mess you up going into the next trick.
The likes of Axel Paget, if you've seen him ride before, you know his air tricks are just abnormally huge. And what he did, the huge back mode 5 straight out of corner 5, landed as the carrier clicked around the corner, and unfortunate that it was, had he done it anywhere else, where you have a lot more, maybe a different cable, where you have a lot more time in between these corners, it's a lot more manageable. That, as a spectator, is something to consider. These boys are scooping as the carrier clicks, and they're landing just before the carrier clicks through the next corner. So you can imagine how it will feel to then land through that second corner and then just cut again and scoop.
It's scary.
Always on the whip.
Any of you guys out there who ride cable a lot and have started playing around with air tricks or have just been tearing it up and got a little bit late to the corner will know how scary it is when you're on your tippy toes and your handle is as far away from you as can possibly go, and you're going Mach 10 as that corner, just on the precipice of taking it fully to the face. Well, these guys put them in themselves in that position and are just super casual with it.
That's right. A couple nice familiar faces that we haven't seen in a while in the competition scene. We've got Loic Deschaux.
Loic is back after injury, which is amazing.
Which is really, really good. His run yesterday, it was to hit. It looked super chill, but if anyone knows Loic, the level of his riding was just on a whole another spectrum, and of course made his way straight through. With just such effortless, such ease, and such steez sprinkled on his run. I'm really looking forward to watching him get on later on today.
So let's go to dot cam and see how the tension is building right down there. We can see Marco ready to go, Leonardo ready to go. The rest of our readies waiting in the wings. Waiting on the drone to get himself into action. This drone, it feels like we're at an airport. This thing is rather monumentally huge, which is why we're going to get some beautiful steady shots of this beautiful vista that we have in front of us that you guys are going to be joining us with wherever you are in the world. I wonder if we're going to be able to get the live stream comments going active in case people want to say hello. Maybe as a thought, talk to our IWWF officials to sort that out. We'll try and get that going. But if you know Maddie and I, and you got a number, say hello. We'll give you a shout out. I think, Maddie, you just put the link up on your Instagram, haven't you?
Oh, I was about to do that. Yes.
Do that, and then I'm just giving you some shameless follows and likes right there. Forget about it. And for those of you into your wakeboarding, maybe you've just got into it this year. Hey, Simone.
Can you please call all the things?
So for those of you guys listening at home, excuse the public service announcement for our teams and riders here on site at Whitemills. Could we get all of the country's team captains, all of you guys, to the judges' tent right now? They just need to run something through with you regarding the starting lists while you guys at home are entertained by the juggling Cirque du Soleil skills of Leonardo Gatti on the dog. There's a real theme about circus skills, have you noticed, between the Frenchies and the Italians? All of them juggling, keepy uppies, hacky sacking.
Yeah, it's almost
Yeah,
a
I
separate
like it.
competition
There was
within a competition.
There was a bit of frisbology last night from the media crew, bit of naming tricks with frisbee freestyling. So bear with us, folks. We're going to be with you very, very quickly indeed. We've got our first riders ready to go, and the stage is set for the penultimate day, the next round of qualifying for this IWWF Europe and Africa Cable, Wakeboard, Seated and Wakeskate Championships here at Whitemills, presented to you
That was good. You got it. You got it good.
by the IWWF, British Water Ski and Wakeboard, and on-grade groundworks and stabilization, amongst a whole host of other important people bringing this event to you. So thank you to every single one of them. You lot at home, sit tight. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back, people. Don't you give me a wet willy live on air.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi there. So, a few more technical issues, as is often the case at these events. There are a lot of moving parts, but we are there now. And with our whale wetters, moist makers, lubricators job done, we can get on to giving our next round of riders actually competing, the quarterfinal, Open Men Group A, their warm-up laps. Maddie, talk us through this little addition to the IWWF setup, because you've seen it more and more in the events that we've been at, and you might get it more at your non-IWWF events where you'll give riders a warm-up lap. But what are they doing? What's the benefit of it?
So what the riders are doing, they get, I think it's 2 or 3 laps per rider, allowed to just have a chance, get yourself out on the water, get your body warmed up, make sure your setup is working, everything's all good and gravy, and of course, you can hit the obstacles, do as much as anything as you want, or you can just spray the obstacles, whatever you so desire. But the benefit of this, it just gets your body wakened up, gets yourself competition ready, because it is intense, especially being a small cable. I think it's just under a minute a full lap, and to go full send, there's really not that much time for breathing.
There's no breathing space. It's very anaerobic lap that we are faced with here. I say royal we, it's just a very anaerobic situation we're faced with when we start talking really quickly over that less than a minute lap. And actually, it's weird with wakeboarding. It's one of the very few sports where within a competition scenario, you haven't, up until introducing this warm-up lap, you can't actually do that thing that you're about to do in a really, really intense way in any way, shape or form before you can take to the water.
No, I see what you mean. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Which is, like you say, a great benefit and a huge equal playing field. And I said, we was having a little discussion about it. I think it is the right thing to do. It is tough, especially the further you go into these, through the qualification rounds, into the quarterfinals now, where every lap means the most. We are done with the LCQs, so it is all to fight for. 2 runs each per rider, best run counts. A total of 3 riders to go through, which in my opinion is eased off a little bit on the pressure. I mean, with it being 4 riders, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think they've had a little bit of switch of the run up in front of us, so we will double confirm that. But nonetheless, it is 4 riders, top 3 go through.
So that is the warm-up laps done. And we can see our riders whizzing their way back into the exit portion of this cable, just to the side of the start dock. They'll whip up the bank. We can see Mr. Crosley's brother right there, Rowan, commanding things on the dock. As well as the rest of our teams hanging out, just making sure there's a nice clear space on the dock for our riders to have their space and get ready. But all the teams, team captains, fellow riders, all there to cheer their respective riders on. So we are in to quarterfinal stage. The opening rounds of qualifying are all done. As Maddie quite rightly said, LCQs are done and dusted. There'll be no more last chance saloons for any of our riders. Once they are out from this point onwards. Drone up, ready. First rider on the dock should be Mr. Marko Gacic, getting himself strapped in, about to slide off the start. And I think we will go to the drone shot where you can see exactly how he's shaping up on the dock here at Whitemills, this purpose-built lake. Am I right in saying, Maddie, this is only the 2nd full season of Whitemills? Am I remembering that right? Even if it's the 3rd full season of this wake park, it's ridiculous that they're holding an event of this size early on. Yeah. Full power to the Whitemills crew. They have been a force for such good within our sport since coming into it through Billy, who we saw riding earlier on. His dad just being mad keen, and the whole family digging a lake at the bottom of their garden for Wayne's World, wakeboarding and partying times right there.
And arguably that's where it all started.
That's where it started. A little ditch at the bottom of the garden with a straight line, and a lot of good times on rails and air tricks and parties at that place. And then for that entire time, Wayne and family looking for a spot to dig a lake. And they found one, and they've made this. What a beautiful thing it is.
Only about a mile or 2 down the road.
Just down the road. What a touch that is. The dream it is. And you know what? It's not a case of them just doing this thing for themselves, because this thing that they have made is so good for our sport. And they've done it so well. This park is beautiful. Yeah, they thought of everything.
As you know, it does take a while for a cable to kind of become established and build up such high caliper features, but then you look at this setup right now.
It didn't take them any time at all.
It didn't take them any time at all, and it has had such a huge impact on the overall image.
In fairness, they are building on the back of others' efforts. So if we think about Liquid Leisure, what they did for plastic playing, they've just kind of emulated that and done such a good job. Okay, back to the case in hand, which is quarterfinals with Marko Gacic on the water, the style monger himself. Can that style win out? 50-50. 360 across into a press.
Into nose. Oh,
naughty.
My goodness.
Naughty.
He got the 360 to 50-50 before. And then there's a nose press, the opposite.
Nose press as well.
Really like that. Huge. Is that the blind judge or front to blind?
I couldn't quite see the start of it.
That was the biggest toe side roll to revert we've actually seen him do. And so sick when it counts for the most here in the qualification. Stalled out. I really love that so much. Breaking a trick down and making it look like two separate tricks. He went toe back one into the front three. There's that huge ollie we was talking about before, Matt. Absolutely huge. Shoulder height, if not head height.
Oh my gosh, the death talk out of that. Nearly ended up in the rescue boat.
Oh, no!
Tuck and roll. He just tucked and he held firm as he dived out of that. Oh, okay, so we're going to go back to the dock. Marko Gacic, that's you done. And then we see a nice close-up right up his schnoz hole into Patrick Wojciech's brain as he's thinking about his next run. Oh, so that is such a shame with Marko.
Hey, I mean, mate, it was only the last kicker. Everything else looked pretty locked in.
I love the missing the handle. Usually at that point, we all wind the windows down. He just tilts. Oh, God. I'm just going to hold it. I'll dive out of this.
Truck driver.
Truck driver, yeah. Double grab, dive out of it.
Wait, what?
Rocket air is both hands
on
the nose.
Yeah,
truck drivers.
Yeah, truck driver.
Hey, Marko Gacic, amazing riding. Will that be enough? It's going to be tough, though, with Patrick Gatti and Max still to come.
We have a score out already. Being the first rider, setting the bar, that is a score of 40. But now let's get behind Team Poland now, where we have Patrick Wojciech. Such a steezy rider. One of my favorite hits here. Check this. He goes creeper, front nose, over to back.
Oh, my. Oh, the 450.
Oh, my Lord. Big old Mexican roll off of that safety. Landing backboard 90 out. Toe side time. Pete Rose, light work for Patrick Wojciech. And then there's a crow mob to the outside. And then I just missed out. What did he whip in there?
So I think that was a 90210 and then the crow mob after the corner.
Oh, okay. All right.
So popping a little toe side, backside one, I believe, over the Nico as well. Now we're going for the booster into the trans. Oh, my word.
Big old hit. Very similar to what
Liam Peacock doing last year at Nationals. Beautiful hit. Taking it cruisy, not adding the extra spin in there. Yeah, it was just the Vulcan.
We know he's got that S-mob. But getting a run in on lock, yes, that huge toe side. Pete Rose 5, getting quite a more favourable trick, which is seeing more often now in the competition scene. And the likes of Trent Stuckey and like Rudy Tallboys who are taking that to 720 is just mind-blowing. And I know for a fact Patrick Wojciech also has that bag in his trick of...
has a trick in his bag of...
Arsenal.
Arsenal? Words.
All right, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, so Patrick Wojciech's very strong start with his first run.
So I'm really, you know what, after all that LCQ action, I was suddenly thinking for Marko, even though I said we're back into quarterfinals, I forgot he's got another run, so he can go and right some of those wrongs that occurred in that run, so we can get away with that 3-2-1, that rewind to finish things off, and maybe smooth out the, what was it, the front to blind? What was it on this corner? His last air trick?
I think the last one,
the last
front to blind, so
there we go.
The blind judge
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
So we're going to move on to Gatti right now. Patrick gets a dock-to-dock scenario, fresh off the dock, and we are good to go. We're back on drone action, so you can see exactly how Gatti fares from Eye in the Sky. Leonardo about to be taking on the peacock rail. Every one of our wakeboarders, probably not a sensible decision to go for the box. You're going to be needing to hit something technical, and that's where the peacock rail is. So many different ways you can play it. 50-50, 270, into 360. It was more 270, wasn't it?
We saw just the same hit from Marko, and definitely Marko's hit on that was more locked in, but that was beautiful. The 450 out of that back lip. Was that the 313?
313 into a Bel Air, making use of every inch of water, going inside the cable for the chrome mob. So instead of the trip flip, he goes the cut through scoop chrome mob, then launching, thinking about the roll to blind off there, managing to get all the hits, going backboard into 270 up. Now he's going to keep going into the transfer.
Oh, he goes front board.
Oh! Oh, my word. He went front board back the other way. That was ridiculous up the kicker. Back mob. He's not going to hustle, try and squeeze another trick just to get round the corner. Outside kicker for Gatti. Right foot forward. We know he's got every backside spin under the sun on lock. He's sticking with the 7. We know he's got the 9. That is some tidy riding. The only, if you were really splitting hairs, Maddie, the only potential issue with that was
the peacocks.
And it wasn't really an issue, was it? It was solid. It was pretty much.
It was still a full pull.
It was a full pull,
but if we have to call it, it was a little bit zeech.
And the reason we mention it, not just because we're real naysayers and we're being Neggy Nellingtons, it's just to give you guys at home an insight into the ways in which our judges may be picking apart these runs. Because when you've got riders of this caliber all coming up with what they will come up with, it's the small things that count.
Considering Marco did that exact same trick.
But locked in the 3 across.
Exactly, of course, that's going to put him more ahead. But on that feature, but it's not just one feature compared to against one feature.
It's the overall impression, yeah.
Course.
So amazing job, Gatti. All the riding from this first group of quarterfinals in our open men has been stellar. And now we have Team Germany. So far has been Croatia, Poland, Italy, and Team Germany in the form of Max Milder, who is our reigning world champ. Is that right? Did we have a world champ? No, it was Europeans last year, the Opens, so it was Thailand where we were at.
Oh, yes, of course.
So it was. So
Worlds is every 2 years, and
yes, we
Europeans
are.
is every year.
We are back again with the Worlds in Europe this time. We're going to be going to Paris for the Cable World Championships in a couple of months' time, so not long until that. So this is a great staging ground for all of these riders who will be seen competing at that Open Worlds as well. Max Milder just waiting for the green light on the cable tower, waiting for the thumbs up from our judges down the radio waves. Rowan.
Just before we kick off, for you guys back at home who are watching on the stream, just take note, as that's what I was saying earlier about going so big in between these corners, it's almost a disadvantage because you land and then click through the corner.
Jammers, that's right. You shouldn't go so big. Yeah, that'll learn you.
But just take note now where Max will take off and to where he actually lands.
Literally corner to corner.
And then to land through the whip. Then just go straight into, just enjoy the show. Max
just
Milder.
Enjoy the show. Germany's own coming in right foot forward now. 50-50.
Perfect.
Oh, that was
absolutely
so locked
perfect.
In. On the tail on that back lip as well. 360, stays over crooks at another 90, then comes out 270.
Then he lands. Carrier's got clicked round the corner as
so much speed there. So much speed coming in. Oh, my word. He went down on that yesterday. No such issue today.
Oh, the 450 landing butter into that Nico. Outside in, 50-50. Transfers to the down part of that Street Series 270. Max Milder now. Let's have a big cheer for him as he comes past us. Huge S-mode.
Could it be any cleaner? Now his last hit. There's so much time for another couple of rotations there, aren't there? It's ridiculous. I would say, and as we always add this caveat with any comment we make about scores and judges' decisions, that unofficially, of course, that could well be the score to beat. So at the moment, we have got Patrick Wojek out in front with a 59, Gatti in second with a 55, Marko Gacic in third with 40, but we still have that fourth rider score to come. And, wow. So I actually called it right for a change as we're both on point. 85.33 for Max Milder, sailing him so far out in front. It's ridiculous.
Score was that difference of 26.33 lead?
Oh, my word. Great maths, by the way.
Wow.
Great maths, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Impressed. I'm more of a linguist. So there we have it. And we move back to our beautiful faces. Hi, people at home. We are at the second run situation with our very first group of open men qualifiers in this quarterfinal stage. We've had the first round of qualifying, we've had the LCQs, now it's quarterfinal stages. No more last chance saloons. We go back to the action, and it is Marko Gacic out on the water. He is chasing a score of 55.1. Still solid.
Still solid.
One of our favorite hits of all of our riders so far over the past few days. So just going 180 on and into that right foot forward nose press, wrong hand. Then he goes the S/front to blind, S to blind perhaps.
Oh, so maybe we're going to see something different because we saw that front to blind here in between corners 4 and 5.
Toe side roll to revert toe side, backside 5. I think that's
Yes.
about one of the smoothest hits we've seen so far. Coming from the outside.
Toe back.
Oh,
one,
then he
little
takes his
hand
face
drag.
off. Yeah, up into a tail back lip. Then the back 270 out. Marco right in front of us. Oh, the 3-1-3. Then the no, that doesn't feel right situation midair. Into a backslide. Keeping it cruisy with that backside 5. Oh, is that going to be enough? So, I mean, it's really tight, but it's 10 points between Marco and Gatti at the moment. Unfortunately, with that wobble on the attempted 3-1-3, that will hurt him quite a lot, I think. So as to whether that will see him pass that score of Gatti's in the third place qualifying position at the stands at 55, I'm not so sure. So we go back to the dock and we see our crew as they wait. We can see, you're wondering where Gatti is looking right now. They have a screen on the dock that is giving them the live feed of these scores. The benefit of that for our riders. And just before I get on to that, let's have a big old cheer for Marco Gajic from Croatia. Such stylish riding. Absolutely loving that peacock hit. That is as good as they get on that. And then another one of my favorite hits. I'm not sure about you, Maddie, but that back lip to back 270 on this Tech Series bank right in front of us. Okay, so just to point out why the live scoring is so helpful, it allows our riders to adjust their runs accordingly. Now, Gatti doesn't have to adjust his run to qualify.
So that confirms it.
The top 3 we're seeing now are the top 3 going through.
That's right, yeah. So Max, Patrick, and Gatti have confirmed their place through to the next round. So in theory, they don't have to do anything, or they can have a nice little bit of practice.
So I think he made the right choice. He didn't try and turn it into 3 that time. He just overcrooked the 270 on. Coming off a little bit early, unfortunately, on the pipe. That was even bigger, though.
No.
Okay, so there'll be no improvement on Gatti's score of that 55. The one thing that some of our riders in these qualifying spots might want to consider, they will be considering it, is where they go off the dock in the next round. So if you are one of the higher placed qualifiers, you'll be off the dock nearer the end of the running order on the dock. So that can be a benefit if you like to adjust your run dependent on what happens on the water in front of you. So we've got Patrick Wojek about to go. It'll be Max Milder. Oh, they're changing the running order as well.
No, it's Patrick, isn't it? Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah.
So we're also reversing the running order based on the results from the first run. So Patrick Wojek, taking it easy, it seems. He did that amazing creeper to front board nose to hop across into front lip, 270 out.
The only rider.
Oh, he goes to back lip. That was just back board before.
Yeah.
That is crazy. So that back roll, that Mexican roll into back lip, that is a Tekker's hit indeed, and so solid. Hard to get lined up on that pipe to make sure you get a full clean connection. So maybe Patrick's just going to be using this as a little playtime, up and over on the heels with the reverse MJ. Oh, is he going to booster calls?
Back 3.
Oh, finding the safety so well. That is scary stuff indeed. So give it up for Patrick Wojek, making it through to the next round, not stressing too much.
Pete 7.
Oh, do you reckon? Matty, does he call it? Pete 7, you called it, Matty. All right, we'll go back to the dock. Now, what do we see from Max Milder? This guy, not shy of a bit of showboating. Knows he's got an old ton of tricks. Hey, you were at Weight Duel when they had that air trick sesh. It was something else, wasn't it?
Guacamole. Yeah, there's so many NBDs all on the same lake at the same time, lap after lap. And Max Milder, one of the guys who was just throwing absolutely mind-melting tricks with the S-Mob rewind. Never have I ever seen that before. I did see him try a 3-2-1. A Rayleigh 3-1-3-2-1, however you want to call that. But that was impressive stuff, the S-Mode rewind. And hopefully, who knows? I know Max Milder will keeps his tricks in the bag, not fully reveal everything that he's got until we get through to further rounds. And being the nature of such a high caliber rider, just having some fun out there. Safety to pipe to rail. Yeah, as we said before, these top 3 riders, Max, Patrick, and Gatti, have already solidified their place through to the next round. Thus why these riders are taking it nice and cruisy. There's no need to waste any energy that doesn't need to be used.
Oh, that is so scary, that trick. So he goes to rewind, but 90-degree rewind, so then right away butters. Then there's a rewind of the end of that flat bar, that ledge.
This could be a bit of practice. Esmo. Oh, the Esmo.
All the time in the world. Does he bother boosting this? Does he save the old legs? I'll just ollie over that absolute mammoth feature in my way and do a little nose glide as well. And there we have it for Group A of our quarter men's open qualifying. All done. And it is going to be Max Milder on top. Patrick Wojek on second place. And Gatti Leonardo making up the top three. Commiserations to Marco Gatti. It was an absolute pleasure to watch him ride. He will not be moving through. And I don't know whether this alleviates the pain or rubs salt in the wound, but now he'll be going back to judging duties for the rest of the events. So we move on to our next group, and that is made up of more stellar riders. Starting things off, Axel Paget. Congratulations as Max Milder flies on past us. Axel Paget, France. Alessandro D'Agostino. Kieran Owens of the UK and Florian Weicherer from Germany. Here he goes. I said I'd say it a lot. Lots of heavy hitters. Maddie,
yes, of course, and no doubt you are going to be absolutely blown away. What we're doing right now is we are just sending our riders out for a little bit of a warm-up, the 3 laps, get their self-spotty. I was about to say something.
Self-spotty? What were you going to say? Let's just wind it in. We are before the watershed as it is, Maddie, and it's probably first thing in the morning for many people across the world. Probably to keep their breakfast down. It's the riders on the water getting their warm-up laps. We kind of talked through this a little bit before. Let's have a little look to see how the stream's looking.
Have we got any? Oh, there's no live comments, are there?
So we are going to get the live comments going on the live stream to see if they can get that, open that up for us so we can chat to you cats back home as our riders get themselves dialed in. And so talking about this lineup, I've already said heavy hitters, I just said it again. So Axel Paget did not have the smoothest outing in the qualifying round, which saw him in the LCQs, which is where we saw him riding today. Did all that was needed. He's now got himself a next spot. He's now got a reprieve from the wobbles. I mean, seeing Axel Paget falling on air tricks in the first corner, it's unusual.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic, but it goes back to what I was saying before. The bigger you go, the actual harder it is to land that trick, because you're landing as that carrier, if not just before, or as it has clicked around the corner. And it's just mind-blowing.
The same again with Florian Weicherer. His first run in the qualifying round, he stuffed it on the very first air trick. And came up trumps with his second run, which means he didn't have to go through the LCQs, but certainly put the pressure on himself. Max Milder as well. Fell early, didn't he? Fell on that back mode 5. So there's been a few wobbles here and there with a good few riders in some unusual places as well, in not the places that you'd expect. And there's Kieran Owens, just to comment on him. Alessandro D'Agostino.
See how far he can just ollie on the whip.
Going
like
huge.
A half load. Sends it like 20 meters. It's just nuts.
And there's wrapping up our full house of riders in this Group B of Open Men's qualifying, quarterfinal qualifying, with Alessandro D'Agostino heading back into the exit portion of our cable. They'll be wandering around back to the start dock where we can see them getting ready. Give us a few moments. We'll be right back with you.
Penetration.
All right, we are moments away now for sending our first rider out in the quarterfinals. Open Men Group B, Axel Paget, Team France.
Let's see what's happening on the dock. Axel Paget getting himself in the zone, about ready to go. Have we got music playing? Earbuds in? Yes, we have. What do you think he's listening to?
You reckon it's a bit of Je
t'aime. Je le taxi. That's a bit unfair. He might be listening to some INTL, Polizei, a little bit of German action. Du hast.
I know, I would be. Maybe Flo is. We could get flow going. Who knows?
Here we go, people. So, drone up. Axel Paget ready. Launched. These boys have got 2 runs. So do they?
Oh, my
that was so
gosh.
corked. That was so out the back. Just cranking that backside rotation. It's very easy for that to happen on backside rotations for you to go out the back. Found the safety. That was dope. Was that toe side, backside?
Toe-side,
Yeah, it
back
was.
five, yeah. Okay, very strategic. He has the back mode 5 there, but now he's going back
That
to
front,
mode.
that was just a straight front, was that? Or was that off his toes? Or was it
Because
crow?
you see how fast he literally landed and clicked around the corner and he just had to
360 onto the flat bar, backside 180 out.
G-spot into the bank. Gets the grab on the 270, landing front board. Pretzel 2 out.
Right in front of us now. He goes skybound. With that grabbed S-Mobe.
Oh my goodness, going so wide around that corner.
Oh, that is a big heel side cut. That is huge. Oh my word. Back to the dock. You can see the other guys on the dock appreciating it, much as they might not be liking it. That is Alessandro D'Agostino about to go. So that is a little bit more like it from Axel Paget, right? It wasn't all that he could do. There was the back mode as opposed to the back mode 5. And then I couldn't see the start of it. It came out of it like it was just a straight front flip. It may have been a crow. I'm not sure whether he started on his toes or his heels. But either way, it wasn't a tech air trick, but it was another air trick. And as you can see, and we can really see from here, I can remember from last year when I was deliberating whether where I'd do a toe side railie. And just doing a toe side railie in that corner is the scariest thing. Prevailing wind is just blowing you down the lake. Toe side rail already coming out of a corner, moving it 100 miles an hour is not a lot of fun. But all of these riders obviously able to handle it so well. It makes it even more impressive what Max Milder's doing on that back corner.
No, I totally agree with you, mate. Totally agree with you, Matt. And that being the first rider, that is the person who sets the bar amongst the other riders. And the judges will be comparing the scores to Axel's first run. And then they slot it in whether they think somebody is above or yet below.
And for those of you wondering exactly how the judging works, we're not going to go into the major detail, but the essence is that we are trying to put a subjectively judged sport, a sport based on an opinion on what you like, into a certain set of fairly stringent parameters so that we can move this subjectively judged sport into a competition scenario. And it is the most well-rounded rider that will win. And could that be this guy, Alessandro D'Agostino, when you see riders hitting as many features as is possible that are laid out? Oh, he did well, a little bit of improv right there, coming off early, but still gets that bagel rotation out. 270 backboard, then 270 back the other way, so going opposite rotations.
Making light work of that. Is that like...
Is that the trip flip crow in the corner?
It's kind of just hard, a little bit hard.
Oh, the Pete Rose into the cable as well, going outside in. Then they have to boost everything off that top deck of the Nico into that tantrum, going from bank to downside of the rooftop, toe side, backside, then rewinds the hard way. No slip out as well. That was so solid. And he finished the rotation cleanly into the bank too. Yeah, backside 313.
Actually, the cleanest one I've seen.
Yeah, so easy to end up on your butt on that particular trip, but not from Alessandro. Oh, the
oh my
five.
goodness, that was perfect. Absolutely
What does the doc think of that? So we've got Dale Crosley right there, team captain, co-team captains right there for Team GB, Dale Crosley.
And also, Kieran Owens currently came 4th position in Red Bull Wake Drill, one of the hardest competitions there are, features only at the moment, worldwide, arguably. And Kieran Owens done an absolute stellar job, making it all the way through from the qualifications all the way through to the top 4.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
So impressive.
Just got his right-hand man there. Both these boys, they captain the British team. Dale Crosley down here just to support the team. Obviously, he's not riding, but he's a former world champion himself, both at WWA and IWWF. In the Masters category, we'll be seeing him at the Youth and Senior event later on in the year, riding along with the rest of our team. I know we're speaking about the British team here, but we have exactly the same setup with all of the teams, with teammates, team captains, coaches on the dock, just making sure all of these nations' riders have got all the prep and support they could possibly need. All right, I think we're about ready to go. Let's go skybound. Last little high five fist pump from Dale to Kieran as Kieran takes to the water. He had a stellar run yesterday. Can he do the same today against some seriously stiff competition? Judges ready. We've got a score of 68.33 to beat, a score of 50 from Axel Paget. And a big cheer from this home support for Kieran Owens, spending a lot of his time down here. Between here and Liquid Leisure are Kieran's two parks. Goes up the wall, goes 50-50 into a back lip. Hard 227. That was nice.
Perfect.
Could not have been more locked in.
Toe back 1 in. Then goes to back tail. Pretzel 2 out. KGB from Kieran Owens to kick things off in the air trick zone. Yes, the crowd going absolutely wild in Caravan Corner.
Backside 1, then out the other way as well. Fully locked in, staying that side. Doesn't opt for the extra 180 on that, just keeps it into that tantrum, that toe side back roll indie there. Gets a full pull on this tech series on the right. Now right in front of us, going inside, no, going straight toe side.
Oh my goodness.
The tail crab crow.
That was so big.
Now, we saw him squeeze 2 tricks in his qualifying round, but obviously thinking that that is not needed just yet. Damn, that was tight. There was not a single flicker of a wobble right there. Oh, what does the dog think of that? As Florian Weigerer, obviously, as with all the riders in this quarterfinals, all of them have the skills to pay the bills. There we go, Camper's Delight. A V-Dub festival in the corner over there, which is where many of our supporters for the UK team and a few internationals joining the campsite in the corner there as well. It's the new Liquid Leisure half-cut corner over there as people just partying the day through. So a big shout out to this cat. Beautiful run. Make sure we give a cheer to every single one of our riders.
Yes, boy.
Nice work, Kieran Owens. And good to see everybody on the dog, the German crew as well, giving Kieran a big shout out. Lots of love and respect for every single one of the riders between each other. And as we said, as we gave a heads up with Max Milder going stratospheric.
Oh, 82 from Kieran
Oh,
Owens.
my word. Okay, that is the score to beat. Florian Weiler knows exactly what to do. Now, as with the previous group of qualifiers in this quarterfinal, it is the top 3 that goes through. So a little bit more breathing space. As we see Florian Weiler of Germany come into the mix. 180 on, hard weight 270. Oh, all over the nose. That was so tight. Really locked in as well. Similar hit to that which we saw from Kieran. No, dude!
Oh, no, the line. Oh
no, okay.
The line has.
Oh, can we give a big shout out to Florian Weiler? That is not usual for him, but he's going to be getting straight back up and fighting strong. So that pipe, it causes an issue. It really does. Let's just go back to us. Let's just talk through that, because we've seen a whole bunch of different tricks, Maddie, on the curb to pipe. But you can't actually see the pipe from when you're coming up to the curb.
No,
when you're lining up to either hit the safety or get into the curb, you can't see. You know where the pipe is, but it's causing a lot of people issues, isn't it? They're not landing quite on it, which is exactly what I saw from Florian.
Yeah, that's very uncharacteristic from Flo. He's had that hit on lock, and it wasn't the most technical out of all tricks that we know he can do. But, oh man, it's just beautifully buttery conditions out there. And maybe it's just slightly different to how we've been practicing on. Maybe the pressure is added to him, and who knows what's going on. But nonetheless, he still has another run in the bag.
So for those of you watching Florian walk past, give him a high five and a big props and a slap on the back. Let's get him back at it, giving it all he can. And for you guys at home, I'm not sure whether the scoreboard is actually on. No, so we'll go back to us. Let's have a little look on the dock. So we are reversing the orders, people. So for those of you wondering what that actually means, we take the results from the first runs, and whoever came out on top will be last off the dock, and so on. So the rider with the smallest score, the lowest score, they will be first off the dock, which is really annoying for Florian. He will be first off the dock. So you can see the GB crew getting up there, and we are not insistent that the riders have to run back to the dock. We've got to give them a little bit of time. It would be unfair to make them hustle. So Florian's just taking a nice leisurely walk back to the dock. We can see Axel and crew thinking about their runs, just working through it in their minds before they get back out for their second run. It is the best run score that counts. It's the best score of the 2 that counts. So can they improve upon that score? And at the moment, it is Kieran Owens of Team GB that is the man to beat. So give us a few moments, folks. We're going to be right back with you as soon as this running order for our second runs is done. Oh, I think we're there already. Florian Weira. Man, obviously, within competition, it makes your life that little bit easier if those that you're up against fall early. But in all honesty, certainly from Manny's and my perspective, we want to see everybody give it absolutely everything, come up with the complete goods that they know they have to offer, because it's just going to make the competition so much more intense.
Of course.
Yeah, a little bit more stressy pants for those on the dock, but we're not on the dock, so that's okay.
That's right. We got no nerves here.
No, I am so tense. Yeah. So drone is up. Florian is ready to go. Let's check them out from the sky with our eye in the sky. Come on, Florian. People, get behind Germany's Florian Weira as he starts off with his second run. Shake it off, man. Shake it off. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's get redemption now. Redemption time for Flo as he's out on the water. Run number 2. Front one on. Hard way 270, just as
Even better.
locked in.
Even better. I thought it looked a little bit smidge better. So come on, dude.
Okay, hard way 2. Rewind full 360.
There we
It
go.
gets the 90 out. Perfectly done. Now, Crow 5. Flo just comes back swinging hard. Look at this.
Inside the cable, back mode, 5. Oh, my word.
Hang on, let's not let it be the commentators.
No. Just say what you see. Say what you see. Say what you see. So he's going from outside to in. Oh, hard way 270, 270 out. Little bit of a tickle early off the feature, but still a super techers hit right in front of us. Seeing that base of that ball go up and over our head.
Oh,
no! Flo.
Guys, can we get behind Team Germany?
Please,
So
give it
bring
up for
us
Flo
the ball.
Weira. Oh. That is unfortunate. Flo was looking so tight throughout that run. Did it look like he was thinking about the 3135?
Esmo 5.
Esmo 5, sorry, because we already saw the
The-
3135 at the top end. It kind of looked like he was considering it. Maybe not. But either
I think had he done his first run, he probably would have done the S-Mob and then run number 2, the S-Mob 5, being the nature of taking a crash on your first run. But it's tough to say, when you have the likes of Kieran Owens run, as you saw. But, I mean, we talked about it before. It's the top 3 riders, so it is less pressure. However...
But there wasn't really a weak run in any of the other riders, so he had to throw something special down, knowing that you've still got 3 riders to follow that can improve upon their scores.
Of course.
So there wasn't really any option other than to go all out for Flo right there. Absolutely gutted for him. He's such a good buzz in and around any event and on the dogs. He'll be out there supporting the rest of his team.
So interestingly, I think the judges, this is going to be tough because yes, he did fall here, but he got that 3. He got the Chromo 5.
So we're saying it could still be more than the 50 points. Is the possibility.
Axel's did have a wobble on that Peacock Brothers 450 from the middle safety.
Didn't have the same number of tech inverts down at the bottom end. So we were talking 2 tricks down, but then did he improve enough upon the tricks that he did that he actually came up with, especially that air trick corner? I mean, really, 2 5 mobs in there.
That's
out there. Yeah.
Something big. Even though he didn't finish the run, and it is tough being the judges, and that's why we don't do it.
That's why we talk a real good game. I don't know whether you listen to us, but we are really good with words.
But yeah, this is going to be an interesting and a tight call, I think, because a completed run, of course, is a fully completed run that should stand out for more. But when you've got your versus against somebody who's got Chromo 5. The 3-1. Was it the 3-1-3 or was it the 3-1-5? I think it was a 3-1.
It was a 3-1-5. It was a Backmo 5.
Oh yeah, but it went Crow 5,
Crow
5, and then Mo 5.
No, it was 3-1-3. It was Crow 5, 3-1-3, and then Mo 5.
He did the surface one. He must have switched up.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Either way,
very impressive.
Ridiculous back corner, and those Germans, Max and Flo, just showing us how to take on those back 2 straights, those 3 towers. Ridiculous. So Axel waiting with. Oh wow! There we go. Results are through.
Well, that's what I was trying.
Give us a good indication.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can argue. I mean, you could argue. You guys at home may well be arguing either way. And tell you what, why don't you replay it? You've got the wherewithals. You've got the means on this YouTube stream to just go back when you got a moment and just battle it out, because that way you can understand that the way in which our judges are picking things apart.
If I remember correctly, I think Axel did only 3 air tricks.
That might be the other
Flo
factor.
did 3 air tricks.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
So, It's just one less kicker hit that Flo had.
And that's
Axel,
that's the lookout. Okay, come on. So Axel Paget now has it all to play for. He needs to improve his first run score of 5.01 points.
Oh, that's more strategic from Axel. Instead of going safety to rail, he was going rail to rail. Front one in. Oh my goodness, that is probably my favourite hit on that obstacle.
And we also forgot that in the first run, Axel had a little bit of wobble on the peacock as well.
Side,
there we go. He didn't do that last time. He's had so much speed then. That is scary as.
Hard way two, back lip.
Yes.
Brings that handle pass round over to back front nose. G-spot.
Oh.
Beautiful. Front one. Oh, yes. Axel Paget with a 272 front board. We saw the Esmo from Axel in his first run. Now, what are we going to see this run? The grab, Esmo 5, very clean and controlled.
So does he go for that extra 180? Is there going to be a rewind in there? What's he going to go for? That's the rewind, and it's clean as well.
Yes, boy.
Woo!
Now, that's going to be interesting because he did up his run, yes. He did stick that chromo bin, but Flo had the chromo 5 on him.
Yeah, so what I mentioned just in the middle of Axel's run right there is that we forgot that Axel didn't have the best peacock here, did he? He went for that crazy backside rotation
on
of
his
the
first
safety.
run.
Yeah. So that would have affected his score a lot. So he would have improved a lot in that particular section in terms of the 60% weighting of features on that peacock rail. And he added the 180 onto the crow. So it's a crow mobe instead of a crow down the bottom end.
Yeah.
Hand down a little bit on this this last feature hit in front of us, but still a pretty decent full pull. He got the G spot into the bank of the rooftop. That was tight.
And it's an extra hit.
It's an extra hit.
He didn't do it as like a little bit of impro.
Just a filler. It's an actual extra hit.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you. It wasn't a filler. It nicely flowed between the 3 obstacles, and it wasn't rushed. And I think that's a key point. Linking them together. If you are going to hit 3, you can hit 3 obstacles here on the back.
Oh, there we go. We just got confirmation, and that is gutting for Flo Weihauer of Germany. He gets knocked out as Axel moves into second place with a 72, and that just demonstrates exactly what the judges are thinking. The completed run means a lot, and where he tightened up a lot of areas and added to a little bit as well, that made all the difference for a big, big score. So Alessandro D'Agostino...
50-50 up, backside. No, he missed that on his first run. Okay, and it is annoying that being one of the heavier hitters, the more intense obstacle, so to speak. Chrome mobe, yes, to the outside, followed by the
like
egg roll.
Egg crow.
Egg crow. Egg crow. Pete Rose to the inside. Not much time, then he gets a tantrum, indie tantrum, just off of the flat.
Yeah, that's a lot of pop to make that happen. Oh, no, did he mean to go across? No, he didn't.
Toe back to rewind, hard way.
Even better, even better.
Beautiful. I think that's actually, there's not many other people. Oh!
Oh, that is a horrible corner. How did he get around that? Oh, the scariest thing.
Oh!
I wonder if his bum twitched as much as mine did seeing that. That is insane. Oh, my word. Wow. So when you get a moment, and that moment might be right now, or no, we've got Kieran Owens still left to go. That is, I think, do you reckon that's going to be improvement on Alessandro's score? I mean, it's got to be, hasn't it, with the 5 here on the corner?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the the Moby Dick 5 on his first run. But we didn't see that. We saw the backside 3-1-3 in his first one. So definitely upping the ante. And that is, you say it's just a 180. That is a big extra 180.
It's a really critical part of the course as well. So what the judges will take into account is the space that you have in which to play.
Yeah.
And this straight that we have between towers. And the same with the towers at the top end, which could be deceiving as you guys are looking at it. There's not a lot of room to play with. Many other cables are a little bit wider, so you've got more space to squeeze in those tricks. You've got more time. He left that so late. He landed landing blind and wrestling to get that handle as the carrier clicks. Oh, wow. Intense riding, critical riding. So we wonder whether that will be an improvement on his score of 68.33. That is Alessandro D'Agostino of Italy. He is confirmed as going through, regardless of his second run score. Axel Paget just ahead of him. Kieran Owens out on top as it stands. So Kieran will get the pick of the drop in terms of a good place to go off the dock in the next round of riding. Does Kieran just play it easy breezy.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think it comes down to Alessandro's score. If Alessandro doesn't get above Kieran Owens, I think
There
Kieran
isn't
Owens
any
should
point.
just save that energy. You know, there's a lot more to fight for.
He'll need more passion,
Yeah,
more
more
energy, more footwork. So, yeah, we think, Kieran, speaking on behalf of the team and your mother, just take it easy if you're out on
look,
top. Yeah.
So that confirms it. Congratulations, Alessandro, for getting
Nice
ahead
work.
of Axel. Well, sorry, congratulations to all three, Kieran, Alessandro, and Axel. That confirms your place through to the next round. We now have Kieran Owens out on the water. He's moist making that kicker, dousing down those beautiful Unit Park Tech
While keeping
features we have.
Matty, while keeping one eye on Kieran in case he does anything saucy, it's interesting just to compare Axel and Alessandro's run, because there was a fluffing of the peacock rail for Alessandro, but it just shows you how much this air trick here
Favoured more, yeah.
And I think that bank hit, that's one of the more technical hits we've seen off anybody. On that bank hit, just landing in that hard way wrap position, you know, that perfect force slipping out onto your face position.
Now check this out. Is he going to do something special? KGB 5 looks like that cut for it. Oh, now do you know what? That was low. That was low for Kieran.
Yeah. Usually he goes much bigger. What are you playing at, son?
For the crowd. Boy.
That wasn't low. That was quite big. And there we have it. Another round of riding done. That is Group B.
Yeah, boy. Congratulations,
Sorted.
Kieran, Alessandro, and Axel Paget through to the next round. And of course, goes without saying, commiserations to Flo and Vejada. That is all she wrote.
I think we got two of your favourites in this next heat, so we can see them on the dock. Starting off with Team Norway, Hakan Amort. He is going to be followed by Francis. Hello again. Clément Nadal. Then Italy again. Such strong competitors. The Germans, the Italians, the French. They've got just riders in their droves just waiting and queues around the corner to join their teams. Riccardo De Tollis of Italy. And then, we mentioned it earlier on, and we're going to keep mentioning it because it's great to have him back in the fold. I mean, the people he's competing against might not consider as such, but Loic Deschaux, suffering with a couple of injuries over the past couple of years. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
And just not been in the competition scene as we would like, so it's amazing to have him back, and I'm sure Team France are very pleased about it as well. His run yesterday, which is why he's last off the dock, because he won his heat, was pretty
It was just effortless.
there was nothing to it, and there was everything to it in the same breath.
Yeah. So what we're going to do now is just sending our riders out for a couple of laps to get themselves all warmed up. So bear with us. We'll be back with you in a couple of moments.
Thank you, please. We are back straight into our third round of Open Men quarterfinal qualifying, and it is Hakan Amart of Norway on the water, making it cleanly through the first set of features. Goes that toe side. That blind judge is just ridiculous how difficult that is. Backside 3-1-3. Bleeds the speed, ready to go. Very close after that back mob. Up and over the Nico. Goes up 50-50, then frontside 3 out. Staying left foot forward, obviously his preferred way of riding. Toe side, backside, 5 into the bank. This is clean from the youngster. One of our yoga riders out in the field of competitors. Oh, that was huge! SMO5. That was ridiculous how big that was. We even got the spray here in the commentary booth. Oh, a little bit stuck there on that toe side. That Pete Rose, that toe side back roll with the front side 3, passing the handle up. On the way up the rotation as opposed to the way down and the way out. So Hakan is going to be followed by France's Clément Nadal. We can see Clément looking in place right there. Big round of applause for Hakan Amart. That first run was absolutely stellar. Doing Team Norway proud. For those of you at home with us. For those of you just joining us on our live stream, welcome to the 25th IWWF Cable, Wakeboard, Wakeskate and Seated Europe and Africa Championships here at Whitemills Wake Park in southeast England. We are, if you guys are into knowing where things are on the planet, and why wouldn't you? Ayo! Southeast of England, we're about an hour southeast of London. Biggest city we got near us is Canterbury. We've got Dover right nearby as well. So many of our continental friends have just done a hop, skip, and a jump, and a drive, and a ferry, and a loose shuttle to get themselves here. Judges are ready. We've got Ryder ready on the dock. Let's go skybound to see what Team France's Clément Nadal can come up with in his first run of 2. Ali, 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 Ali. Oh, just such luscious locks. And the moustaches off the chain.
Right, out the gate. Huge transfer. Front board.
I like that a lot. Boosticles off the safety to the second rail.
Hard way 360, rewinds to back lip, carries on that bagel rotation, 450 out. Huge front to blind with a tail grab in there too. To the inside, back mode, plenty of time.
Dealing with the slack out of that corner number 3, signing himself up for Nico action. Backside 3, maybe thinking about an extra 180 next time. Didn't quite get the pop. Goes on from the outside. That was tight. So locked in.
Tap on that.
Yeah,
getting that pop back too early and then getting a tap like mid front lip. 3-1-3 from Clément Nadal. Beautifully done. And now one last final hit from Clément. What has he got for us? Backside Moby Dick.
Got a little bit hung up there, didn't he? Had to muscle to get the board background underneath him. So a slightly untidy landing for Clément if we are really nitpicking, but still a beautiful run. It was so clean up until that point. The air tricks down the back straight, that boost from the safety. Which one of those rails are we calling Ryan and which one Liam? Is it Liam first or Ryan? Did he boost off Liam and land on Ryan, or did he boost off Ryan and land on Liam?
I don't know.
I don't know whether anybody can keep pace with the way my mind's working. Yeah. It's like a bag of squirrels with too many E numbers in here. Big up for Clément Nadal from France. What a lap at this Whitemills cable from him to start things off. So for you guys at home, if you want to have a couple of different windows open, you can go to cablewakeboard.net and just scroll down that first page and just go to results from that event that you can see there, which is this, the Europe and Africa Cable Championships. We should be on the dock right now. We've got a little bit of overlay, which is making Clement look very weird. And it looks like our riders are ready on the dock. That next rider being Ricardo de Tolles. Let's go skybound. Rider up. Rowan Crossley, Dale's brother, just marshalling the troops down on the dock. Ricardo de Tolles giving that inside kicker a little bit of douse down as he comes from outside, up the wall, front board into 180 into that back lip, then keeps rotating the same way. Then right foot forward into the curb, boosting. Oh, that was a little...
Two, landing, perfect front lip though.
That is scary on that that curb. I think that safety is so steep as well.
Yeah, dude.
So back mob around that back straight. Now keeping it nice and easy breezy coming into the Nico. Go on, into the butters. The half a G spot.
Yeah.
The G spot's at 90. Oh, we saw it from Marco Gatchis. Ricardo de Tolles going the other way, 270 on instead of back lip. Yes, the S-Mob getting a cheeky little tickle in there as well. I say it was more than a tickle, solid grab. Toe side, one-handed, outside, big kicker, straight at you crew on the back. Oh, my word. Board above head on that last 180.
Snowboard style to that.
You would have thought, this is not the way this should be rolling at the moment.
Manages to pull his own back out of that one. That was impressive. Super impressive.
So once again, folks, if you want to keep the scores up all the time throughout this, instead of waiting for us to overlay the scores, let's just see if that is working right now for you. Oh, it isn't. So you can keep cablewakeboard.net open. Just go to that homepage, scroll down to this particular event and go to results, and you can see all of the results as the judges, all the decisions of the judges on the scores as they make them.
Oh my goodness.
Great work, Ricardo de Tolles. Amazing riding from him. So excuse that picture that you're seeing right now, folks. Home, that is. That will change shortly as we go back to our next riding. The last rider of the first runs in this third heat, Loic Deschaux. Rider up. Dock crew say it's A-OK. Judges are good to go as well. Francis Loic Deschaux back in action as a little hiatus with injury. Good to see him back riding hard. Well, that was easy.
Locked onto that nose, back two out, hard way three in, rewind to back lips. Exact same hit
Exactly
as we saw
the same hit as
from
Clement.
Nadal. 3, 1,
wow.
5. I love it. It whips it around just so quick. It's just too easy. Check that. Left foot forwards, back mob 5. Right foot forwards, back mob off of the wall.
So with the Vendel grab back mob, just getting that grab between the knees up round his ear rolls.
Toe side, front roll, front lip, pretzel 270 out. Oh my goodness. Loic absolutely killing it. Oh my goodness. The S-Mob 540. Toe side.
They're just taking it easy. Just taking it easy. Why? I need a little lie down after all that activity. Wow, Loic Deschaux. That is insane. Okay, we go back to the dock. Let's just see how they are all bearing up. Remembering that the running order for the second runs is dependent on the results from the first. So whoever comes out on top, and at the moment that is Ricardo de Tolles, will be off the dock last. So we have got scores up on the board for you guys as well. There we can see Loic Deschaux is the one that we were waiting for recently. We can see a little team chat from the French crew on the dock. Hugo Chabet there on the dock. That guy knows a thing or two about competing at the highest level. Let's give it up for Loic Deschaux. Oh my gosh, that was a little hernia mini rally right there. I mean, I know he was in control, but that would have happened by mistake with me, and a hernia would have ensued. So at the moment, Ricardo de Tolles and the score is 63.332 beats, and that has just been beaten quite considerably by Loic Deschaux. You can see up on your screens, 81.67 is the one out in front. Team France, then Italy's Ricardo de Tolles, and then Haken and Mortz with a 55. Now Clement Nadal is sitting out of the qualifying zone. He had an amazing run, but perhaps just needing a little bit more of a tweak of a 180, of an addition of an aerial trick of some description, just to squeeze him ahead of Haken and Mortz. But congratulations to the youngster from Norway for getting himself in that position. It will be Clement Nadal off the dock first in these second runs. So rider up, we see Clement ready. Let's go, skybound.
Allez! Okay, Clement Nadal back out on the water for run number 2. Can we clean this up? Oh, that is the hit he was wanting. Full pull all the way to the end of that second rail. Front 3 in, rewind, back lip. Oh no, he missed the 450 out, but that's okay nonetheless. Carrying on with a beautiful front 2 blind out of corner 1. Then back mobe to the inside out of corner 2. Right foot forward, sorry, on his heels he goes. Backside 5 this time round. Yes, Clem. Comes inside out for a front lip. Oh, no, just missing out on that full pull. A little bit of impro work there for instead of a surface 180, like it. 3, 1, 3, 5.
Yes, Clement.
Yes, Clem. And then one last final hit. We're going to clean up.
Heavy landing, solid backside 7 from Clement Nadal. So what are we thinking, Matty? I'm not sure whether that's an improvement.
I mean, it was a different trick that he did on the back on the last kicker. He went for that back, the Moby Dick, which was a little, I hate to say it, but it was a little bit of a butt check, and that is maybe something which has just put his score down.
So for that area, he'll definitely be cleaned up. That will be an improvement. But the tech series, this transfer feature here in front of us, didn't end up going for what he getting what he was after.
It's a shame actually because his peacock rails, his peacock hit was perfect. Then he actually missed out an extra 180 on the second hit where he got the 450 on his first, and then he missed out on he upped the backside 3 to the backside 5 on the Nico.
Oh, so it
however,
could be.
And then missed out on that tech series. So some were better, yes. However, some were worse.
So we're looking at approximately, 9.5 points or 9.67 points. Wow, maths. For him to, equal. So it'll be 9.68 he will need to come up with if he's going to get ahead of Hakan and Mords. Remembering that Hakan has still got his second one to go. So you can see on the scoreboard there in front of you or on the website page, wakeboard.net, if you're looking at the scores, there are number 1s next to each of our riders on the right-hand side. That is just the run. If you look at the top of that table, it's just which run they have done. Once we see a number 2, then we will know that they have done both runs, and that score will have been decided, or the position will be decided, rather. So we're still waiting on Clement Nadal's second run score, being first off the dock. Hakan and Mord sitting and chilling, waiting to see whether he's going to have to go all out and improve upon his first run, or he gets a third place victory lap. Obviously, Hakan and all of our riders wanting to end up as high up that ranking as possible because it gives you a better position on the dock in the running orders in the next round, the semi-finals, which will be following. Just one more group of quarterfinal action from our open men. And then we go into the open men LCQ. No, we don't. Sorry, we've already seen them. We are going to be going into the rest of our quarterfinal, semi-final action with the qualifying. That's me looking at the pages that have already gone. LCQ's done and dusted first thing this morning. So sit with us, folks. We are just going through those scores right now. You can see our judges taking the time to make sure those scores are exactly right. It is all important because you are in charge of the making or the breaking of a riders' competition. And unfortunately, by not very much at all, Clement Nadal is going to be remaining in that fourth place position, which is out of the qualifying zone. Oh, commiserations to Clement Nadal. So good to see him riding here with us. That second run did not quite come together. And a congratulations to the youngster here, Hakan Amod of Norway. He is qualified. So does he take it cruisy? Does he go all in? So we go skybound to see what Hakan is going to come up with.
All right, 50-50. Over to back lip. Getting a full pull to the end of that rail. Now toe side in. Oh my gosh, beautiful. The toe side front roll, landing front lip. Then into the toe side blind judge, Hakan Amod. Did he do that on his first run, Matt?
And if you're wondering why we're only seeing a ground view, the drone is just changing batteries and will be up in the sky soon, but we'll talk you through exactly what we're seeing. I like that. Just rotating the camera on the ground to catch the action. So Hagen and Moore just going 110 miles an hour around that top corner, which may have messed up that next run, but he goes toe side, backside, not the 5 this time, so I think he's made the call that his first run is enough. But can we give it up for the youngster as he comes round, qualifying? Oh, go on.
Oh, my goodness.
3-1-3-5.
So big. No,
S-Mode 5, sorry, S-Mode 5 even. Then a little 3-2-1 without the grab. Great riding from Haken, one of our younger riders in this category. Wow. Incredible stuff from him. Just 18, 19 years old, that cat out there. That is amazing. So we're going to go back to the dock. A little bit of a delay sometimes in those judging decisions coming through. Where those decisions are tight means that the drone has to come back and refill. It did, and we're good to go. Ricardo Solis on the dock now, looking nice and relaxed as well as he should be, as well he might be, because he is qualified with a sizable score of 63.33. Is he going to try and knock on the door of Loic Deschaux to up the game? Congratulations to Hagen de Moort as he comes on in after that incredible couple of runs.
Who is it? Gary Sawyer. Ricardo de Tolles out on the water right now. Toe side up approach, 50-50 over hardway to back lip. Backside 270, just makes it over that curb kicker from the safety, that back 2. Perfectly done with a chromo straight out of corner 1. Opts out of the air trick in between corners 2 and 3. He doesn't have to do anything more because this rider, Ricardo, has already solidified his place through to the next round. So, nothing needed. No pressure is on. If anything, this is a nice cruisy, chill lap he gets to have before his next qualification rounds, or quarterfinals, semifinals even. Oh my lord! That was just unreal. How high was he on that S-Mode 5? Toe side, backside. Oh, 720 with a late stale fish. Oh, wait.
Well, it would be Stalefish, it was his backhand, wasn't it? Yeah. So as he came round, yes. Ricardo Solis going stratospheric on that S-Mode 5. What a sight we've got right here. Literally getting spray in our faces as the boys go skybound and ladies around in front of us. So Ricardo de Solis, that's his job done. Loic Deschaux, is he sitting pretty or not? Well, he is right at the moment, but we've not had that score come through from Ricardo. We're waiting for the number 2 to come up next to his name, as far as it's saying he's completed that second run, and the judges have decided whether it is the first or the second that will be his best score. And it will be his first run score that counts highest. We're remaining at 63.33. Loic Deschaux gets a victory lap. And we go back to Eye in the Sky to see what Loic's going to come up with. What do you reckon, Matty? Is he going to go all in? Well, he's already edging out wide, just waiting down that right kicker. Is obviously going to be hitting that.
Well, I hope so. I like to see something special. Rail to rail, locks in that back lip. Over we go to the curb, to kicker, to... Sorry, swoop to pipe. Words. Sorry, Matt was speaking to me, thinking of 2 things. Yeah, cup of tea would be lovely, thanks. Yeah, just as strategically thought, Loic is opting out of the air tricks. Taking it nice and cruisy. Very sportsmanlike, spraying those obstacles down. Nice work. Great to see.
Hey, the air trick thing, there's there has been, not so much now, Maddie, but in the past, like a few years ago, there's been this thing about, well, features are the way forward with cable riding and wakeboarding in general, and let's just watch Loic in his last hit.
Toe back 10. Okay.
All right. So, I mean, Loic, do you mind? I was talking. So we're going to go with the score right there. That's confirmation that Loic Deschaux, Ricardo Solis, and Hagen de Moort are moving through. And unfortunately, Clement Nadal is not making it through to the next round. So our next round of riders are going to be taken to the water for their warm-up laps. We're going to try and minimize the delay as much as possible. What I was saying is that with the IWWF events, where air tricks are very much part of it, and we saw that at Wake Jewel, of all the places, at that very, very sort of, progressive, front pioneering sort of place, as we've seen in many other parks where it's all about the features, having an air trick special.
Yeah.
And how much fun did the riders and did the crowd have watching that?
I think as a spectator, air tricks have the most wow factor. You know, as an experienced wakeboarder who once you get into the wakeboarding, you can appreciate how technical some of these rail hits are. But as a spectator, there's nothing better than seeing, even especially the hit, it's very similar to the size of 313. The corners in between 4 and 5, so the tension is just second to none. And the height, it's just like that wow factor. And the tricks that they were demonstrating, you've got like the likes of Liam Peacock throwing doubles. You had like the likes of Rudy Tallboys doing it sounds just a roll to, the 65, but then a double handle, 2 handles, back roll to blind.
I think the point is that a lot of people do realize wakeboarding air tricks are way more difficult than in the feature. To go up in the air for the first time on a cable versus landing your first 360 or a tantrum or hitting your first full pull on a rail. Air tricks are much more difficult, and they are much more intense in terms of the consequences. Obviously, hard materials can give you a bit of a beating. But just imagine, you guys have been watching this at home, seeing some of these riders go as high as they go, and then that board not quite getting underneath them. Or worse, that board getting a little bit underneath them, but not quite, and pile driving you into the water. There are some more critical activity going on with air tricks. So what the point I'm making is it's so good to see all of these crazy, legit rail riding hitters going so big and doing such technical air tricks. And that's what our IWWF international events are all about. And also the national events that lead to these events are all about. It's the most well-rounded rider. Hitting a rail's cool. Boosting up a kick is cool. Going skybound on an air trick is cool. Doing it all is very, very cool. And that's what we're seeing the very best of here. So I've made our food and drink sorted, Maddie, so that's that admin ticked off. What did we see? What did we just see right then?
Camille Chalot just done like the biggest nose press, and he nearly fell over the nose.
That's when you know you've done a good nose press. Don't worry, you're not missing the competition. It's just our riders in our next heat.
Just having a couple of laps, warmed up, get their body prepped and ready to go full send. That's what we're hoping for from every one of our riders.
And our riders are Germany's Carlo Husing, Israel's Mehdi Kornfeld, both those riders coming through the LCQ, the long way round, the more bang for your buck routes. France's Camille Chalot and Hungary's Oliver Orban. Our reigning champ is out in this final heat of qualifying. Then we're going to be moving on, not to the LCQs, as I'm looking at that page, because that was from earlier on. It will be more qualifying rounds, because we still, don't forget, as well as the wakeboarding men and women, we've got the seated and we've got the wakeskate men and women. And there is a lot of action still left to come on this second day of this IWWF Europe and Africa Wakeboard Wakeskate Seated Cable Championships. Back in the action, we have got Carlo Husing pumping out almost like a nollie out of that as he gets the board out and back underneath him into that back lip on the down part. Lovely big pop over the curb into that 270, then keeps rotating. Oh my word, that front mode more than S mode, but can be confusing between the two. 313.
Speed he has coming round that
breaking
corner.
The sound barrier coming around in front of Campus Delight corner.
Oh my lord.
Just the most scary thing, a back roll into a butters, back butters down that Nico.
Outside in. What?
All right, Joe Balde.
Outside in. Ollie's up and gets that back foot up and over for that back lip. It's just insane.
He's a big lump as well, Carlo. He's a good 6'2" and beyond, this kid. So to be throwing that meat around like he's doing, oh my word, too easy. Can we just talk about that, Ollie? So those of you right at home will get it. When you Ollie, it's helpful to have a little bit of speed and maybe a little bit of tension. You can kind of half load on the cable. So if you're edging out to something to Ollie at it, like we saw Ricardo and Marco doing the Ollie onto that rail. But when you've got no tension from outside a rail, getting pulled into that rail, maybe do a backboard, but then to go with your face facing away from the rail and then picking your tail up and over it, that's all out Ollie. There's no tension in there whatsoever, which is ridiculous. So that is one of the more technical things we've seen so far.
It was technical, yes. It's a shame he kind of had a little bit of wobble coming off to the inside of that bank, because that was such a unique creative hit. And that's the first time we've seen him do it in the competition. He hasn't done that yet, has he?
No, first time he's done it at all. And that reminds me of Munich Mash, Joe Battleday doing the exact same thing on the Nico, going up from the outside into a back lip and then turning into a rotation.
Oh, but he did the hard way.
He did the hard way.
Yeah,
He did the hard way, then the 3 into the bank. So maybe Carlo's looking for a little bit of something into the bank or maybe the full pull. But either way, ridiculous trick from him.
And I reckon he's got that run number 2.
Run number 2, so a 50 dead right down the middle from our judges for Carlo Husing.
All right, Matty Cornfield out next, doing it for Team Israel. I'm sure Dan Mills is watching somewhere in the world.
Oh, a little wobbly, hitting all the safeties he did not want to right there.
All right, check this out. Toe back 4, perfectly locked in, getting the full pull contact. Was that the egg? No, what?
So it was, it's in between a trip flip scarecrow mob and a back mob. You know how we were talking yesterday? They're kind of the same thing. So he just did a short, sharp, steady heel side edge, moving from his toe side edge. So that
it's hard to call it from where the angle that we're looking at.
It's weird because a lot of the tricks, when you do them, some tricks, a heel side and a toe side are exactly the same trick as you look at them in the air.
But if you can't actually see what position they are under the cable, it is a slightly
So I think what he did, he was on the outside after that big 450, moving his speed away from the cable towards the bank, so he was on his toes, and then he just stuffed his heels in, and it was a trip flip crow mob. Okay. Yeah. An egg mob, or whatever way you want to call it, but basically a back roll or a back roll with a full front side 360 is what we're looking at. But unfortunately, it was not the trick that he was after in terms of it coming together as he wanted it to. It was the undoing. Handle getting stretched out, ball getting lost behind him. That is the first fall for Matty Cornfield, and it will be all on his second run. So from Matty, falling a little bit sooner than he would have liked to, Francis Camille Charot. Are we going to see that nose press? We've not seen any crazy... Oh back
my
one.
Goodness. Ollie back 1, stays wrapped, and then Ollie's over, rail to rail. Very tech. Toe side front roll, locked in, front lip.
So coming into his heel side tricks right now. Back mob to the outside. Staying with the outside front. Was that? I think he switched to toe side then, and that was a crow mob into the corner at speed going wide. Doesn't squeeze an extra air trick in, but does get a banger. All the pop in the world on that backside 5 up and over the Nico. Backside 1 on to backboard. Then a 270 off the back of that. You could not have been more connected to that rail if you tried. Camille Charot now going skybound. Nice cruisy, 3-1-3. In his heels now to wrap things up. Outside kicker hard, heel side edge, backside. Oh, so it's not the 3-2-1 because he goes the front 3 to start with. The backside 3 to start with, then turning in with the front side 3.
It's kind of back 2 because he gets like this.
Back 2, yeah.
But either way, it's super sick. It's super sick.
So we don't see as many riders doing that rewind that way.
No.
Usually it is the opposite way in which they rotate, where you call it a 3-2-1.
I mean, there are a few. It's not like you say. It's the most uncommon rewind.
But out of the riders we've seen here today, Camille.
Yeah, because a lot more people prefer to pull themselves into the cable first and then get that blind landing, you know, where you're landing and the handle is closer.
So blind as opposed to wrapped landing.
As in, like, wrapped. That's what I call it. I know as I've travelled, some people call it different, but I say if you land wrapped and your chest is facing
you're facing the thing that's pulling you along.
Then
exactly.
I would call that over wrapped.
Yeah, that's wrapped, and blind is where you can't see where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah.
So amazing riding from Camille Charot right there. It is a score of 50 to beat for him if you want to take the top spot. Matty Cornfield, obviously not coming up with a big score, falling quite early on, just literally on his second trick. So now we go from Camille, as we wait for that score, to Oliver Orban of Hungary. One of the lone wolves from Hungary, obviously a big wakeboarding contingent out there, but Oliver has just been ruling the roost for so long within cable wakeboarding, been at the top of the field amongst these many other incredible riders for many, many years.
Funny you say that because I hadn't actually heard of him before Euros last year. Yes. And then he came in and just dropped hammers left, right and centre at that in Paris. I can't remember what the cable's called. You were there, weren't you?
Yeah. So the first time I saw him in real life was at the German Europeans.
Oh, the one that the Peacocks commentated? Was
No. The one that I commentated the live stream. 2018 that was, I believe.
Okay. That was before we became
that before we became an item. Before we started going steady, Matty. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for that score to come through from Oliver Orban. We can go skybound because we're going to wait for those live scores to hit before we take our rider to the water. That's it, just stretch out the legs there, Maddie. So it's the score for Camille Sharon, Oliver Orban. Oliver has still yet to ride. We've got a thumbs up from our crew on the dock. I believe we're waiting for a thumbs up from our judges as well. And a green light on that cable tower for rider away. Next carrier will be his. Oliver Orban taking on the qualifying round right now with a score of 58.33 from Camille Charot to beat. Camille sitting out on top right now. 180 on, hardway 270, then 270 bagel, continuing that rotation off. Really, really solid from Oliver to the start.
Oh,
then gets the Chrome Mobe shy of 90 degrees. Chrome Mobe into a back lip, then 90 out.
Chrome Mobe into the corner, 3-1-5.
Oh, that was huge.
And is it that Mobe 5? It's just
Yes,
too
it is.
easy for Oliver. Just way too easy. Toe side, front 7 into the Nico.
That's scary because that's quite a steep safety to be hitting off on your toes.
And then the opposite way, toe back 450 to the down part of that street series. Now Oliver Orban, such a unique rider when it comes to air tricks.
Oh my God!
Lord.
Pete Rose into a tail manual.
How the hell? Check this, dum-dum.
Yes, it is. You're dumb.
You're dumb.
Oh my word. So the one minor wobble off the back of doing a Pete Rose into the cable with zero space to play with for that corner to get round. And then the dum-dum, actually then having to do the dum-dum after all of that wobble and cutting back into the cable. That is crazy stuff. So if you take the inside line on this last straight and then the inside line on the kicker as well and still come up with heavy hits, I wonder how much the judges will take that into account. Because go outside is a far easier path to follow, is it not?
Yeah, well, considering how close that kicker is actually to the cable, to the corner, it's tough. But Oliver just making light work of that.
I wonder what it's like being right down in Campus Delight corner as you've got all of our riders going Mach 10 breaking sound barrier with those 315s, all other tricks right in front of them. I'm sure they could actually douse down there if the wind wasn't blowing this way. Okay, so first run's done. We have got Camille Charot on top. Let's see if the score works for you right there. Yes, it does. Camille Charot, oh no, not on top. Oliver Orban taking top spot. Oliver Orban on top with a score of 70 dead, followed by Camille Charot with 58.33. Carlo Husing is sitting just in the qualifying zone with a score of 50. And Matty Kornfeld, well, he knows exactly where he is. He didn't manage to complete his run, which is what he will be gunning for now. And with the quarterfinals and every round from now through to the final, including the final, the running order will change from first run to second, dependent on the scores from those first runs. So we're giving you double the scoring situations. Just in case you missed the one box, you get the two boxes at home. And we're going to go skybound right now as we wait for the all clear from our judges.
Yep, we have it. We are back out on the water. Number 12, Matty Kornfeld. Back 2.
Much better. Didn't clip the safety as he did on the first run. Can he keep it together here? Is he going to go all in?
A slight little wobble there. Now this is where he fell on his first run to get up and go out and do that same trick again, which took you down here in the European Championships. That was good. That was big. That toe side blind judge at the possibly the worst place to do a toe side blind judge.
Yeah. In all that speed is difficult indeed. Gets the back mobe from the outside of the Nico to in. Oh my word! He saved that well. Oh my, did he just do a front move right there? There was no space in which to play. Then he goes to 313. So he is making up for those little wobbles we've had so far. Is this going to get him ahead of Carlo Husing? Gets the 7 in as well. Matty Kornfeld, well done.
Toeback 9.
Toeback 9, sorry. My bad, coming in on his toes as opposed to his heels. There was some grit right there, wasn't there? He knew he could not let go of that line. So he cut back to how our German team are feeling about that, because it is their rider that is sat right on the bubble. So Matty has got no more rides left. That is his second and final run done. If that wasn't enough, then, well, there's still not much more he can do, even if it is enough to get himself ahead of Carlo Husing. Carlo Husing will be going back out and seeing if he can come up with something a little bit more special. But in the meantime, can we give it up for Israel's Matty Kornfeld, piling the pressure on himself, but rising to the challenge in that second run. Well, that has certainly given our judges something to think about. They got to get this right. Of course they do. It is going to. I think it's going to be close. What are you thinking? So sliding in between Camille and Carlo, or is it going to be enough to beat Carlo? What are you thinking, Maddie? I mean, there was a lot in there.
In my opinion, for what we was just discussing off mic, with composition, when the level is so high, I think.
So just talk us through specifically what we were talking about in terms of composition. There's a very key element here that sometimes is the undoing of riders, and it's what, Maddie?
It's spinning more frequently one way
than the other. So we've got clockwise, we've got anti-clockwise. It doesn't matter which way you start, right foot forward, left foot forward, heel side toes.
I think it's, and I do remember Seb saying it before, he said when you're at this level, there shouldn't really be as much left or right foot. It's when you're at riding in open.
Oh, there's no switch or regular, it's just...
Yeah, so when you're riding at such high, we've got such high caliber of riders, they should be demonstrating they can go both left foot, right foot, anti-clockwise, clockwise, and it's not just about being right foot forwards, because this is the European and African Open Championships. This is the creme de la creme, you know?
So the judges, as with us, will not write down switch. Okay, so Matty Kornfeld will not be moving through.
Hello, test. Yeah. So that is unfortunate. Matty Kornfeld won't be making his way through, but that does guarantee Carlo Husings, Camille Chodor, and Oliver Orban. You three cats are definitely in through to the next round. They're all still to fight for running order and positions. Carlo Husing right now, who's currently sitting in third place, so he would be one of the first riders off the dock if he stays in this current position through to the next round. And you want the upper advantage of being one of the last riders to go off. No, what? That is one of the things we was discussing earlier. It went so fast and so much tension out of that corner too, that the handle popped away from him, coming so fast he managed to just ollie himself back up onto the bank for a nice clean getaway. But please do excuse us guys with this small little technical glitch. We had the stream down, but I'm going to stay with you guys here on the sideline. We still have two more riders left in this heat. Camille Chodor, going to be our next rider. As I said before, the order is reversed in the current standings from your first run. So Matty Kornfeld, unfortunately, he was in position 4 after first runs. He went out first. Then Carlo. Now we still have second place, currently sitting Camille Chodor, and first place Oliver Orban. Camille and Chodor, Oliver still one more run each left in the bag. All right, and here he goes. Camille out the gate, back one on. Oh my goodness! I want to see that hit locked in full pull. I know he's got it. toe side, front roll, landing front lip perfectly, full pulling that rail all the way to the end. And now strategically done. Doesn't need to use any more energy if he doesn't have to. He's already earned his place through to the next round. That is going to be the semifinals. What? Was that a back nine? Oh my goodness, I just missed the start of it. And sorry, I'm not entirely sure what that was. It was either a toe front 7 or a back 9. Either way, it was super impressive. Only one other person in the world I know who could back 9 that, and that's Trent Stuckey. Oh my lord, just dropping out of the stratosphere with that one. Monumentous. So Camille Shuttle, that is not going to be an improvement from his first. Oh, no, is it? No. No, yeah, it's Carlo was 50. So it is not an improvement, of course, as he didn't do any air tricks, but he just went out there, had a nice cruisy lap, enjoyed the cable to himself. But now we have, I believe, unofficially, of course, we may have the only Hungarian here in the wall out, about to go out here at Whitemills Wake Park. And Oliver Orban, the current reigning champion of the European and African Championships. So sick to see him here and delivering the goods. That beautiful dum-dum, the beautiful dum-dum, I was going to say dum-dum 5. Yesterday in the rounds, he went for the dum-dum 5 and I'm... All right. So as Manny says, we are moving on to our final rider. That's on the board one who's already qualified. We have Oliver Orban out right now on the water, who is already qualified. The toe back 450 straight onto the down part of the Street Series. Now, are we going to see something special here? Pete Rose to the inside. Whips around the corner. Now, I'm really hoping to see this dum-dum 5, or whatever we're going to call it. Oh my God, I've never ever seen one of those done in competition. So, no, it was the 5. It was a dumb, I mean, it's a toe side front roll with a back 5. Toe side. So we see the dum-dum 5. I mean, I thought it'd be called the dum-dum 5. Me and Matt are having a little bit of argument between ourselves. Is it the Tootsie 5? Is it the dum-dum 5? We're not too sure. What do you reckon? No, chat is disabled. Can we get a round of applause for the current reigning champion, Oliver Orban, doing it for Team Hungary. What a performance from him in his first run, of course. But that dum-dum 5 there, that's what I'm calling it. Very impressive. So we move on to, as that rounding up our Open Men Group D. What an insane heavy heat that was. We are going to have a short break. Is that right? We're just going to be having a short break, guys, so perfect opportunity for yourselves at home. Pop down to the shop, go get yourself a nice brewski, or put the kettle on if you're like me and you lovely enjoy a cup of tea, a pucker cuppa as I like to call it. Or as you're here on the sideline, please do feel free, get yourself an ice cream, get yourself to the grill. The food here is second to none, and it goes without saying. Keep yourself hydrated, creamed up. We will see you shortly. Peace out.
catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make 'em all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make 'em all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. Sometimes I think sitting on trains. Every step I get to, I'm clocking that game. Everyone's a winner, we're making our fame. Bonafide hustler, making my name. All I wanna do is take your money. 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 Pirates, skulls and bones, sticks and stones and weed and bombs. Running when we hit 'em. Lethal poison for the system. Pirates, skulls and bones, sticks and stones and weed and bombs. Running when we hit 'em. Lethal poison for the system. No one on the corner has swagger like us. Hit me on my banner, prepaid wireless. We pack and deliver like UPS trucks. Already going hell, just pumping that gas. No one on the corner has swagger like us. Hit me on my banner, prepaid wireless. We pack and deliver like UPS trucks. Already going hell, just pumping that gas. All I wanna do is take your money. 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 MIA, third world democracy. Yeah, I got more records than the KGB. So no funny business. You already are.
Slip inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you might find a better place to play? You said that you've never been, but all the things that you've seen slowly fade away. So I start a revolution from my bed. 'Cause you said the brains I had went to my head. Step outside, summertime's in bloom. I stand up beside the fireplace. Take that look from off your face. You ain't ever gonna burn my heart out. And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. Her soul slides away, but don't look back in anger. I heard you say. Take me to the place where you go, where nobody knows if it's not ordained. But please don't put your life in the hands of a rock and roll band. We'll throw it all away. I'm gonna start a revolution from my bed. 'Cause you said the brains I had went to my head. Step outside, 'cause summertime's in bloom. night so still. Oh, I'll build you a kingdom in that house on the hill. Looking out for love, big, big love. You said that you love me and that you always
2, 1, and...
Welcome back, people, guys and girls, boys and girls. Thank you so much for
Guys and girls and boys and girls.
Words.
Everybody, just people of the
People.
wakeboarding world and those new to the wakeboarding world who are going to be part of the wakeboarding family from this point on, mainly because of our dulcet tones, but also a little bit because of the stellar wakeboard, wakeskate and seated riding action you're going to see right here with us. If you're just joining us, do you want me to do the full title? Because I got it. Not sure whether you've got it. Do you want to do it or shall I do it?
I've got it.
Go on then, let's hear it then.
The International 5-star IWWF.
Why are you saying that? Just
because it is.
You're reading. Okay, carry on. Start again. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go. Go. No, go. I'm sorry. That was my fault. You go.
Okay, here. I won't say that because it fires you up. We are here for the IWWF European and African Open Wakeskate and Wakeboard Championships here at the beautiful Great Britain Whitemills Wake Park. And what a setup it is. The day is shining. The wake gods have...
There were a lot of W's then, weren't there? Right the way through that.
Any chance you can not butt in? Go.
Hey, you guys at home who have been having a little bit of time with us watching this feed on the Saturday, the second day, the midway point of our action here at Whitemills Wake Park for the Europe and Africa Championships. We apologize for the stop-start nature of things. There have been some things going on behind the scenes of a technical variety and also of a structural infrastructure scheduling variety that we've had to sort out, but we're back on track right now. And our ladies in this first semi-final heats are on the water right now, getting their warm-up on. And that list is, Maddie, who's going to be taken to the water when?
We have Team GB, Zizzy's good, followed by Team Austria, Maria Flem, Team GB again, Ola Win, Sani Meyer, no stranger to the scene, Team Netherlands. Team Germany, we have Alessia Kringenbrunn, and of course, the current champion of Red Bull Wake Duel, we have Elena Bodie Lopez doing it for Team Spain. So sick to see her here.
So for those of you wondering exactly what's happening when, then you need to make sure... Hang on, yeah, someone's got the stream on in the background, which is making me sound like I'm having a stroke. We have got 2 heats of semi-finals, so that's 6-12 riders. Then we have got another 2 heats of our open men as well. So specifically for UCK, because we're not doing anything here, I can just do public service announcements specifically for UCK, Costa. It will be approximately, 12 and another 6, that's 18. I think it's about 24 riders until Kieran is out. Well, 24 riders that have 2 laps. So you work that out. You've done enough contests. And that is where we are at. So having got their warm-ups done, having doused down our features, the plastic has been wetted, well wetted, we are good to go with our next bout of riding action. For all of you who are joining us here at Whitemills who have never seen a wakeboard, wakeskate, seated riding contest before, man, are you in for a treat. For all of those here at Whitemills as the newest wake park in the UK, who've literally just got into your wakeboarding, we're so jealous that this is on your doorstep. This is your regular. There are some amazing wake parks in the UK. This is now firmly one of them. So thank you to the Whitemills crew for digging this hole and popping that plastic in and making some really awesome food. Yeah. That's basically it. And it's more complicated than that, I'm sure, setting up a business, but that's basically it. Here we go. On with our next round of riding.
Is he good? Is she good? I know she is. 50-50, toe side, over the front side lip slide from Izzy, staying right foot forwards as she rocks across that cable for a heel side. Backside 3-270, kind of jibbing the very end of that rail.
And you guys joining us, or joining Izzy rather, as she gets through that first straight into her air trick combo.
Hell yeah, Izzy. I think that was it. Started off with the toe side roll to revert, toe side roll to revert, followed by the half cab, then the roll to revert. So ticking all the boxes there. Right foot forwards now. Oh,
she needs more pop.
She needs more height.
Yeah, needs to get more height. Let's go, Izzy. Air trick time. Blind judge. Oh, she's not going to come out of that hole. The guys on the deck, Steph or Hilda's would have been holding the trigger. Here you can hear, I don't know whether you guys can in the background at home, hear the screens from our GB team and all of the other teams supporting their riders out of the water, but there was a big shout for Izzy right there. So we go back to the dock to catch the rest of the riders waiting to go. So Izzy has left the door a little bit open for the remaining riders.
Yeah, but I mean, with the nature of 2 runs each, it's still all to fight for Izzy. It's no problem. And I know Izzy's got a lot more in store for her second run. And I'm super hyped to see her hopefully complete a second run. But we move on then to Team Austria, where we have Mariella Flem. This girl has been absolutely coming up the ranks. I remember seeing her for the first time in European Denmark.
Denmark,
Yeah.
we were out there.
Well,
Hello
we
to
was
the
in
Swiss Cable Park crew.
I think she's a lefty because she did the biggest S blind
That
I've
was
ever
it in that
seen
back
it
straight.
on that-
Yeah.
And so I know she can do it, but annoyingly for Mariella, this is a righty cable, and you don't have much space here to do it.
Here we go.
Really air trick to the inside. But here we go, Mariella Flem on the water, rail to rail.
Oh, go on.
perfect, all the way to the end of
All
that
over the
rail.
tail.
Now coming across, curb, backside, I'd say
Pretty much a
backside
3.
Yeah,
Bit past 270 at least.
Rewind it back. Then I think that was the roll to reeve it to the inside. Now to the outside, we go front to fakie. Yeah, see, as I told you, he was a lefty. Getting that blind judge to the inside, so blind jury.
270, 180, keeping it rotating. So she would prefer to have hopped that round, then made it to the end as well, of course. So about 270, pretty much a full pull now. Is she going to go inside or out? She's going to go switch right foot forward towards us on the shore. Oh! That was some muscling round of that 313.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe she is a left foot forward rider. So that was the switch 313 for her.
Yeah, I mean,
Sick.
as you were saying earlier on, Maddie, with regards to judges, the switch and the comfortable lead foot, you don't say regular because that's actually the left foot forward, is not really considered at this level of riding as much as it would be at your grassroots local club summer jam type riding, because all of these riders. So, for example, you mentioned that, she switch. Well, for me, I rotate better that way anyway, so that's the way I would want to do that trick, or regular backside. So at the moment, our judges are just looking for a healthy mix of left foot forward, right foot forward, toe side, heel side, clockwise, anti-clockwise, and making all the use of the plastic we can. As she comes back to the dock for that clean lap of this Whitemills cable. Give it up for Mariella Flem. Oh, we forgot we're on camera. Here's the thing. I don't know whether you guys have been noticing that I'm actually in control of things here, which is scary in terms of the technical stakes and it being a slick production. And that's why we've got to go back to the drone and get off our beautiful faces for our next rider from Team GB. All a win, coming in hot, backboard. No! She disappeared. We thought she was not going to come out the other side of that.
But we're glad she did, because that was a backside 360 from curb to pipe, super locked in, front to fakie. We've seen a front to fakie from Mariella Flem. Interesting though, Orla with that toe side air railie, beautifully done. Hard way 270.
Oh, that was
Handle
tight.
Pass, pops it round for a front lip, tibbity tabbity, skibbity scabbity, beep, ba 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 da ba. Right foot forward, left foot heels. She goes backboard, carries on that rotation to become front board on that down part of that street series. Now all a win.
Oh, super casual, leaving it late.
Oh no!
Yeah, I think she left it just a little bit too late. Give it up for all a win.
Cheers, mate.
So even though there was the fall there was the whoopsie on the peacock feature to start things off. So that does make things that little bit more difficult for her to get the score that she was after. And we move on to Sunny Maya. As you mentioned, Maddie, and as I said yesterday, and what bears repeating is this young lady, along with a good few of the riders in this competition, both the men, women, skate, seated, wakeboard, etc. They've been there, done that. They've been on the podiums in these events before. They've taken the titles, and that is exemplified no better than the form of this young lady here. From the Netherlands, Sunny Maya. Still riding hard, still riding strong. Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to mention age in this particular category. We'll do it all day long with the men, but so we do apologise that the stream has been a little bit glitchy over the past couple of runs, but we're going to go back up skybound for Sunny. She takes it off the dock. Peacock feature. It's a pretty big feature to be taken on as your very first trick in your contest run, but did not phase Sunny at all. She goes 50-50, then frontside 3 out. Blasting across to back lip. And then making it through the pipe cleanly. Then we've got the blind judge out of corner 1. Gets round corner 2, needs to control the speed. Oh, rolls a blind out there. Comes inside the cable. Then the back mobe, the cab back mobe as well. Staying on the inside track. Gets a frontside 180, perhaps thinking about an extra 180 on that, making it a full 3 over the Nico. Going to the outside feature, into the Tech Series. Yeah, we like that. 270 backside, then wrapping into the cables, go back down the bank in front of us right now for the last of her air tricks. Fronts are blind, super clean, coming around the cable in front of her homegrown crowd. And, oh no, she popped the handle. Oh, that is annoying. So Sunny disappeared for me just behind our big screen. And we're going to pop it back to us right here, or the crew on the dock. So Sani getting that front flip to blind. I thought she'd made it, and then I just see the handle disappear with no rider behind it. So that is unfortunate. So we have not had a whole bunch of clean runs yet from each of our riders.
Yeah, but we still have 2 more big names yet to come. We have Alessia Klingenboom doing it for Team Germany, and as understandably, the Germans are just on a whole new level when it comes to air tricks. And without any further ado, with Elena Bodie Lopez back here in IWWF. It's so sick to see. But we now have Alessia Klingenboom back out on the water. Great to see her here, representing her country. 50-50, over the front side, lip side, just misses out the full 100% rail contact. Right foot, oh, I like that. The ollie back 2, or ollie back 1 into the swoop. Carries on that rotation. Oh my lord. Huge S-bend. Followed by the biggest blind judge out of corner 2. I think that's a half cab to the inside and then up, using that transition from that Nico feature. Left foot forwards now, staying on those toes. Into the bank, is it? No, hard way. Oh, yes, I remember that. The full 360. Staying.
Oh! Wow, there's a combo. Can she get around that corner? It's tight, but she does. The Bel Air into the roll to blind. Taking the cruisy kicker for the backside 5. Oh, no. So she went on the smaller of the 2 kickers in order that she didn't have quite as much pop, could control the hit that little bit better. But still, it didn't come through. But up until that point, I would say that is one of our top scoring runs. We've got Mariella Flem out in front right now. Alessia Klingenboom, there is still a score to come in for her. Sunny Mayer in second, all a win in that 3rd place spot. Top 3 in this heat of this semi-final heat of 6 will be moving through to the final. Once again, there's no more last chance qualifiers. If you get knocked out at this stage, that is all she wrote for you. So we've got that weight duel champion blasting through the competition, blowing everybody away to take that extremely coveted title of weight duel out at the now infamous 313 Weight Park in Lithuania. Elena Bodie Lopez from Spain now has to come up with, well, a minimum of 40. I have a feeling that Alessia Klingenboom is going to be moving into that top 3, so it's going to be a minimum of 46.33, depending on where Alessia ends up in that top 3. But at the moment, Mariella Flem of Austria is the score to beat if you want a position on top, and one of those better spots in the lineup, in the running order for the finals. So the winner of each of these heats, well, those 2 riders will be the last riders off the dock in the final. And as we've seen time and again in many competitions past, that the riders of this level, they do adjust their run according to what they see. Waiting for the thumbs up from our dock crew. We've got the 2 Crosleys there on the dock. Team captain, Team GB, Dale on the right. He's just there with all a win. Rowan Crosley is our man on the dock, marshalling the troops. And we are away with Elena Bodie Lopez coming into the Peacock feature. She's going to make her way up Ryan and then hop over to Liam.
I like that. Perfectly. Full pull. And I like how you named each one of the rails there. Back lip all the way through the curb to the pipe. Big old front roll to kick things off in the air trick zones. Roll to revert. Oh, a little bit of a butt check there, but manages to hold her own and get out of that one. Followed by the roll to revert. Via the inside, gets that indie grab. Late frontside 360. Super steezy. Backside 1 over the wedge. Then we go, oh, beautiful. Gets an extra little hit on that wedge of that backside 1 instead of doing a surface 180. A little bit of impro work there. Great to see. Eleanor, can she get around the corner? Yes, she can. That blind judge. Front side 540 from Elena Bodie Lopez. That rounds off a stellar first run.
Yeah, so we are still... Okay, so the scoring changed around a little bit. As predicted, Orla moving into 4th place, so out of the qualifying zone. Alessia Klingenbrum sliding just in ahead of her by 3.33 points into 3rd place. Sani Meyer still sitting pretty on that 2nd place spot. Mariella Flem sitting even more pretty on that top place spot, with still a score to come in from Elena Bodie Lopez. I would guess, unofficially, of course, there's always that caveat, that that's going to put her into the top 3 somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the blind charge. It was super big, landing right at the last minute as well. And it is tough to click around that corner. But when you're landing blind as well, super impressive. So that means we have completed our first runs. We will get our current running order from the score zone. So as you can see now, we have... Well, we're actually waiting for that to come through. Oh. What's going on? Why can't I... Oh, there we go. Sorry, yeah, we are waiting for Elena Bodie Lopez score to come through, and that will determine our running order in reverse for our second runs.
Thank you so much again to everybody helping making this happen. Of course, the IWWF bringing together the organizing structure, infrastructure of this event. Whitemills, you've got to have a weight park. We're going to have a weight park contest. Thank you, Whitemills, for hosting this European and African Cable Wakeboard and Wakeskate and Seated Open Championships, the 25th rendition of British Water Ski and Wakeboard. The subsidiary driving force behind, underneath IWWF here in the UK, British Water Ski and Wakeboard. Thank you so much to them. And our big sponsors of this particular event, providing support and cash on grade earthworks and stabilization. Thank you so much to those guys, local crew. There are a few more sponsors that we need to thank. And while we're still here and while we are still got a little bit of space between we get our next round of riding out, the second runs in this first of our 2 semi-final heats for our open ladies, do go grab yourself some food and drink from either the restaurant, bar, cafe, or from our trade village, where there's a whole ton of food options over there. Go get yourself some bro clothing as well. Boonies, order of the day. I mean, we don't need these because we're tucked away in a gazebo out of the sun, which is why we're wrapped up warm. Well, you guys are just sunning yourselves, but for you guys out there, protect those bonnets. Please stay lubricated in the form of water on board when it's sunny and hot. I mean, that's mainly a shout out to the British people. We're not used to this. All right. Have we got a score come through? Yes, we do.
Wow. That is a big old score with a 58 on the dot. So a score just under, well, actually just under 5 points difference from Mariella Flem. Sani Meyer in 3rd position with a 46.33. So as you can see, or if you're you can see the scoreboards up in front of you. We have 1 to 6 there. Number 6, Izzy Good, will be our first rider off the dock, and it goes in complete reverse order. So it will go Izzy, Orla, Alessia, Sani, Mariella, then Elena Bodie Lopez. So this is where putting in a good first run really does benefit you for your second run, thus meaning you will be the last rider off the dock after seeing all of your other competitors put down a second run. And with the scores coming out before you go out, you then have the advantage to either up the ante or take it nice and cruisy. You might be so fortunate that you do get a victory lap. We have seen it before in a couple of previous rounds today in the quarterfinals. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds, because we still have a full run in the bag to go from Orla win. Unfortunate it was to go down on that mobe. Super cruisy, chill mobe it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. There you can see all the win and the rest of There you can see all the win and the rest of the riders ready to go for their second runs. We are waiting for that rope and ball end to be loaded for the carriers. Carriers, for those of you unfamiliar with the world of cable wakeboarding, are the metal frames attached to the 2 running cables carrying each of our riders round. In normal operating conditions, multiple riders on the cable at once, which is what makes cable so awesome, so accessible to absolutely everybody. And that's our drone just coming back in for a refuel, so we'll cut back to dot cam. And if you're wondering why we're smacking our lips a little bit, we had a really quite awesome chili con carne and chips for lunch, which we highly recommend. But I was not discerning about picking the peppers out of there. The chili, sorry. Woo! My mouth is on fire. But in a good way. Let's not put you off that. It's good for the constitution, a bit of fiery stuff inside you. So this is us. With eating utensils, radio, and running order all ready to go, and we are back on the water with whale wetters in the little break. So the judge is just making a call to hold proceedings. We wanted to get that drone back up in the air. And we're going to cut to a few logos just to remind you exactly who are the people that make this event happen. Just right there. Just. Back in the game. Hello again. So, you people on the shore, sit tight. We are going to have Orla, is he good off the dock first, followed by Orla Win. So for those of you wanting to keep pace with the scores, get yourself to cable wakeboard.net on that homepage. Just need to scroll down the page and you will find this event and all the information about it, including the running orders and including the live results as they come out from our judges. Just to the left of this here, we are positioned behind the big screen next to the Whitemills Cafe Restaurant deck. And our judges are just to the left of us. Perfect prime position up on high, overlooking this beautiful, beautiful sight of a stunning wake park that is a lot of fun to ride at, no matter your ability level. Here we go. Is he good? Let's have it, young lady.
All right, out the gate. Ooh, almost going rail to rail.
She had to get her knees up around her rear rolls then to get over that.
Big pop, not to eat it, so to speak.
That's more like it.
Safety, but yeah, beautiful.
Espen straight out of the corner. She gets into that edge in that turn real soon, just so she can control the speed coming out of corner 2 for that roll to revert. Inside the carrier, inside the cable for that cab back mob. Oh, go on, Izzy. That was an add-on. So she goes backboard and then into the line, wrapped down the transition of the Nico. More pop, Izzy, more pop. There was a little bit more pop, but she landed too high, didn't she? She's a little bit lower, and maybe turning the board into the cable would have helped. No! She's not going to come out of that. Oh, give it up for Izzy Good from Team GB. I'm not sure it is to be out of those 2 runs. That second run was an improvement, but is it going to be enough of an improvement? Is it going to be knocking on the door of 46.33, which is that 3rd place position held by Sanny Meyer of the Netherlands? I'm not so sure. We've got Alessia Klingenbrunn 3 points exactly. Sanny Meyer in the 4th place position. Orla Win to go next. So we go back to the dock. Let's check how Orla is looking. Dale Crosley on hand. One of our 2 team captains, Dale and Kieran. Kieran's going to be riding a little bit, so he'll be focusing on his run. We can see Team Germany in the background there. And I hope you get the vibe, for those of you who have not ridden at a wakeboard competition, that the vibes are so very, very good on the dock. Hear that scream from Team GB as Orla takes to the water. Here we go. That was more like it, wasn't it? Back lip on the nose, then that back 90 out, cruising across to the curb pipe. Backside 3, then 3 back the other way. That is really tight.
Front to Fakey, kicking things off in air trick zone 1, followed by the toe side Rayleigh to the outside.
Controls that so well.
Hardway 2, gets a handle pass.
I love that. So stylish.
It's almost like a little bit of kind of a snake bite. Like
Yeah,
around,
on the end of the
tap it,
rail.
But then rewind it back again.
Nice so far from Orla. Now in front of us, is it going to be the back mob? I think she's probably going to need it. Going inside to then go out. Oh, no.
Team GB, there's a hole. There's something going on with the cable.
There's a hole in the water.
There.
There's a divot in the water right there. Give it up for Orla Win, everybody. Amazing riding from her at her very first open contest. She is only recently out of junior women category, so amazing to have her here representing GB at this Open Europe and Africa Cable Champs. All right, we go back to the dock.
And it is all still to fight for. This running order here could completely change. If Alessia does great, she could solidify her place through to the top, for instance. There's nobody guaranteed.
Well, at the moment, we've only got one rider left who is not in the top 3. So sorry to counter that thought right there. Alessia Klingenbrunn goes into the top 3, but Elena and Marielle were still guaranteed, but their position is not.
That's
I knew what you meant.
Thank you.
I'm always there to translate for you, Maddie.
Yeah, that's why I clearly need you with me at all times.
Get your hands off him.
Yeah, I hope the missus didn't hear that.
No, we say it to her face. What are you on about?
Love you, babe.
Love you, babes. So there is Team Germany. Just a few last-minute thoughts. I'm sure it's just they don't need to talk about technicals right now. When you're at this stage, all of your learning of all of those tricks that you're going to be putting into your run, that's all done. It's just getting the right headspace. And Team Germany have always been very, very good at pulling their riders together in a competition scenario. So hopefully that is the same for Alessia Klingenbrunn right now.
As expected, when they have such an amazing team behind them, supporting them here through every competition that they come
it's
to.
amazing.
It is second to none, you know.
What Aaron Ornborst has done with Team Germany, I mean, and this is not to downplay any of the other efforts across all of the teams, but the place that is the home of cable wakeboarding, Germany, you would hope that they have the best infrastructure. That's who we're all following in the footsteps of, and they really, really have done something special with their team. And then you've got all of the other big teams here, Italy, France, always coming with the goods, the Netherlands, Spain. And then it's so good also on the other side of the spectrum. We've got these lone wolf, these lone warriors out there as well, just riding on their own, just one rider in amongst. We've got...
All right, so Orla's score has come through. We were still waiting for...
We were, yes, that's her second run, but unfortunately is not enough to see her through.
Which means we have to move onwards and upwards to our next rider on the water is going to be Alessia Klingenbrunn right now. Wall ride up to 50-50. That's a lot more tidier than her first run, getting all the way to the end of that rail. Right foot, she goes back to it, carries on that rotation all the way through to, oh my lord, absolutely huge, dropping out of the stratosphere in true German style with the air tricks, just on a whole another level. I've said it before and I will say it again. It's just so impressive. The height that these Germans can get out of the same cable that everyone else is riding. It's just another few feet. Incredible. Toe side, 360, getting all wrapped up. Beautifully done. That was better. More control. Gets that roll to blind. Yes, Alessia. Come on, girl. All right, one last hit. I think she went for the back 5, and that took her down run number 1. Oh, Alessia!
Oh, hey, you guys on the shore, please give it up for Alessia Klingenbrunn. Will that be enough? What do you think?
I think I'm looking at the scores right now.
It's not that far off.
There's a difference of 3 points between Alessia, who's in 5th, and Sani, who's in 3rd. So there's really, really not that much tying these 3 riders. We have Sani, Orla, and Alessia Klingenbrunn. As it stands right now, Alessia is in 5th position, but we are awaiting those scores to come through. We didn't see that back 5, yes, but we did see an improvement, in my opinion. I thought that Bel Air and this roll to blind was a lot bigger and a lot more spaced out and cleaner throughout. It wasn't rushed or anything, and I think that, in my eyes, is where somebody doesn't rush it all and paces it all together nice and smoothly, no surface 180s. I like that. I like to see that. Press your buttons.
for those of you at home, and maybe for any of you wandering in and around the start dock, and wondering what is it that Sandy Meyer is looking at right now, she is not staring into the eyes of Steph Neal or Neil Hilders on the dock. She's actually looking at the screen where the results are popping up, and oh, that is exactly why Alessia Klingenbrunn has just squeezed ahead of Sandy Meyer by just under 3 points. So now it is time for Sandy to go back at her and see if she can improve upon her run. If anyone can, Sandy can. If anyone can rise to the challenge and the pressure of the pressure cooker of contest, it is this young lady, having been there, done that in so many different competitions. Just like that. 180 on, 50, 50, 50, 50, front side 3, moving across to the curb and the pipe, back lip. Back lip again,
No,
backside
so
270.
I remember seeing this yesterday. She goes back lip, shifties it, and then goes back to back lip. So it's almost like a kind of rewind.
That's
I
a
like
really
it.
tidy back couple of corners right there, and even more so with that back mob straight out of corner number 3. Front side 180, so keeping it cruisy there, almost a filler trick. It was smooth though, so there we no downgrading there on anything. Backside 3, and then that rotation back into the cable, wraps down the bank. Right in front of us now. That was sensible. She fell on the front of blind just before us. Now, if she locks this in, left foot forward, front side 5. That is an old head on young shoulders right there. That is someone who has ridden in many a competition and knows how to put it together. I say that with the caveat of, I don't know what the judges are thinking, other than it looked like it was so clean, so tidy, so precise, that she didn't need to go all out on the technical stakes right at the end of that run. That back straight of air tricks as well. It was a mope trick every single one. There was a handle pass every single trick.
Yeah, well, she went blind judge.
Blind judge, roll to blind, then back mobe.
Yeah.
So handle pass air tricks, one after the other, is pretty special. So big up to Sandy Meyer. Round of applause to that young lady from the Netherlands doing her thing. We're going to wait to see. When you see, if you're looking at the scores on cablewakeboard.net, and get that page up open if you're watching on your phone, on your tablet, on your computer, on your TV. If you can get a separate screen up, you can watch the scores as they unfold, as they get reeled out, dished out by our judges. And at the moment, Alessia Klingenbrunn is hanging on to qualification by just under 3 points. Wow. So to be specific, 2.67 points she is holding on to that qualification third spot. You can see the line across our leaderboard right there, denoting who's making it through and who is not. Unfortunately, all the win Lizzie Good not making it through at the moment. Sandy Meyer is out, unless the judges think that her previous run that we just saw is enough to squeeze her up that leaderboard. Elena Bodie Lopez, Mariella Flem, they are all secure in their qualification status, just not in their positions just yet, depending on what the judges think about that last run of Sanny's. So while you're with us and you want to know what's on next, Maddie, who have we got lining up with us next? Did you wait for that score to come through from...
So we could, please, if we could get our Open Ladies Group B down to the dock. We are only a couple of runs away from kicking that off. So that is Lila Schilling, Lisa Ballou, Nicole Regasso, Vanessa Tettarelli, Claudia Pagnini, and Julia Rick. Yeah, I know, that's right. It was good. Thank you. Well, it's like, you know, the Italians, they don't say mozzarella. It's mozzarella. That's pronunciation.
You mean cheese?
The good cheese, the good stuff. All right, so as you can see, those scoreboards, the score still hasn't come through. It's really interesting to see how the judges are going to pick these 2 runs apart, because I'm thinking about Alessia Klingenbrunn. Did we see a back mobe from her? I know we saw a Bel Air, which was another family of tricks.
I think I might be remembering wrong, because hopefully you guys at home and here on site can imagine that it kind of all blurs into one after you've exuded so many words out your mouth hole as we have. But I think Alessia did the back mobe out of the corner the same as Sunny on this back straight.
I actually...
No, on the second run?
I think it was half cab and roll to reverse.
Okay, well...
Oh, no. I think I'm remembering now, but it's coming back to me. She did that monstrous... S-bend.
There we go. Yeah.
Then she did...
Oh, we're still waiting.
Oh, it's just so much wakeboarding.
This is tense on the dot right now.
Oh, no, I think I know what it was. Yeah, I think it was Vulcan. No, S-bend, sorry. Lands right foot forwards, then roll to revert, then half cab, obviously, depending on what foot forward she is.
I personally think that from my point of view, and if I was in the judging hot seat...
Boom.
I would have gone for the smooth, complete run with no wobbles, which is exactly what the judges have done as well. That is Sunny Maya moving on through, which means Mariella Flem is now in third place position. Is she going to try and do anything about that? Drone is just having a battery change right now. And we're going to be getting that drone back up and hopefully catching the end of Mariella's run. Here we go.
All right, Mariella in the air trick zone. Kicks things off with the blind judge. Opts out of an air trick between corners 2 and 3 because she gets the left foot roll to blind. Oh no, but she went down. That is really unfortunate because I know Mariella Flemmer has got that in the bag.
I mean, and maybe as well as wanting to move herself back up the leaderboard in the running order, she probably was quite keen on having a practice of a trick ready for the final. She's made the final. She's made it on through. All the three girls, huge congratulations to them. Elena, Sani, and Mariella. We've still got Elena to head out on the water.
What a lovely, comfortable place to be in, eh? At the top of the leaderboard.
Made it through,
still
top
another
qualifier.
Still another run in the bag.
You just take a lap, make some calls, do some admin out there.
Do whatever you
do
want.
whatever you want.
Could even just throw the handle, but we like to see something, don't we?
Something. Like a big stiffy or something off a kicker.
And now we have Eleanor Vodi out on the water, kicking the ollies up, toe side. Front one with the...
wow.
Front one landing 50-50, so stopping that rotation with a minimalist
Was that like a front
contact.
5 off the end? Did she did it, or was it 450? She turned quite a lot.
Well, you can't actually 450 out of a 50-50, Matt. But
that's why I thought it was a front 5. Yes, you douche.
Now we're coming down. Features fairway, as I like to call it. The Nico rail on her heels. Gets the indie grab. Then late frontside 360, landing over wrapped into it. Backside 1. Then has time to get to the kicker. Backside 2. Doesn't maybe quite get the full contact on the end of the rail. But
Easy
still,
to slip out in that position on your heels, but she manages it well.
Yes, Eleanor gets it done with that blind judge right in front of the spectators. Oh, my
a little bit of winding at the windows, up in the air on that backside 3 that she was potentially thinking of as a backside 5. And that is confirmation right there. Whichever way it goes, none of the previous scores beat Elena, so whatever they think of, the judges think of that last run, Elena will still be on top. Top spot for her, Sunny Maya second, Mariella Flem in third. Commiserations to Germany's Alessia Klingenbrum and Team GB, where all a win and Izzy Good not making it through. So that is gutting for those three girls. And now it's time for us to move on. So right now they need to be bringing the drone in. Why isn't anybody telling me? Hello, people of the wakeboarding world. We are back, and that includes you people right here at Whitemills. For those of you here on the shore wondering why sometimes it may seem like we're talking to someone else, well, that might be the voices in my head to which I'm responding, but also to the people back home watching us on the live stream. So you guys all around the park, you can see the big old screen here in front of the Whitemills Clubhouse Bar and Restaurant. Well, that is the feed that's going out across the World Wide Web, I think it's called, the Tinterweb. So for you at home, welcome back. We are into our second semi-final for our Open Women. We've already seen Elena Boda Lopez, Sunny Maya, and Maria Laflamme making it through.
As you can see, Matt, very patient man.
What's he done to my screen?
I'll just go 3 fingers up. 3 fingers. Anyway, less of that, more of this with the heat ahead of us. A total of 6 riders. Lila Schilling, first rider off the dot, going to be Team France. Next up, we have Team Israel, Lisa Balou, and 3 Italians battling out all against one another. Nicole Ragazzo, Vanessa Titarelli, and Claudia Pagnini, and the absolute queen, no stranger to the scene, Julia Rick, the last rider off the dot. You can see the running rider order is right there. If you haven't already, please do go check the start lists, and the live results are on cablewakeboard.net. If you just go on www.cablewakeboard.net, scroll down until it says live results. You can't miss it. It's right there in front of you. Just scroll down a couple of pages, click on that, and then you'll get a nice blue page open up in front of you with that start list. And it is just that simple. And if that is too tricky for you to comprehend, then please go do help yourself up to the bar. There is a QR code. Scan that, click the button, and you are there to the live score.
I thought you were about to say, if that is too difficult for you to comprehend, just go to the bar
and get a drink.
Then get a drink. That's I mean, of any
or
sort.
do that. Or go to the bar and look at the big screen and
and our beautiful faces.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say something.
Because I've got the buttons that can look. See, I'm in control of that. Hello again, people at home. Let's go back to the riding though. So out of this, it is unfortunate, and it happened with us, where I say us, Team GB, in the last heat, where both of our girls are now out because they're in that same qualifying heat. We have got 3 incredibly strong, amazingly talented tour de forces of wakeboarding from Italy, all in the same qualifying heat. So, I mean, it would be a dream come true if all 3 of them take the top spot. But there are some other riders in that group. We'll certainly have something to say about that. Lila Schilling, we say Lisa Balou, but her full name, Elizaveta Pruzanskaya from Israel. And, of course, Julia Rick will all possibly want to be getting themselves in the way of a clean sweep from Italy. You say possibly, I mean absolutely, definitely.
And let's hear it. Let's get behind Team France right now. We have Lila Schilling out on the water. First ride of the day, was it? Did she make it straight through? Or no, I think Lila made through the LCQ rounds, actually.
Yes, she did. So our first 2 riders are going exactly that way. Lovely backside one onto the curb, but just coming off a little bit early on that pipe.
Oh, no, Lila!
Even earlier still.
Oh, man, that is such a shame. Going down on that toe side roll to Riva, and she has that trick on lock as well. I know we've seen it in previous competitions a couple of years ago out in Denmark, and it's just
Where it scared us silly then, it scares us silly now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that toe side roll to revert. Any trick of your toe side edge where your toes are digging into the water, or that side of the board that is digging into the water, are always a lot more difficult in terms of air tricks than heel side. Then trying to do the toe side back roll with the 180 is just so hard to get any pop. And then you've got some of our crew, including some of the women, going for Pete Rose as well, which is a toe side back roll, full front side 360. We will be seeing more of those throughout the rest of this weekend of activity here at Whitemills Wake Park. We can see Lisa Balou there.
All right, Lisa Balou out on the water. Here she goes. Front one up to the rail, rail to rail, 50-50. Minimalist board contact, locked and loaded. Front one in, stalled out, toe back 270 to the end of that rail. Kissing that rail, if you know Tony Hawk's pro skater. just jibbing the very end of the rail. That's what we call kiss the rail, and beautiful roll to blind. Oh my goody gum job. It's Lisa Baloo with the back mobe. An absolute sublime air trick section there, piecing them all together.
So going for something a little bit different of the Nico, onto the top and then front three off, back lip.
Oh!
Right at the end. Super critical way of doing that.
That rewind 450. Yes! Oh!
Whoa!
Oh, Lisa, can we get a big old round of applause for Lisa Baloo, everybody?
Oh, that is tough. Because so tidy up till then, Ryan.
Mate, look at the heat that she's in. It's stacked, you know, and very aware of the other riders' technicalities. That is what it's going to have to take. But I think when you get this far and you are in the semi-finals, some people look at it as you go one run, safety run, one run, second run. And now I have recently learned as a competition rider, when you do get this far in the competition, I like the odds better of having two chances to do one good run.
Yeah.
Because if you go safe run, then your hard run.
Then you've only practiced it once.
You've only got one chance to do it. So
here we go.
Anyway, we digress. Next up, Nicole Ragazzo, 50-50. Oh, Ollie's early but to rail, but still gets the second rail full pull. Are we calling the second Ryan the first Liam?
Yes.
Oh, that was beautiful. I think the 270/360. It's kind of hard to see the exact angle we are sitting at. But nonetheless,
that was Mahusi, front of Fakey, right in front of Camper's Delight corner.
Camper's Delight getting very...
Oh, she just went down the coping, if there was such a thing on the outside of that Nico. Back lip, back board, and pretzel 270. We like a little bit of that.
Right, check this out. Nicole Ragazzo coming in toe side.
Oh my word! What did we say? Sorry, I got a bit excited then. Did I just blow people's eardrums? Pete Rose for Nicole Ragazzo. Then El Clasico. Front five to round off.
Yeah.
Well, if the judges didn't get excited, then the octave to which I went right then will have got them excited about that. Pete Rose. Shimon.
Proper crumble.
So well done. And that was mental. So a lot of amazing stuff in that run. Even though Ryan was not nice to her, she managed to get up and over Liam and make a full pull there.
We're talking about the rails.
We're talking about the rails.
We're calling
obviously,
the first
in case
rail
anybody is
Liam,
not keeping pace with us. I think most people won't really keep pace with us or understand us, but
no, yeah,
there we go. Sorry, not sorry. Let's just talk about a little bit of the riding that we've seen. Some of your favourite things so far on each of these features from the women.
On
the features,
women,
let's go features.
I'll be honest, I really like that Lisa Baloo's the back lip. Press rewind 450.
Right on the end of it, the bank as well.
I mean, you can't ignore that Pete Rose.
Pete Rose.
I mean, I know there shouldn't be a gender split between the two, but let's be honest.
Well,
how many men do you see doing Pete Rose? And I'm saying it's very impressive. Girls, of course, they can do it too. And Nicole Ragazzo just demonstrating her skills right there before your eyes. But we stick with Team Italy, where we have Vanessa Titarelli out on the water. She goes 50-50 over rail to front side lip slide. Backside 270 seems to be the more favourable hit on that curb to pipe. Monstrous S-bend out of corner one. I think squeezing in a bel air just after the two. Is going to be a back mode from Vanessa. Yes, it is. Vanessa Titarelli absolutely on fire. Front side 540. I haven't seen that hit before. Off of that inside bank. 270 front board. Very nicely done indeed.
So now in front of us in the last of air trick sections, air trick alley right in front of the Whitemills clubhouse. Loads of height, gets that handle just about. It's always tough to kind of get that handle pass smooth on the 313, but she does it, muscles it well. Pre-corks the other way into that backside 5. Vanessa Titarelli and Nicole Ragazzo certainly setting the pace. It would feel like if we just refresh our scores, as you guys can do at home.
Yeah, I love it. I love to see a backside 5. But it was very impressive, Matt. And I tell you what, going back to that discussion we were having about some of our favourite hits, I tell you what, the camera didn't do it justice, the angle that the Joan was, but Nicole Ragazzo's back nose on this street series, we can see it better here because we're looking right down. It really has a true feel like Raf de Rome. You know, when you see Raf do a back nose, you think, now that is how that trick is done. And to me, that back nose, that's what that looked like. She was pressed down. That front knee was so low. And in my eyes, I loved it. I love to see it.
And what happens with a lot of these features, which offer so much fun and so much variety, so many different ways of attacking the water and your time on the water, you often find riders aren't just locking in a long, full pull. Go Nico style, just nose press the hell out of everything all around the world.
That's it. And ironically, that Street Series rail, if you can full pull that start to finish,
it's not
that
easy.
That is a long rail.
Yeah.
That is a really long rail, and no doubt, I'm sure the judges understand that to get the full pull on that rail start to finish should score high, in my opinion, of course. But you can see there we have our drone shot in front of us. We have our next rider who is waiting the green light. That is Claudia Pagnini, Red Bull rider, Italian sender, mozzarella lover.
Green light. So there has always been a bit of a royal battle between Claudia and the lady who has, I know we've said that about a few of our riders, a few of our women, but I don't think there's anybody who could legitimately argue against this next point. The final rider in this group, Julia Rick, she's been the one to beat, but then Claudia has been up there as well, and there's been those two to beat. And then you look at the rest of the field, Lisa, Nicole, Vanessa, Lisa, Munich Mass champion from last year, like all of them, Elena in the last category. She is the champion from Weight Jules. So now the field is much more wide open as to who can take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Leela Schilling won Cold Water Classics.
There you go.
Year, so some big riders, some big names. Ollie's up.
Oh.
I'll tell you what I really liked about that. She ollied onto the very start of that first rail, getting the full length. Oh, perfect. That backside 360. Blind judge to kick things off in air trick alley to the inside. Back mode from Clark. Beautifully done. Opts out of the third air trick here. Preps herself for this next heat.
But that's why, to make that super smooth, because it was so legit. So getting that front hand toe side grab, the Wendell grab in on that 3. Oh!
Toe backside. 540 from Clark. Now we're coming in. Loads it up.
This is looking very clean indeed.
Yeah, I like how she landed earlier than most of the other riders, giving herself that chance to get that handle pass before clicking around that corner, because you're coming in with so much speed, so much tension, and to click around that corner and then muscle through that KGB, Clara is just on fire right now. That is such a sick run.
So we were talking yesterday, Maddie, about what's the worth in doing a high-end spin versus a high-end invert off the kickers to finish. So you've only got one kicker to hit in your whole run. You could argue that, well, the safety off the curb or the boosting over the Nico, they kind of compare as well. But we saw from Clara that she did the big spin on the curb and the pipe. She did the big spin on the Nico. So adding another spin in there off a feature that is launching you probably doesn't make sense, and it's good to mix it up. We've mentioned before, and as we do, let's give it up for Claudia Pagnini. We've mentioned before that the judges want to see the most well-rounded rider. They want to see flips, they want to see spins, they want to see grabs, they want to see lefty, righty, toe, edge, and all of the plastic that is there to play on should be played on. And I think that was a perfect example of exactly that from Claudia Pagnini.
That's right, yeah. I mean, as we was to go on to the discussion that we was having last night, if there are a lot of obstacles per lap, which there are here, and you are spinning on every obstacle, in my opinion, if there's a kicker and you can do a flip, an invert, like, you should be doing it, really. But being the nature of the IWWF competitions where air tricks is so heavily infused, 60%, 40%.
60 features, 40% air tricks. That's the nature of this particular park. That weighting can change depending on the park. But where we get to our Europeans and our Worlds events and all those other international events, there is generally more plastic on a park than there is space to do air tricks. So the weighting is usually a little bit more in favouring of the obstacles. There's more points available with features than there are air tricks. Is that about right?
Yeah, no, you are absolutely right. But if you break this down, you could do 5 hits on the plastic, and you could do 5 air tricks, couldn't you? You could go peacock 1, 2, and then say you did 2 on the back straight, and then you got your kicker. But anyway, we digress.
Speaking of air tricks, what's this?
Julia Rick, Ollie's bank.
Oh my word! That
over to front tail.
Absolutely solid as you get.
Beautiful front board gets that handle pass spinning out.
There's that German air boost that they have, all of them.
Beverly Hills time, baby. 90210 to the inside, gets the back mobe. Now staying with that left foot forwards. You can get that frontside 360 perfectly landing into that transition.
Front lip, front lip. Looks like backboard as it was coming at us, but it was front lip because she lifted the tail up and over the ledge from the outside. Stabbing that. Oh, the S-mob, as clean as you can get. Now coming right in front for all of us for that toe. Back 7. Oh, my word.
Yes. And voila.
Voila.
That's right. Take your bow.
I mean,
quick.
yeah, Julia, take your bow for sure. So, there are really different tricks right there from each of our girls. We've got Claudia Panini, the top of the results list right there from those first runs. We didn't mention that earlier, but we've got to mention it now. So she has got out in front by, what is that? That is for 7 points. She is out in front of Nicole Ragazzo, Vanessa Titarelli. So it is in Italy, 1, 2, 3, all making it through, which is incredible. But I do believe that this young lady is going to throw in a spanner in the works for Italy. Julia Ricker, Germany, has to be in that top 3 somewhere. Will it be the top spot? So the air trick section, I mean, the amplitude, the height, and the technicality of those tricks is second to none.
Yeah, you can't even compare those to the others.
If we were to compare all of the different hits, so the peacock, fairly comparable between both of them as how difficult and how well it was done.
Yeah.
The same perhaps on the curb and the pipe, different tricks, but both equally well performed. And then coming down the back straight, you've got, they both did a 3 on the Nico. But Claudia didn't do a back mobe before. So
she did do the back mobe.
She didn't do the black mobe right before. She did it on the back straight.
Right,
so there's an extra air trick there for Julia Rick.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so an extra air trick plus doing it in quite a critical place where you've got the follow-up of a feature hit really straight away.
Julia got the toe side. I mean, the only other... Oh, no, I was going to say the only other rider was Nicole Ragazzo, but no, Lila Schilling gets the toe side roll to revert.
Yep.
But it's a different family of air trick, isn't it?
It is indeed. Yeah. So you got the end over ends and you got the rady tricks and the trip flip tricks. So where to pull out? I mean, I really loved that feature hit on the right as the riders are looking at it for the 2 tech series hits we've got on either side. You've got the transfer kicker to bank or you've got the transfer, the wedge to ledge on the left. Both girls opting for different routes, both of them equally good. I don't know which way you're going to call it at all. It is tough. And, well, we do know now, Julia Rick.
Well, it's not a big lead.
It's 5 points, just under 5 points.
Okay, maths. It's
maths. Try that again. I was looking at the wrong scores. Just under 10 points. Hey, maths. I told you I'm more of a cunning linguist than a mathematician.
I'm the mathematician. You're the linguist, and that's why we are
M&M. So Claudia into second place, ruining that Italian 1, 2, and 3. Vanessa Titarelli just sitting out of the qualifying zone by go on maths, that is over 10 points. That is, yeah, just over. So Vanessa Titarelli got to do something. But here's the awful thing. If Vanessa gets in there, she's going to be knocking one of her teammates out. So we're moving on to the second runs, and the running order will be Lila Schilling off the dock first with the lowest score from those first runs. She's going to be followed by Lisa Ballou of Israel, then Vanessa Titarelli, then Nicole Ragazzo, then Claudia Panini, and Julia Rick to round off these second runs in the second and final semi-final heat for our Open Women's Wakeboard. And not long after, we're going to be getting into the Open Men's semi-final as well.
nice.
And we are back in the game. Because it is second run time, just to explain this once again, for those of you new to the world of wakeboarding competitions, specifically with the IWWF, we've got live scoring, which means our judges are working at breakneck speeds, writing like the clappers for our riders to get the judges' decisions out as quick as possible. Leela Schilling is on the water right now. It is her second and final run. Coming up a little early from that 50-50 to back lip. Now moving across to the curb and to the pipe. Backside one into a 180 again. It was a 270, then comes back out of it as well. Then gets the toe side. I think it was either the back roll or the toe side roll to revert. Oh, that makes my knee tingle. That was a front flip coming down hard on that back leg. Is she okay? Opting to miss those first two features, then blasting into the rooftop. She goes backboard 270 onto the flat bar, down part of that rooftop rail. That was nice. Oh, can you guys everywhere give Leela Schilling a huge round of applause? It'll only go some way to making her feel better about not coming up with what she knows she can. That is such a shame. Tough luck, Leela. The good thing is she gets to chill and hang out and support the rest of her team riding over this weekend and watch the rest of the amazing riding that we have in store for every one of you here and every one of you watching at home. We go back to the dog to see how people are faring. Lisa Ballou. It's like we can see into her mind with that up close and personal. She's getting her full concentration on. So we're just waiting for confirmation yet that it will be a score of 22.67. And is Lisa Ballou about to go? Just dipping that handle in the water. A little bit of extra purchase on that handle will never go amiss when you're working as hard as these women are out on the water. Left hand, right hand, handle passing, getting stretched out left and right all over this particular cable as they go as intense as they possibly can. This is a shorter cable than most, offering less numbers of riders on it at once. The benefit of having a much smaller, shorter cable is that the cable remains much tighter. It's a less of a longer lap. You can get back to the dock much quicker. The swim is less so as well when you are learning or learning new tricks. Go on, Lisa Ballou!
That was perfect.
You know what? Just to lock it in a 50-50, plenty of people. And again, those first two hits from Lisa Ballou.
I like
Blind
what I
judge.
see.
On her heels again, roll to blind, so solid. She's going to go back mob in, back roll to half cab roll in still, toe side now, front side three, way more difficult than coming off your heels into a front side three to get that pop of your toes. So she's going to go backside, flip.
And then 4 in, that was better.
Oh my gosh, it was. More connection on the down bank. Can she lock this in? Come on, Lisa. Oh my word, come on.
Yes, Lisa, come on, girl.
Oh, the death talk out of that, but she comes away unscathed. Come on, girl. Toe front 5. Woo!
That was impressive.
And
Good
the
for
heart
her.
rate can now settle after that 90 miles an hour death talk into the dry tower.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I don't know whether you guys saw that at home. She went the S to blind and just had so much tension. The arm was stretched out. She was going so wide. She just did a little skibbity-hobbity out of that to come back round right and forward to make the corner, because otherwise it would have been tears before bedtime. Okay, Lisa Ballou, very well done. I mean, that's going to be a definite improvement. She's got an extra two tricks in the tank on the score sheet. So regardless, it's going to be an improvement. But is it going to push her past? This is the important one. Nicole Regazzo, who's got a score of 66.67. Now, will those two tricks on their own be the improvement of 20.67 points from her 40 dead score that she got in her first run? I think not, but there were other improvements elsewhere.
Definitely. Some of that Peacock's Brother rail was just pure. So clean, so locked in. In my opinion, landing...
Both Liam and Ryan looked after her.
Yeah. Yeah. And that pipe, that curve to pipe was just perfect. Second to none, full pull, all the way clean through to the end. And in that air trick zone, very locked in. The last of her air trick, the roll to revert, coming out of corner 3, it might not have been the highest. I thought we were going to see a back mode, but if something doesn't feel right there in the moment, don't do it. I think a fully completed run or compared to a sketchy, better hit.
Yeah, things don't move that slowly in my head when I'm out on the water. It's just panic stations and just going all the time. So to make such decisions in the middle of the trick doesn't really come that easily. But for rounders of this level, for sure. And I think she made all the right decisions right there. Instead of going for the 7, she went for the big old tucked up, hucked up, toe side front 5 off that big kicker on the outside. So getting the spinners off the kickers, getting a good set of air tricks in there as well. I wonder what that will mean for her results. Will it be enough? Julia Rick out in France with a monumental score of 82.33. Claudia Panini of Italy, 73.67. Her teammate from Italy, Nicola Ragazzo, 66.67. So a score of, it wasn't enough. It was an improvement, but not enough. So Lisa Ballou will not be moving through. And we move on to our next rider. That is Vanessa Titarelli out on the water right now. She's trying to get back in the mix. She will not be wanting to push one of her teammates out of the qualifying round, but that's going to be how it is if she wants to qualify into the finals.
She gets the grab on that S-bend as well, straight into the Bel Air. Round the corner she goes, gets the back mob locked in. Now from the outside in, Nico, front side, 540 off that super steep transition bank on the side. Hard way to front 2, brings it back, backboard, and then pretzels 2 again at the end of it. Now Vanessa Titarelli, she's got the 313 in her first run. And she's got it in her second.
Doesn't that scare you silly, catching it in the crotch of her elbow right there to get that handle pass done. Backside, 5. No,
no, Vanessa, no.
Oh, give it up for Vanessa Titarelli, such an incredible rider. We know she's going to be frustrated herself with that backside 5. It all came together so well up until that point. Your 313s, Maddie, have you ended up with the handle in your elbow? It always seems to happen on that trip with riders. I don't know whether it's you moving so fast because there's so much tension.
Or was you just whipping that arm round so quick to get that handle that you almost missed the handle? You're like, where is it? Just throw it towards the handle.
And it's nothing more disconcerting than flying round at the corner at 100 miles an hour with the handle in your elbow as opposed to your hand. She made it work, though, and gets that extra trick in the bag, but unfortunately going down on the backside 5. So now Nicola Ragazzo, Vanessa's teammate, is going to find out whether she has to work it a bit harder, whether Vanessa, her teammate, has pushed her out of the qualifying, or whether Vanessa didn't quite do enough.
No, I tell you what, I think
what a torment that would be for the team captain and coach.
This is going to be interesting because looking at Lisa Ballou's, thinking about Lisa Ballou's run, she didn't have the back mob in there.
No, she didn't have that.
Whereas Vanessa had the back mob. She has the 313. The only thing that Vanessa didn't get is the last final kicker hit. Now, those are 2 heavy hitters that she has on Lisa Ballou, so it's going to be interesting to see how the judges, of course, they're writing down every single bit of detail.
And then it's how you compare those other features. So how do you compare the Nico? Yeah. How do you compare the Nico? That slightly different coming off the bank on the outside.
Lisa with a toe front 3 landing blind into the transition, which is a harder landing as opposed to landing onto the water.
Yeah.
But then Vanessa did an extra 180. So I think it's really tough to pick those 2 runs apart, in my opinion, which is why I am here talking about it.
Yeah, why don't we talk about it and not doing anything important on which other people will need to rely. Talking on the microphone, hardest game in the world. Hardest game in the world. So while we wait for that score to come through, we'll say a quick hello to you people at home, while also making sure we say hello to all of you here lining the banks of Whitemills Wake Park for this IWWF Europe and Africa currently Wakeboard Open Championship. There will be Wakeskate, there will be seated, there will be the men following the ladies very shortly. After this second and final semi-final heat, we have just got a few more riders left to go.
Yeah,
3 more riders left to go.
3 more riders of this heat, and then we are done for our semi-finalist open ladies. We will have determined our top 6 for the finals tomorrow. The first 3, and congratulations to you 3. I've said it before and I say it again. Mariela Flem, Sani Mea, and Elena Bodie Lopez. They are in the top 6 super final. We are still yet to battle it out for the remaining 3 spaces. As it currently stands, Julia Rick in first place in this group in front of us now. We have Julia Rick, Claudia Pagnini, and Nicole Regasso, who are third. We still... Oh, no.
Oh, there we
It has
go.
been published. Okay, so it wasn't an improvement. I think it was an improvement
But
from
not
her
enough.
first score, but not enough.
Oh, Vanessa Titorelli, we are so sorry that is not going to be it for you moving on through. So, as much as Nicole Regaza will be gutted for her teammates, she will be relieved that she can maybe just use this as a little practice. She's going to want to try and improve her position for sure. Get some more maneuvers under the belt, ready for finals time. Oh,
the safety?
It wasn't of the safety. She came off on the inside just that little bit, but so good to have spun that extra, even when it wasn't locked in on the pipe.
Right, with you. Okay, now Nicole is coming down the back straight, features fairway, iron up the Nico. Hillside, backside 360, getting all the way into that transition. Stays, check this, Matt.
Go on.
Do you see what I mean?
I love
bending,
it.
The
Love it.
Joan almost doesn't do it justice for how pure that back nose was. Go on, girl. Twitchy over here from
Left foot
myself.
forward. Are we going to El Clasico?
I was
No,
gonna
going
say,
for
that
the
was-
extra 180.
That was bigger.
It was big. It's a bit sketchy when you got Liam and Ryan just looking straight at you after a big hit as well, just staring you down. Give it up for Nicole Ragazzo, everybody. Team Italy, first of our riders through into that semi-final. Well, the remaining two riders will also be going through. It is just running order that there is still time to play around with. Claudia Panini, she could go all out and see if she can get ahead of Julia Rick's score, just under 10 points. Behind that 82.33, or she could take it nice and easy. For me, considering how much riding they've done and how much riding they've still got left, I mean, 2 heavy hits, they could conserve the energy cells. Maybe just take it easy or just try and practice that one thing. Or as you said, was it about Max Milder? Likes to hold back some of his tricks, doesn't want people seeing what he's going to come up with, because then that gives your competitors the opportunity to adjust their run accordingly. Not that I would have anything to adjust to a Max Milder run. Oh, I know. I'll wave at the judges. I didn't do that last time.
Anyway, going back to the rider, the job at hand. Claudia Pagnini out on the water, 50-50. Over to, oh no, missing the full pull contact on that front lip. Right foot now, Ollie's in backside, 450, landing back lip, perfect rail contact. Full pulling all the way to the end. So that was a nice, very nice front straight. 2 hits locked in. Toe side, backside, 450, kind of buttering down the last bit of that transition. Toe side, so she went toe side one way, and now toe side back side the opposite rotation. Taking it nice and cruisy, giving the judges just a little break as they can write first run scores. And just enjoy the show from Claudia Pagnini.
Oh, no, you
yes.
didn't. Stop it. Just stop it.
Maximum style points awarded to Claudia Pagnini.
Straight from the catwalks of Milano, a fashionaire. Thank you, Claudia Panini, for that. The head grab, leg tuck, fashionaire shifty.
It doesn't
Booyah.
get any better than that.
You
does
don't
it?
see that in as many World Championship finals as you should.
You're right.
It does not give it the justice, because I might be able to do that trick. Although the twisting, I might pop a hip out. But you know, dance floors, I save that for. Let's give it up for Italy's Claudia Panini. Her first run will be her best score, which just leaves Julia Rick from Germany to head out and have a little bit of fun with it. What's she going to do? But either way, give those girls a big old cheer and lots of support as they do take to the water. We are going to be moving on, I think, fairly immediately with Julia Rick. Let's have a little look at the dock to see where she's at. Just waiting for the score to come through. Such is the order of proceedings with every one of these outings from quarterfinals through to semifinals through to finals. It is live scoring a go-go, and Julia Rick is away. Does she go all in? Does she chill? I guess she goes all in, because that was dope as well. Going backboard up to 50-50, 50-50, front 3 out. Early handle pass, 270. Coming up a little earlier on the pipe now. There was no edge there. How does she go that big?
That's because there's just so much tension out there between those corners.
Because she's dropping her heel side edge pretty early out of the corner.
Goodness, that
Whoa!
was so big. Frontside 360. Oh, come on, Julia.
It's really hard to not wobble coming out of that when you've got so little purchase on that down ramp into the water. Hey, can we give it up for Julia Rigg, 12 times world champion, right in front of us, taking the top spot in this semi-final heat of our open women here. She'll be moving through to the final. That we will see unfold tomorrow.
Oh, you know what we wanted to see. We wanted to see.
Oh, she should have come straight back at Claudia with a fashionette hat on. Yeah.
But it's gone to
I will raise you.
I will see your fashionette and raise you a blind 180.
Oh, we're going to do a demo. I'm not allowed to do anything. Sorry, I'm injured again. That's the order of proceedings for me. Most events. Okay, our drone is coming back into land for a refueling stop. We are going to be moving on to who? Maddie, you've got the clipboard of destiny right there.
I believe it is Hakon Amot from Team Norway, followed by Gatti Leonardo doing it for Italy. We have Camille Choror, Team France. Alessandro D'Agostino doing it for Team Italy. Team Germany, Max Milder.
Could I just take this and show it to the people at home?
Okay.
Everybody, just look at those birth dates there. I had to look at that for 3 days straight. These people, there's only one person who is born in the year I started wakeboarding. No older.
That's crazy, I know. When I'm working with an OAP like yourself, mate.
Oh, wow, Thank you for that.
That's all right, mate. We'll get you. Have you taken your Saturday pills?
Oh, fancy a Lemsip, though, that's for sure. I've got to put my Cankle socks on because I'm throwing something chronic down here. So, open men, semi-final heat, Group A, number 1, whatever. They are out of the water, getting their warm-up on, getting themselves dialed in. We explained this a little earlier in the day, but for those of you who are just joining us, this is not them competing. It's not a jam format. They are just going to go out and do a couple of laps, spray down the features, get your edges warmed up, which is always the way. In fact, a good tip for all of you out there, whether wakeboarding, wake skating, seated riding, on boat, on cable, winching, whatever it is. Well, winching, you don't really want to just do a straight run warm-up. You're going to hit that drop-off. So forget winching. Yeah, I'm just going to do 3 straight runs, warm-ups, ride-bys. Yeah. That's a lead abuse thing.
Put all that
so
work
many times with lead abuse, we go winching, and we've got this big, gnarly chainmail fence or something, and Lee just goes, and that's it. Just do another warm-up, are we, Lee? Okay, that's all right. You just use up our time. The Popo will come in anytime soon.
CK is watching this.
Yeah, no, he will because he was there when that happened. Yeah. So yeah, get your edges warmed up. You out there, all of you kids who maybe you've just got off work, you're down the lake, you're right, biggest trick straight off the dock. No.
You need to get
my
that
knees are
special
screaming
bar
no to you. Get those edges and that special bar up.
That is, you know what I mean by that. I'm Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, where you do have special tricks, but you have to get that special bar.
You've got to rack up the tricks to get there.
Yeah, once you've filled it up and you've done some gnarly tricks, then the special bar is activated. And that's exactly what I mean.
To be honest, mate, your special bar is on from the moment you wake up.
You're goddamn right.
I'm not sure he understood what I meant, but that's okay.
Okay, yeah, I did.
You did now. It's slow burner.
Evidently so. That was ironic.
Have you heard all the syllables coming out from Maddie? All these long words. Have you been boning up on your dictionary knowledge?
Yeah, well, I'm the new up and coming, and I mean, you're the OAP man. There's going to be a time.
Twice you said that now.
Oh no, there's going to be a time where the new gen needs to come through, and who better to show me the way, lead me there. And then
Don't you try and claw it back. Don't you try and claw it back. Where are you sleeping tonight? Oh, supposedly in my van, or maybe not.
Shotgun. All right, I'll be Big Spoon tonight. Fine.
Sorry, are you still watching this? Are we on live stream? Yeah, we are. Okay. So let's see which particular countries we've got battling it out with each other. So, born in just 2005, go maths, 19 years old, from Norway, Haken and Morts. Gatti Leonardo, 20.
Go maths.
I did it in my head.
I'm so proud of you.
So Gatti Leonardo is one of our more senior riders at a big 24 years old, big whoop. And then we have got 20 years old, then we have got 22 years old, and then 19 years old again. That's ridiculous.
Just young kids.
Young whippersnappers with elastic knees. So the warm-up rounds are done, and it is going to be the Norwegian cat off the dock first, Haken Amort. He took the long way through to this stage, to this semi-final. He had to go LCQ. And now he's here. Did we have quarterfinals? I've got a spider in my hair. Good luck. Okay. Hey, so for all of you joining us, let's have a little look on the stream. Thank you so much for coming and joining in. I'm going to lean over here while I talk, and we're going to cut back to the dock to see who's getting ready and how. And let's just see where you guys are at with the stream if you are joining in.
There's, no, the chat's disabled, isn't it? Oh. Why do you...
There you get confirmation of our running order in these very first runs of 2. Once again, to make sure everybody is up to pace, it is 2 runs. Best run score counts. And after the first runs, the running order will be changed according to the results from that first run. So top scorer will be off the dock last. The rider with the lowest score will be off the dock first. So a little bit of a Norwegian camaraderie right there for Haken. Drone is a go-go. We're going to be eyes on the sky in 3, 2, 1. And there you see the starting situation for our riders. Such a beautiful setup here. And the way they've done it, you can see all the bulrushes all around the edge of the lake. They just dampen the washdown massively. They've thought about everything here at Whitemills. Purpose dug lake. We have got the Aqua Park Lake behind, as you can see. Ton of people having an awful lot of fun right there, and also hopefully sticking around to watch this wakeboarding action as well. For I know the UK crew out there have just been messaging us, asking when Kieran's going to be out. He is going to be in the second heat. So all you UK crew hopefully getting online just to support him if you can't be here with us. But we do know a good few have travelled down to join us here this weekend, even though they're not riding, and even though the cable is taken over, they can't get on the water. They're here to support our riders. Okay, let's go. Scandinavia, Norway, Hagen and Mort. Just not getting the push across. So difficult to get that lined up. Liam is really unforgiving on that first uphill.
Straight into the toe side front roll, front lip, toe side blind judge.
That is ridiculous. How do you get that board? So you go, it's totally against the travel, the momentum, the inertia, and you get that board back underneath you, just asking for that heel side belter of a back edge. Back mobe into the first corner, 180. He's going to be needing something a little bit more than that in his second run. Moving across to the kicker to back. Yes, lovely toe back 3, just landing that easily. Now coming right in front of us. Oh, there was a little bit of a wobble with the handle. There was thinking a backside 1 maybe on the end of that. We're not so sure.
Something doesn't seem quite right with Hakan. Oh.
I mean, that was all right. Toe back 7 looked really nice indeed. But yeah, it seemed a little sort of lackluster.
Yeah.
Like something wasn't quite right.
I just remember, because I remember watching him yesterday and thinking, oh my goodness.
There was a lot of intensity about it.
Yeah, the SMO 5 he did yesterday was just one of the biggest I think we've seen all day. And I don't know, I'm sure somebody knows.
So I wonder, I mean, and this isn't the way to play it, but I wonder if something doesn't, and it does happen to all of us when we're riding, if your first trick doesn't quite snap like it should, doesn't quite click like it should, then it's very easy for your head to go down, for the shoulder to drop after that point.
But you know what? There could also be some strategic play here. Because being the first rider off the dock...
Then you make everyone go easy.
You set the bar. All right, so
I would set the bar so low, you have no idea.
Yes,
oh my word.
Oh, I have a good
I would
idea.
be through the floor how low I'd set that bar. That would just, everyone would be like, what's happening, man? I don't need to do anything. They wouldn't do anything, and I'd come out guns blazing next time.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe he pulled a muscle. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Oh, we really hope not. Really hope not. Because
his run is mind-blowing. Toe side blind charge, we've not seen many of them. I think maybe 2, maybe even 3 people max per all of the riders in this competition. So the reason we're seeing Hagen Mort's name and country, homestead, up on the screen there is because we are waiting for the score to come through from him. That is not the rider stood on the dog. Wait, the scores are... Something's wrong with that scoreboard up there.
Okay, so what you're seeing on the scoreboard right now, that's not exactly right, folks. Because it's now Leo Gatti under the water. The rewind at the end of that as well. Oh, my word. Backside 1 into back lip, then the 3 out. 3-1-3 was that?
3-1-3,
was the start of it. Then the Bel Air, cheeky. Is he going to come back inside the cable for this Chrome Mobe? Easy. So much pop on that. He's going to go outside. That roll to blind. It was just a roll to revert before. The roll to blind looking so good. Staying left foot forward now, Gatti. front board, and then rotating entirely the other way in a really tricky way to land on that bank. Then the back mob in the cable, keeping it easy breezy to get around that corner, using those big old guns to take up the slack. Right foot forward now, backside. Nice.
Yes.
That boy, do you remember at Emily Open? Do you remember at Emily Open when we just saw him just drop back nines both ways?
Left and right.
Yeah, just easy as you like, both of them. Oh, what foot forward are you again, bro? Oh, it doesn't matter, because you just do back nines either way.
I'm pretty sure he's got chrome mobs off the flats, both feet as well.
As good as that. It's so hard to get. So you can either do your chrome mob, as people at home will know, you can either do your chrome mob with the trip flip, so you're edging on your toes and then you stab it off your heels, or you just charge through it like a toe side aerial, like a glide trick, and then just hope that you can get that board back round underneath him. But we see a lot of people just muscling those around with not a lot of height. Not Gatti. And that guy is a big lump of meat.
I was going to say,
he's not a small fella.
He's not a small guy, but he works that board so well.
So let's hear it for Leo Gatti. A great first run from him. Really, really solid riding. So it is Camille Charot.
Oh, that is going to be one of my favourite hits.
It is, isn't it? Staying wrapped up, not knowing where you're coming and having to pop straight from Liam to Ryan.
Perfect. The toe side front roll, landing front lip, 2-7 out, back mob in between corners 1 and 2 to kick things off in the air trick zone. Was that the crow?
It was
Crow
indeed.
mode, yeah?
Yes, it was. Bleeds the speed to come out of it, set himself up nicely with plenty of room to prepare for the Nico.
Grabbed in there as well, that backside 5.
Right foot forward, toe side, early hand pass 180. Oh, he makes the most of it, but comes off early.
Yeah, that is tech to get that backside 1 onto the wedge and then get this perfect transfer up.
Comes out of it.
Yes, boy, with a 313 to the outside. Now, Camille, one last final hit, hillside. Oh, no!
Got stuck. Got
Still
stuck.
managed to ride it out, though. So, yet it wasn't the trick he had hoped for, but it wasn't a crash.
It wasn't. It certainly wasn't a crash. Which is when you I know that feeling. You know that feeling when you come out of a backside 3, the handle's stretched away, your board's going the opposite way, and you.
And considering he does that rewind as well.
And
he's doing the hard way rewind.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing the where you get stuck and come back in.
3, rewind front 3, and definitely the harder way of rewinding, in my opinion.
And then we have scores. It's an 82 for Gatti Leonardo. So you guys would have seen that just before us. 82. Give it up for Camille Charot. That was a belt-in run 2. Hagen Moore a little off the base with a 35. He's got some work to do. Obviously, we haven't seen the other riders go yet. We have the score to come through for Camille. That will give us 3, and it is the top 3 that qualify. But now it's Alessandro D'Agostino. We've got 2 Italians, 2 Frenchmen, a German and a Norwegian in this first round of semi-final qualifying for our Open men. That man right there, Alessandro D'Agostino. It's been a pleasure to see, all of the riders in this lineup we've had the pleasure of commentating on over the past few good events, whether it be the Worlds in Thailand, whether it be Emily Open, whether some of them out at LAO, whether for you at Wakeboard. It's amazing to watch. Straight into the drone hop for Alessandro D'Agostino.
Yeah, back 2. To kick things off with that backside 2, rail to rail, back lip, brings it back to a nose press.
I mean, we were going on about how difficult it is to do those chromos. Apparently not. I mean, it really is.
Well, it is an Italian, and they are so good at
Pete
it.
Rose. Oh, that's so hard to get that pop up there as well. There's no kick right there. It's all through the legs.
And that
Lovely
was
wall
clean.
to 270. And people may not realize it, but the way he's rotating on the end of that is so much more difficult. Oh, he did the 5 before. He did do the 5 before, didn't he?
So
Yeah.
First run, he did the backside 313, and his second run, he did the back 315.
Oh, my word. Moby Dick 5. Almost kind of an Olay off-axis
Yeah,
backside rotation.
that's what I was
as opposed to
gonna
the
say.
board going up and over his head. Either way, whether you're calling it an Olay backside off-axis 5 or a Moby Dick 5, that is a sick trick with the grab in there as well. Woo! So a score of 82 from Leonardo Gatti, but I would say that even if it isn't that score, it is within the same realms of that 82. It was tight right the way through. The air tricks were on lock. There didn't seem to be a wobble. That has to be one of my favorites, purely for the sheer danger factor of rotating that way, where you're rotating with your face into the bank. So much easier to slip out, as opposed to with your face down the bank, away from it, into the water. Okay, so we're waiting for a score right now. It is going to be a Max Milde. Just a slightly stacked heat. Forget about it. Like all of them are. Oh, they love a bit of biker action down here at Whitemills, just tearing up and down the main road right next to us. We are right near the coastline of England here in Kent, not far off the seaside at all. So we've got a great holidaying vibe down here at Whitemills. If you're trying to find us on the map, we are southeast of London by about an hour. Biggest town, Canterbury, Dover. Easy hop, skip and a jump ferry, Le Shuttle for all of our friends on mainland Europe, which is a lot of the ways that they have traveled to join us here, many of them camping with us as well. Very, very cool to have our European compatriots here in the UK, which has actually been, over the past few years, primarily courtesy of Liquid Leisure, quite regular, where it hasn't been before that point. So with the plastic playgrounds, with the Two Worlds, and now this with Whitemills crew doing all they can to up the game of UK wakeboarding. Let's go, Max Milder. So he's not shy about a big ollie or two. 50-50, hard way 270, rolling it from tail to nose. That was very cool. 360, overcooks it almost all the way around, then 270 pretzel out the other way. 315, too easy. I think that was fronted blind, or was that Scarecrow?
No, that's the Chromo.
Chromo, okay. And then the back mo 5 as well. Still plenty of time for him to do this.
Oh, rewind to butter.
So 270 to back 180 the other way to front butter. That was solid. He uses the coping on that corner of that ledge to keep himself on in that 50-50. Coming right at us now. Oh, my word. Quick feet. Max Milder hustling. That Esmo 5 as well.
Back 9.
Oh, Maddie's saying back 9 there. And you wonder in Max's head, he's thinking, oh, God, he did a 9. I can do 9s. Or whether he just holds it back in.
Thing is, Max is very strategic with his riding.
As are all of these riders at this level.
Of course. And that's what it takes when you get to this level. And you're riding against such high caliber riders that you've got to get a nice, well, for Max, obviously, his safety run is a heavy run anyway. That's the difference between maybe Max, who is world champion.
My safety run is a spray lap. And even that's not that safe. I could very easily fall in on that. Give it up for Max Milder.
Yeah. Yeah, insane riding. And if anybody can top that, it might be this cat.
Yep. If any of you want some funny stuff, apart from absolutely all of the gold that's coming out of our mouths the entirety of this weekend, then you guys need to get yourself onto the Embley Open from last year. Wow. Here we go. Loic Deschaux of France, 180 on. Hardway 270. Nose early handle pass 270 out. I like that a lot.
Hardway 3 in, rewind to back lip, and then a bagel 450 out. Right foot forward is now 315 from Loic, and just stops that board. So much control. Words. Mob. Oh my God.
I don't know how you pull those first few tricks apart.
Mob 5. Left foot forwards, Mob 5, and then right foot forwards, back Mob off of the transition. I mean, it's just making light work of it. Front roll.
How has he got that so solid every single time? There's not a lot of rail to play with when you're going upside down and trying to find something to land on. Oh, did he just get a Wendell grab there as well? Muscles his way out of it. Oh, if he comes up with something dope right now, which he does, that is impressive. So I'm not sure how much that rather amazing last air trick will count, because his back was in the water, the board was behind him, so it may not count at all. But it was lucky that it did hold on, because then he got that toe back 7. Because that was where he soaked us yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, we got absolutely drenched.
Well, you did. My foot did. Yeah.
I did. You did it.
I didn't. That's right. Okay, so a little fuel stop for our drone as we watch Camille Chareau coming straight back at us, and you get the majesty. Look how beautiful that whole place looks. It is a V Dub Fest in the corner.
It almost, You can take a look at this. It doesn't look like the UK.
It
The
doesn't.
water's blue.
It's a ruse. We've actually paid a third country. I mean, the UK does an awful lot of that, paying a third country for stuff. That's politics, baby. But no, we are actually in the UK. In all seriousness, we are. It's weird. I know. We feel as uncomfortable about it. We're burning. We're hot and bothered. I'm in the sun, but I've got a shirt on. I don't know whether I'm Arthur or Martha. Moving back to the dock to check the reactions of our riders. It will be Harkin and Mort off the dock first. He has got absolutely nothing to lose, so he might as well throw everything and the kitchen sink at it. We're waiting for those scores to come through. Just be interesting to see. Matty B, look at that. That's just some high scoring. Now, there is no definitive specific score for a specific trick. All of the scores are relative to the riders in that run at that time, so there's no world record score. But even so, when the first rider off the dock, or that one of the early riders off the dock is coming up with an 82, then you know that for an 89.33, Max Milder has really gone all in. And even that Alessandro D'Agostino, the 71.67, is something rather special, which means those riders who are not in the qualifying zone, Camille Charot, who's now further down. Oh, Alessandro D'Agostino now gets pushed down because it's a 79 from Loic Deschaux. Obviously, that layback on that S-Mode 5 did not serve him well at all. Hey, Harkin and Mort, let's have it, boy. No holding back whatsoever. Fist pump from his fellow teammate as he takes to the water right now. We're going to cut back to drone cam, which is still on the shore. So we're going to hold back our rider before we take off. You can see the buttery calm waters back at home here of Whitemills Wake Park. And then we get the skybound view. Our eye in the sky is back in play. And we have got Harkin and Mort taking on the very first feature. He's going to take on Liam and then hop across to Ryan. And that looks pretty good. Back lipping to 90 out. Moving across to our curb. Oh, no, uses the safety. There we go, boy. That is so solid. He is one of our riders that have been hitting that the most off the really aggressive safety. So Harkin, I'm assuming, is making the choice that he doesn't have enough in the tank in the air tricks. And you know what? There is no shame in that considering what we've seen. So Harkin is maybe just going to have a little bit of fun on our features.
I mean, maybe something isn't right.
Yeah, maybe something.
This doesn't seem like the Hakon that we know. We've seen an S-Mode 5 from him before. See?
Oh, my word!
That's what I'm talking about.
When we said he didn't have the air tricks, I'm not quite sure that is the case, because look at that. Then gets the...
that was so clean.
Yeah, man.
I
I mean...
that ending was just beautiful. Absolutely finessed.
So commiserations to Harkin, an amazing young rider. Great to have the Scandies here over us in Norway, as far as Scandinavia goes. You're up against it, no matter which way you cut it, aren't you? And a lot of these riders taking on their Open Championships for the very first time.
I mean, we had a lot of riders in this Open men's category, and to whittle your way down to the top 12 is an achievement within itself.
So as our Norwegian friend joining us here in the UK for the very first time, and the very first time this event has been held in 20 years, can we give it up for the youngster, Harkin and Mort? Great work, young sir. Eye in the sky. Let's go.
Camille Charot doing it for Team France. Back out on the water for his second run. Back one.
Oh.
I just want to say that full pull. That is just...
That back one on. That was tight.
He locks that in every single time. As you said before, Matt.
No.
Oh, so where is he positioned? Oh, no.
So make some noise for Camille Charot, everyone, so he can hear you down that far end. He will be gutted. He's an incredible rider, but not quite coming up with all that we know he can in this semi-finals. So what that means is it is only Alessandro D'Agostino between Loic Deschaux and a finals run, because it is only Loic, Gatti and Max still left to go after Alessandro If Alessandro gets ahead of even Max, that will knock Loic out. But then Loic has his second run, so he can return the favor as such. But can Alessandro make up those, well, 8 points there or thereabouts? Well, Team Italy certainly seem to think so from the screams coming off the dock. 50-50. Oh, that was good, 50-50, and then rotating that same way over onto the rail, which is difficult to do. Fairly cruisy hit, but a really solid one. Back lip nose, back 180. That's such a nice combo, isn't it? The chrome mob and then the stabby roll to revert. Then we've got the Pete Rose. We saw him do that so well. No change here. Indie tantrum, straight across, wall ride. Then he does a little snake bite at the end of that front board. Coming, staying on the outside. Gets that. Even better, I think, this time. That front board and then rotating back the other way to land blind into that bank. Oh, gets the backside 313. Yes, he does.
The backside 315.
5 even, sorry. Yes, indeed.
Oh! We love to see it.
Loic is just going, sacre bleu. Or words to that effect. Où est la bibliothèque? That's all I got, sorry. I'm sure he doesn't want to know where the library is right now. I'm just freestyling right now.
I can tell you that I went to the cinema. Je suis allé au cinéma. But I don't think that is relevant to the job at hand right now.
It was French, okay. The next guy's French. That's all I got. So Loic Deschaux. Is that going to be enough from Alessandro D'Agostino? I know we were jumping ahead of the gun perhaps a little bit like there, but Alessandro was a seamless run. Adding that 315, that backside 315, still with that Moby Dick 5 or overlay off access backside 5, whichever way you want to go, and everything else just as crisp. And it was only, I mean, we're only talking about 8 points. 8 points in it. Will that be enough? So for those of you looking at the scores on the screen, you can see the number ones next to Max Milder, Gatti, Loic, and also Alessandro. When the number 2 pops up on that column run, means they've had the 2 runs and they've had both their scores done. So will that be an improvement on Alessandro's first run score? We think so. Unofficially, of course. The judges know far, far, far better than us. But we think it will be. But will it be an improvement of 8 points to squeeze him ahead of Loic? And will Loic have to go back at him to try and squeeze back into that qualifying zone of the top 3? We have got 3 riders left in this first of our 2 semi-final heats of the Open Men. Our following riders:
So the scores:
Carlo, Axel, Patrick, Ricardo, Kieran, and Oliver. You should be in and around the dock, ready to go. Once again, you can see everybody just huddled around phones. They've got cablewakeboard.net up or the live stream just to see when that score pops up. As soon as our judges know it, we will know it because they'll tap those numbers in, and through the majesty of technology, we'll see those scores straight away.
But can we maybe refresh this? Because on our page, something's... we still haven't got Camille's... But Camille fell, so obviously his was second run. Oh, there we go, there we go. All right, so we are still waiting for Alessandro's score to come through. Sitting on the bubble right now, Loic Deschaux with a score of 79. There is a score of 7.28 difference.
Numbers.
Maths.
Mathematics.
And with that 315 and that Moby Dick 5, the rewind into the bank, there's heavy hits in that run. And it was clean. It was clean. So, unfortunate for Alessandro, it was not enough.
Oh, commiserations,
in front
man.
of Loic Deschaux. So, congratulations, Loic. Gary Leonardo and Max Milder, you have solidified your place through to the next round. But the running order is all still to fight for. We have our first 3 finalists of the Super Finals tomorrow. Hardway, 270, locks in that back lip, or back nose even, and then the backside 2. Full 360 in, Hardway, rewinds it to back lip, gets a full 450 out. Loic Deschaux making light work of this cable. 315, I just love how fast he whips his board round. Chrome mob to the outside, back mob 5 to the inside. Bear in mind, that was your left foot mob. There's a right foot mob, off of a feature this time. Super chill.
Oh, that's a
Every
sauce.
time. Cutting in hard. Late.
Oh, clicky doodah. Oh
The
my gosh.
SO5 super clean this time. Toe side, backside. 720 keeps it clean. We know he's got more in the tank on that kicker, but he didn't need it.
I think the carrier clicked after he landed. It felt like it anyway. It's ridiculous watching it from here. We're so close up.
I had to stood up just to watch him. He landed so far past those two yellow boys. It's a good thing he's not a beginner.
Yeah, because the crew on the side would not have had it. You let go if you don't make it through those yellow boys, yes?
Exactly.
So there we have it. Loic Deschaux just affirming his position in the qualifying rounds. Will that be something more? It will be, because the five right here in the corner, he got a full layback last time, but it was clean as a whistle this time round. Let's hear it for Francis Loic Deschaux, back from injury, and man, has he come back in full force. Absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to wait for that score to come through, because it will shuffle the order round if he does get back up above Getty Leonardo with an 82, just 3.01 points behind him. Then we've got maths. You'll save every one of us. 7.34 points behind Max Milder is Gatti, so still Gatti and Max to go. And we're going to be moving on to our final bout of riding.
So let's have a look. Let's just try and break that down, because I don't think, besides the Esmo 5, which was clean in his second run, he didn't change anything. And I think everything
a little bit better.
I think everything was just as clean as the first run as it was in the second
You mean
run.
it was just as rubbish as the first time? Boring. Loic, that's sarcasm in any way translating that, of which it's rife over here in England and in this commentary boothage. It was amazing. And for you to do that twice in a row, I mean, that was your call earlier on. Just have two goes at your best run.
Yeah.
Which is exactly, I mean, I'm sure he's still got more in the tank. With Loic, you'd imagine, right?
Yeah, well, saying that, we have seen a practice casual toe back 10 earlier, didn't we?
Just, you know what, I'm bored. What am I going to do? I'm just going to spin round 3 times in the air.
Yeah.
And just pass the handle 1,000,000 times. Cash back.
Casual.
Good super cash. So we're still waiting for that second run score to come through. It will be an improvement. It has to be. Will that riding away of the Esmo 5 be an improvement of 3 points or more to squeeze him ahead of Gatti? We just had someone fall in over there. That's
like Callum Saunders.
It's Callum Saunders absolutely owning the dock over there. If I get the drone up, maybe we can see that Muppet with a t-shirt on his head. He's just fallen in the water. Go Team GB.
Oh, what's he going to do? He's got his fluffy croc sweat.
Oh, you know why it was? He was going for a football. And anything involving a football, you got to fall over for no reason. Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. Okay, still waiting for this score to come through. I mean, I totally am forgiving of the judges taking their time over any of the decisions being made at any level, at any stage in the Europeans, as we are, because it's so difficult, man.
But this is
so difficult.
This is where the judges do have their work cut out for them, and that's why we have the best in the business here at this high caliber event. When the riders don't complete a run, or they have a few sketchy hits,
The judges go, phew, thank goodness.
Thank goodness. This is
Thank you for
very
making it
easy to break apart these runs. However, on the other hand,
At the other end of the spectrum, which this is at,
when these riders are delivering such goods and such impeccable riding, full pulls throughout, getting these such big air tricks, and everyone else that they're competing against, that they're competing else with, that are doing these such high caliber tricks, it is tough. It is super hard.
and there will be those of you out there who watch these videos and hopefully watch them again and again before really calling out any decisions made. Watch them again and again and just try and zone in on some of the things that Maddie and I have been mentioning.
I mean, we've said it before. I'm sure we'll say it again. Feel free to go back on the rewind, get a pen and a paper, and write down.
Attempt to even write down what
Attempt
they're
to write
doing,
it down
and
at the
then remember.
speed they're doing it. You know,
And then, because a lot of the judges, they're not writing down every single trick. They are as much as they can, but they're just making notes on certain things, and they are remembering. The judges do this so much. So talking to CK an awful lot about judging, and he says he can just take a good snapshot of everything that he's seen and compare in his head, which is mental to me. Okay, Gatti Leonardo out on the water. Oh, that was the one. Right, that was way, way better. Getting that 180 on that full 360 across into a kind of press. Coming off a little early at the end of that pipe on that backside one into back lip. So Gatti making the call to take it easy. He's not going to stress those muscles. Oh, my word, Loic Deschaux. We just seen that. 91.33. Loic Deschaux. Wow, we woo-ah. That is ridiculous. So it just goes to show that a clean stand-up run makes a world of difference, and that sketchiness.
Yes, Gatti.
Yeah.
Super clean. That rewind 450.
I mean, I wouldn't have laughed had he caught an edge there at all.
I like that. Just having a little bit of fun there.
Why not? That's why we're here. Gatti Leonardo almost catching a front edge right in front of us for no reason.
Look at that shot there, though. Doesn't that look beautiful?
C'est fantastique. Es war einfach klasse.
Okay, change it now.
Okay, but what, back to our faces? Yeah. Hi.
Now that.
Now that is
that's
fantastique. Look at that visage.
C'est très bien, no?
So yeah, you people at home, as you're watching this, please do. And actually, if I would actually attempt to do it if I wasn't doing this, which is way harder, all the talking. Just try and get a bit of pen and paper out and just try and make notes on what you see.
It's even
and then
better.
try and come up with the order.
It's even better if you have a couple of mates
Yeah,
that can write it down, because one of the things that we haven't explained is that we have such great judges, but they then liaise with each other, their opinions, and where somebody might say 1 point, another person has a very valuable
only at the point where the decision is very, very close.
No, of course.
And we have 3 judges offering 3 scores, which allow us to go, well, I disagree with you. I'm going to put my score in as this across the 3 different categories, the 3 different areas: composition, intensity, execution. Putting a score in for those each areas. It then comes out in the wash. If you believe that the execution of one rider was far better than the other rider, then you'll score them higher, but their composition might be lower, so you score them lower. But then what happens is the judges will then think, well, I feel overall that the rider should be in this order. And here we have Loic Deschaux. We do apologize, it's Maddie and I. Max Milder coming in hot. So it's his final run. We were just chatting, waxing lyrical, because the decisions are what they are for this top 3. Max Milder is just going to take it nice and easy. That's what the people wanted, the hernia Rayleigh for all to see. So can we give it up for Max Milder out there on the water right now? That is the last rider out in this first of our semi-finals, our 2 semi-finals, of course. That's the way semis work. We're going to be moving on to our next group of riders. They're going to be on the water very shortly. But just to chat through what you can do back home, don't worry about the points. Just come up with the order. Just come up with the order and the reasons why. Yeah. Who you think came where. So we've got a little mini Owens over here. Baby brother of Kieran Owens, who's about to watch his bro out on the water. Give it up for Max Milder, everybody. An incredible first run from him. What a final we have in store with our first 3 Open Men's finalists decided. Gatti Leonardo, Max Milder, and Loic Deschaux. Italy, Germany, France. Powerhouses of cable wakeboarding representing. Okay, we move on.
We're
going to be back with you very shortly. Here's a visual word from our sponsors.
Yeah. Bye, Jill.
A pep talk or just a hey, what's up, go have some fun. As we mentioned before, all of the learning of these maneuvers, of their runs, is done. It is just getting their head straight in this high pressure cooker situation of competition that we've got right here for our homegrown crew here in the UK. See Mr. Kieran Owens right there too. For our Polish crew, we've got Patrick Wojak right in shot. I mean, that is a healthy mix of nations right there. It's every single rider from a different country across Europe: Germany, France, Poland, Italy, Great Britain, and Hungary. Yeah, so good to see.
Yeah, ironically, you are looking at the top riders per country at that list right now. You've got
basically,
yeah, literally. It's nuts. But we have to whittle our way down to 3 out of this 6. Frontside 180 on. Oh my goodness. Hard way 2. Landing back tail all the way throughout that second rail. The Ryan rail. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he
it's
could
so
not have
tight.
connected any better with that safety.
Was that the back Mo 5? That is what took him down in previous rounds. So sick to see him getting redemption on that. Followed by that Crow Mobe to the outside. Hard way 2. Locks in, so the opposite direction with that back lip, and then following that rotation. Trying to tibbity tabbity skibbity scabbity, followed by the G spot.
Oh my
Lord.
word! Axel
Hell
Paget
yeah.
finding his form. Hopefully keeping it going right now. Heel side. Esmo getting the grab in there too. Can he get around the corner? Yes, he can. Dealing with the slack. Right foot forward. That is a heavy heel side edge. Oh my gosh, that's dope.
Gets that board above his head.
So far tweaked out with that, well, it's a melon, isn't it, as it comes round?
Yeah, it's a melon, but that board, oh, I wish we had some action replay to see just how high he went there. And the only rider in the whole competition using that pipe as a lander.
Yeah, no one's doing that. I mean, we saw a little bit of that for the first time when that pipe was put up in the air for our riders, Liam Peacock, particularly with that beautiful back mober LAO. That was sick. But I mean, that's still gnarly, but then doing it off the pipe, not being able to see the landing, and obviously you've got that sluice where you can just get dragged off your board, going straight into the water. That is amazing. Riding from Axel Paget. Give it up for the Frenchman.
Have you ever seen a higher run at number 1, 75
Yowzers.
from Carlo Husing?
Oh my gosh. And then straight back in there, Axel Paget with 83.67. That judge is not leaving much room for breathing.
I don't think there's going to be a score under 70. Hopefully, everyone finishes their run, and we're looking from 70.
If every one of these
to 90.
riders finishes their run,
You could be looking at like
enjoy
70
yourself,
to 100.
judges.
Yeah. Right, Patrick, the most creative and unique hit on that creeper to pipe, over to pipe. So 1, 2, 3 bits of rail contact. The Mexican stalled out.
Even better than before.
Brings it to back lip. Was that the Pete?
That was the Pete Rose.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Crow Mobe.
And I think that was the
Egg roll? Yeah, I think so. Something like that, just out of the corner. So much pop and float there, just stalling out the toe side, backside 3.
He's got so much spring in his legs. And check this out. The line in to the safety. Bosh! Oh!
We love that.
So good. Another very creative and unique way of hitting that feature.
Oh, I think he just got a little...
I didn't even know that was.
Right there, just an egg roll or something. Did you? No!
Mate, look at how stacked this heat is. He's got 2 attempts. This is what I was saying earlier. He now has another attempt at that.
Yeah. I mean,
And I think that is more
everything else was on
valuable.
point.
Everything was on point. If he gets that, he can up the ante big time.
So we've already got a score of 83.67 for those of you at home watching on cablewakeboard.net. The scores are up on the big screen as well, on your screens as well. Axel Paget leading the way by 8 points, just under. Patrick Wodiak, I mean, that's going to be a big score as well, certainly into the 70s, I would say. And still with Ricardo de Torres, Kieran Owens, Oliver Orban. Wow. So Ricardo
So I think
Torres
there's
just
just
takes a deep breath.
one small chink in his armour, the kicker. That was it. He landed. He was on the board.
Lazy Patrick.
Mate, just hold on, mate.
Come on, mate, what are you even playing at? Oh, honestly, kids these days. Kids these days, just always dropping a handle on KGB5s. Here we go.
7. Ricardo de Torres out on the water, doing it for Team Italy. Goes bank, front board up to 50-50. Then gets the 270 over, all the way on the tail. Staying right foot forwards, backside 2. Oh,
He did well there, no, considering he was coming off early.
The impro work was good. Was that the Crow Mobe straight out the corner? Just look down for a moment. Mobe 5. Oh, man, there's just not much time at all. To be going into the inside and the back out is just nuts.
But the good thing about that is that you're not going with crazy speed. That was even better that time, the half a G spot. Toe side back roll into 90 butters. Hand plan over, backside 180 over the ledge. 270 on, 90 out. Oh, he's edging hard and early. Oh.
Yeah, I think that's the key. The early.
I mean, you get less. You got more speed, so it's harder to get you. Let's see what we do here.
Oh, he squeezed a little stalefish in there as well. Oh no, we saw that from him. In
We
last
did.
round, yeah.
So
that's tidy.
So, Matty, You are far better at air tricks than I. I know a few, but we've got a sort of our own idea of how air tricks work to a degree. So the playoff is, it's harder to get your edge in coming out of the corner because you're moving so much faster, but you'll get so much more travel and potentially so much more pop, but more tension too.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, look at the height that Ricardo just went there. He had plenty of height, plenty of time, and when he landed, he also was more controlled because he was landing further back than the corner, as we've seen, for instance, Loic. Okay, I'm a bit sorry about that. I was just seeing a bit of a spanner in the works.
Patrick, well, yeah, coming in with a 51.67. So a little way off the pace. He's obviously, with only 3 riders' results coming in, he's in the qualifying, depending on where Ricardo de Tolles comes in.
He didn't finish his run.
He didn't finish his run,
and I think
that is the difference.
Maybe the scores aren't as relevant as we might imagine looking at them, but the judges have now given themselves a gap.
That's what we're talking about, yeah. So they've given themselves a gap.
Place people in between, because you couldn't really give him, say, a 70. They wouldn't leave much space.
Yeah, so that score,
relative.
yeah.
It's just relative
well
to the
said.
riding.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so talking about the air tricks, if you start your air tricks a little later on, then you've got more give in the cable, so it makes it a more up and down as opposed to a long, so you get more pop, less tension, easy to pass the handle, but then you're landing on the turn. Here we go.
Right. Be sure to get your ear defenders in. Why? Because one of Team G's best riders, arguably a worldwide top best, Kieran Owens, is about to hit the water. So be sure to get behind all of our riders, not just Kieran Owens, but every single rider
That takes to the water, full stop, go crazy.
Let's get it.
So our current national champion on the water, Maddie mentioned earlier, the event he was, hi John Shrimpton, at the event he was commentating at, just a little known weight duel, that Kieran was very, very close to a podium spot, taking 4th, which is just incredible for him. Is it going to be a podium spot for him right now?
Fingers crossed. Good luck, Kieran.
We wait for a rider ready from the dock, officials ready from our officials.
I mean, Matt, let's just look at that setup. Look at the buttery conditions. It does not get any better than this. The sun's shining. The weight gods have turned the wind off for us. Let's go.
So we're looking up at the drive tower just to see the end of the rope get loaded into the path of the carrier that's going to pick it up and take it on. Not quite yet, though.
Well, have we got? No, we haven't got Ricardo's score yet.
We haven't got Ricardo's scoring. That's why I just said, gosh.
So ahead of the game.
Yes. I like that. Got a little handle caddy in the form of Dale Crosby. Yeah, I know. Kieran, there's one thing that Kieran doesn't like doing is holding his handle before he starts to ride. That's to get given it the last possible second.
All right, the anticipation is building.
There we go. So that is just to break up the service tension, which we don't often have.
All right. So, as we said before, it was open. They've left gaps, and they've slipped Ricardo in that gap of Carlo Husing and Patrick Warwick, with 2 riders still to go.
Here we go.
Another 8 runs still to go. They do have to allow some breathing room, which is arguably understandable.
Kieran Owens is on.
Come on, Kieran. All right, Kieran Owens, local legend, local hero. Front board, fitty. Hard way 2, locks in the back tail. Staying left foot forwards, over on his toes. Back 1 in. Beautiful over to front lip, pretzel 2. Now air tricks where Kieran just comes into a whole another league of his own. Toe side, crow mobe, caravan corner. What is it you call it?
Campus Delight corner.
Campus Delight corner.
360 on, 180 out pretzel. We're going to see this tantrum / toe back roll, whichever way you want to call it. Nose press, then into that 270, then 270 bagel again. Now in front of us, is he going to go inside or out? He's going to go outside. Manages to keep his butt out of the water, which often happens on those KGBs. Solid first outing.
Oh, come on, boy.
Semi. So there we have it from Kieran Owens. Job well done. If you're wondering why we're sending out those handles before the riders, it just breaks up the surface tension a little bit. Where you've got it mirror calm, sometimes hard to get any kind of perspective, relativity when you're up in the air. So it breaks up the surface tension, means you can see what you're doing. We've got Kieran Owens coming back round into play. And we still have Oliver Orban left. So top three as it stands. Axel Paget, 83.67.
I was going to say, the results haven't come out yet. But Team GB on the sideline going absolutely buck wild. So good to see, being the Team GB co-captain.
I mean, we know, obviously, having seen a little bit more of Kieran's riding than we see of other riders out there, we know there's more in the tank. We know there's more to go. Let's don't kid us. All of our riders have got more in the tank. They're having to hold back a little bit. It might not be the case when it comes to their second runs with a score like that from Axel Paget, when we know he's still got more in the tank. That's kind of crazy. So Oliver Orban cannot relax. Kieran Owens certainly didn't do that either. Patrick Wojek is the one now with a little bit of work to do in his second run because he is officially out of the qualifying zone as it is. But are we going to see a change around in those positions between Axel, Carlo, and Ricardo? Patrick Wojek keeping an eagle eye on those scores on the dog. Oliver Orban, actually, looks like he's just playing his own game right there. I don't think whatever result comes out from Kieran will affect what Oliver Orban's going to do at this stage. He's seen the top three that he has to beat. Kieran's going to potentially go in there somewhere in and around the 60s, the 70s.
And we know Oliver's got the skills.
We really do.
We really do.
Really do.
Absolutely blowing the blowing the
words. Sorry about my emceeing compadre. He had a little bit of a blackout right there. We're in the latter stages of this second day of proceedings. It's going to be Super Sunday Finals Day tomorrow. But before we get there, we've got some serious riding to do. The pressure is still on. Remembering that we've done all our last chance qualifiers. Once again, for those who are new to the world of wakeboarding and wakeboarding competitions, we have an initial round of qualifying. And those who don't make it through that initial round of qualifying get a second crack at the whip, called the LCQs, the last chance saloon. And once that's done, then there is no more last chances. And we've already had the quarterfinals, and we're going to be moving on to the semifinals, which is what we're getting through right now. And then it's finals day tomorrow. Kieran Owens with a 69 dead. So right sandwich right in the middle, sort of thereabouts, or a little bit nearer towards Ricardo Solis, obviously just under 3 points off that qualifying position. So Kieran is absolutely, definitely, positively going to have to step up his game. How much will be dependent on what Oliver Orban comes up with. And here we go. The Hungarian is on the water, our top-seeded qualifier. Knows exactly what he's got to do. 180 on, hard way 270, then 270 bagel, continuing that rotation the same way.
Gets the crow, the 270 crow mobe. Crow mobe 5 from Oliver Orban, run at number 1. Followed by the 315, the opposite rotation. Back mobe 5. Oh my goody gumdrops. That deserves one if there was ever to be told.
Toe 7.
This is just brilliant. Toe back 4. Oh my goodness.
He's air trick now. No, just getting back to the corner. Big old Pete Rose gets back to the corner easily again. Is he inside outside? Is it going to be that dum 5? Dum for now.
That was so clean.
Woo!
I couldn't break that apart in any way to say that there's a fault there. There's a fault there. Start off crow 5 into 315 into back mobe 5,
And also, the things that, and it's actually, since I've been commentating alongside you, Maddie, whereas I was always aware of it and always tried to do it myself, counting the different rotations is all important, and they were all upper rotations.
Oh, and different feet.
Yeah, different feet as well, big time. And the judges, talking to Simone, I was saying, is it important that they go clockwise, anti-clockwise, clockwise, anti-clockwise, and not so much? Before I finish that, can we give it up for the incredible talent that is Oliver Orban of Hungary? Whatever score he comes up with, it's going to be a belter. But yeah, he was saying it's not so important that you have to go alternate directions, but just over the entirety of your run, there has to be an even spread of different rotations and different lead foots, toe and heels.
What same way, and then, for instance, you could squeeze 2 in here. You should then maybe go the 2 opposite.
You know what? Simone's the expert. Far greater than that. For me, I like it when I see oppo rotations.
Back to back.
Yeah.
Something like that. For instance, Oliver went left foot forwards, crow 5. So left foot and then a 540 anti-clockwise. Then he went right foot forwards, 540 clockwise. Then he went left foot forwards, back mobe, which
anti-clockwise.
is anti-clockwise 5 ways. So.
And then he went 7 clockwise. So he did do oppo every one.
Yeah, he like went one way, then the other.
Yeah.
Insane.
And the other big thing for you guys to notice, as you are trying to take note, is what the judges love to see, what we love to see, and this comes part of the flow, the composition and execution in terms of those categories, is whichever foot you land with as your lead foot of one trick, it remains your lead foot for the next trick.
Yeah, I'm very keen on that, and I think, in my opinion, when you see somebody do a surface 180, and John Drellin said it before at WWA. If you are doing a surface 180, you've just told the judges in your body language that you've messed up.
Or you've either messed up in the planning, or because you don't have the various tricks in order to stay the same foot without a switch up. Yeah, so it's exactly it. You either got something
even though
up.
it might have seemed intentional.
Well, you might have planned it, but the point is you need to plan differently.
Yeah, be better.
Be better at your job, gosh. Learn more words. So we go to dog cam and see what the tension is like. We get to see right up Patrick Woyak's nose into his brain. I'm wondering what is going on in that brain right now, because at the moment, Patrick, it's likely that he's going to be first off the dock. I don't think Oliver is going to get the lowest score after that run. So we're just getting confirmation. Here we go. Oliver Orban moves into second place. Congratulations to him. Axel Paget sitting pretty out in front. Carlo Husing in third. So Ricardo Tolles, Kieran Owens, Patrick Woyak, they are off the pace. And it is, well, a 75.01 is the minimum that Patrick Woyak has to come up with.
Just cast your memory back, Matt, at Axel Paget's kicker hit. The height, the amplitude
I mean,
of
that
it.
was crazy,
I think
right?
that is some of the things. One of the
go on. Like that little stall out from Patrick. Coming back into shot. That was solid. That first couple of hits from Patrick Woyak is something else.
All right, toe side Pete Rose, which is, so that's 2 same ways. That's 3 same ways. So 3 insane air tricks, but all the same rotation. So if we're coming down here on the back straight, we should see a different rotation from Patrick.
Well, that back 5 was a different rotation.
No, but air trick-wise.
Air trick-wise, for sure. So 2 different backside rotations on those features right there.
See, and that
3,
was
1,
the
3.
opposite rotation.
There we go. Then we get a little trip flip into the corner, keep him toe side. He knows, oh no, what happened? Can we give it up for Patrick Woyak, everybody? Something went awry right there. We saw the Pete 7 attempt before, which was so close. He just got stuck. Did he try to go into, sometimes when you go into the rotation before popping, you just get hucked up?
And Patrick, the way he does his Pete Rose 540s is he gets that handle pass early as he's going up.
Which he didn't get that time, and it
No,
just stuck him.
No, which is very uncharacteristic for Patrick, because we've seen him throughout many competitions with that Pete Rose 540. That is his, so to speak, like Dominic Hernler's, you know, the money mobe it's called.
The money mobe.
Because he would do it and just guaranteed wins. And like Patrick, maybe not guaranteed wins in this scenario when you've got such high stacked riders up against you.
But still, it's still a money mobe.
Oh.
I'd call it a money mobe if I could do a Pete 7.
Absolutely.
Right,
but
Kieran Owens.
unfortunate it was for Patrick Woyak. We move onwards and upwards to our next rider, Team GB's very own Mr. Kieran Owens, sending out that handle, breaks up that butter, as you can see there in that screen. The conditions are perfect right now.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's go, Kieran. Come on.
The butterflies are even here in the commentary booth. That's so solid. Once again. Early handle pass, back one, back the other way, then continuing that way with the back 270. 315, super clean. Staying toe side for that chrome mobe, super clean.
Right, 2 opposite rotations straight away. Hard way 360 to nose press.
That was much more full pull in the nose press. He's going to add a rotation to this. Yes, he is.
Yes, boy, gets the tantrum to blind. Right foot forwards, backside 1.
Into the 50-50. Oh, my word, that is steezily. So go crazy, people, for Kieran Owens.
Backside 5.
Oh! I think we just heard his mum above anyone else right then. Kieran Owens.
Yeah, boy. Nicely done. I just want to see every rider finish.
Do
their
that,
run.
do that. Well, do whatever they do, but finish it, clean it up, because we feel so bad for the likes of Patrick Warrior not coming up with what we know he can come up with, but so good to see. Everything was that bit more tight. There was the add-on of the backside one on the tantrum, or the T-spot, the hard way facing into the bank.
Of course, the judges will take that into consideration.
Where most people will go 270, he went back one and landed 50-50.
And stops that rotation. Yeah, that's tech. That is tech.
You know what the best trick he does is riding back onto the start dog. Honestly, out of everything else, that's the most technical thing. Unfortunately, that's not being scored. Yeah, so that I loved it, because we're staring down the barrel of these last 2 features, aren't we, right here? So you can see everything going on with that trick, coming off the inside wedge, straight out of just getting the handle pass, just coming out of that tantrum to blind, the hard way, no wobble. The thing about all of these riders, and that we've seen a little bit with Kieran when we've seen more of him riding than some of these other internationals, is that no matter what's going on, they're chill. You know what I mean? Just so chill. I'm going at 100 miles an hour. The carrier's about to change direction, and I still haven't passed the handle, but it's fine. Everything will be okay.
So they just make such light work of this.
Yes.
It is kind of annoying to watch.
It's really annoying to watch.
It's not that easy.
I hate those guys. Okay, so now we're going to see whether Carlo is going to have to work a little bit harder. And I say Carlo because he's the one on the bubble. Obviously, if Kieran ends up above Axel or Oliver, then all of them are going to be thinking about, well, what can I do to squeeze back in? But Carlo is the one on the bubble. And if he goes above Carlo, that pushes Ricardo even further down the line. So let's see what happens. It wasn't far off, but we've got that extra couple of 180s and a couple of inverts, all of them very difficult. And it's not...
Oh my God!
Oh, wow. So everyone's going to have to work a little bit harder, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
So that is something special. And I would just suggest, other than the extra additional high-end technical tricks that were added there, the overall pulling together of that run was just so goddamn tight. Pardon my French. It was just off the hook. Right, let's go back to drone footage. Let's see what Carlo Houston can come up with.
No, this is Ricardo.
Oh, Ricardo, I apologize. Ricardo. We've got Carlo just got pushed out of qualifying round. But there are still enough riders left after Kieran for this to change all again. His place is not set yet. Oh, that was good to 50-50. I thought he'd come off then, but he gets that 3 off. Then we get that chrome mobe into the corner. Back mobe 5. Lots of slack, nearly getting yanked arms out of his sockets. Gonna go toe side. So cool. That toe back roll into front board, butters. Hand plant, backside 1. Then 270 up onto the handrail, onto the tail. That was sick as well. 90 out. Is it gonna be the SMO? Yes, it is the SMO5. Gets that extra 180. Gets a little trip flip scarecrow. Oh, he's left himself a little bit shorter time. Toe side, backside.
Oh, no.
Oh, that won't count, and he might as well let go. Can we give it up for Ricardo Tolles? The man will be frustrated. Such a talent, such sick riding to watch. One of my favorite hits or combos is what he's doing on these last 2 features. Oh, that is commiserations to him. I don't think that'll be an improvement with him not finishing a run. The way it's been going so far, if you've been quite rightly putting out, Maddie, that if riders aren't finishing their runs, judges are using that, well, using that stick to beat them with a little bit, aren't they? Not to put a too fine a point on it. Finish your runs, people. Okay, Carlo Husing is out now. He is 5.34 points off qualifying, with Oliver Orban the next in line to do so. Let's see how our German crew are feeling on the dock.
The one in the glass.
Carlo Husing is away. Let's go to the eye in the sky to follow the action. Left foot forward, he comes in with a 180 on, then halfway 270 back the other way, just a little bit on the toe edge, pops it out, but it was really tight, it was a full pull. Goes over the curb completely, toe back one, then switch around to front board, 90 out, then right foot forward, 315.
All right, interesting. That's where we saw the front mobe from Carlo and changing his run up.
Then that was the crow mobe, then the back mobe. Those are the couple of same duration rotations. The back roll of his heels into that back butters.
And then outside in.
This.
Big ollie on the tail.
Oh, yes, that was the one he was
Carlo.
after. Carlo Husing coming up with the goods right there.
Oh, with the Expo 5. Bloody hell, mate. He's going, all guns are blazing, and the hillside backside, 720 to round it
Team
off.
Germany just went absolutely mental on the dot right then as well. They might. That was some killer riding. That I had to say. For those of the uninitiated, it might not seem as impressive as the crazy air tricks or the transfers, but this hit on this Tech Series rail, I mean, what is that? That's like a 4-foot ollie, 5-foot ollie of nothing. And then the hard way.
I think it's just the approach, mate. Outside in, like the negative with hardly any tension.
No tension, coming the wrong way.
And to get then the full pull.
Then the full pull, and then the
Then the
450.
450
Oh
out.
my word.
Very impressive. Let's
Amazing
get
job from
behind
Carlo
Team
Husing.
Germany.
Give it up for the German. Is that going to squeeze him ahead? Can you imagine? We're all qualifying is in the 80s now.
I was just trying to work out in my head. So how would it sit if everyone now gets first place? So Carlo could go first, not Kieran and Axel, and Oliver would be out. Then Oliver goes. Say he goes to first place. Then that would take.
So
Axel.
Kieran is not safe.
So I think.
But if Carlo gets first place, he will be safe.
Yeah.
If Carlo gets first place.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at earlier.
Yeah, just how they shuffle down. So if you guys are looking at cable wakeboard there, or you can see it on your screens at home. Sorry, we've got different screens that we're working from. You can see that if Carlo again shuffles up against Kieran, that knocks Oliver Orban out of place. But then he's still got another run. So then he could go above Carlo. Then Axel could get knocked down. Axel could then go above Oliver, and that leaves Carlo still in the top 3 if he gets above Kieran. If Carlo does not get the number 1 place spot, Kieran is through to the finals.
That's it.
That's basically it as it stands.
Hey, you are that maths was good.
Mathematics is what you need.
Just the linguistics.
If you want to be a commentator. So for those of you back home looking at the dock right now, it seems a little bit empty because everybody's huddled at the top end of the dock. And you know what's a far better view?
Wow.
Oh, don't give me control of the buttons. Or do, because you get more things.
Yeah.
Ah.
You got to give the people what they want to see.
Give the people what they want. Gets the crowds going. Nobody knows what it means. Gets the crowd going. You need to watch more Will Ferrell movies if you're going to keep up with the chat, okay? That was a Blades of Glory one.
If you have, then you might understand our humour and why we are so weird.
If you don't like that humour, then you're not our people. But still tune in, obviously. Don't go anywhere. We're an equal opportunities and inclusive commentary crew. Okay, here we go. So, Carlo, we do often digress. So we're looking at the numbers in the column under run to see, as soon as that number 2 pops up, that's Carlo Husing. If it's more than 75, then you'll see it. 75 is his first run score. But once we see that number 2, if he hasn't moved place, then, it keeps refreshing. I keep suddenly thinking there is going to be a new score. Just to fill you in on exactly where we are in proceedings, it is day 2 of this 25th ever IWWF Europe and Africa Cable Wakeboard Wakeskate Seated Championships. in 2024 here in the UK, more specifically the southeast of England, more specifically than that, near the White Cliffs of Dover, if you've ever heard that song, more specifically than that, Whitemills Wake Park. Okay. Oh, wow. So we have, this is crazy shuffling. Look at the scores on the board, Miss Ford. Carlo Hursing has just squeezed himself ahead of Oliver Orban. He is still yet to go because it's going to be Axel Paget out in the water next. So let's see how everyone's faring on the dock. So that is...
No, it's Oliver.
Oliver Orban. Oliver Orban. Axel Paget still left to go after Oliver.
You can't forget that helmet. Hard way two. Perfect.
Still solid.
On the nose, backside 270 out. Left foot forwards now. Check this 270 crow. To back lip. Perfectly landing.
Even more locked in. Rail right between the boots.
Oh my goodness.
Crow 5. Thank you very much.
315. The opposite rotation.
How did he get that high after no edge whatsoever or prep time? Toe 7. 4. What's he going to do?
We went toe back 4 last time. Toe back 4 and clean. He got the 90 out.
What's he going to do for us here? Because it's now, because everything's been the same so far. He needs something new and different.
Different foot forwards. Oh, no! Was it the Eastmobe?
Eastmobe! Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that cat is incredible. Make some serious noise for Oliver Orban. He knew he needed something different. That Eastmobe is, there's just all so much going on right there that makes it so difficult. Absolutely gutted for Carlo. As for Oliver Orban, sorry, Carlo is now sitting pretty in that third place spot.
So that solidifies we have our 6 finalists.
Well, yes, we do. So adding to, I can't remember the names from the previous page, we were going to have Kieran Owens, Axel Paget, and Carlo Hussing joining.
Loic de Show.
Max Milda and Leonardo Gatti. Gatti Leonardo even. Here we go with Axel Paget. Let's see what he's got for us to round things off. What a semi-final. That...
Oh,
Get out.
God.
That is dope.
Rewind transfer.
So he's been trying that, but he's been getting bucked out or skew whiff, hasn't he? But that time...
Oh, my goodness. That is just...
Watch what happens when an Axel Paget is nice and relaxed.
Oh, my God.
Oh, what? That was horrific. I mean, amazing, but horrific how close to death he was. The nose of the board was pointing at the water, not far off it, going at 90 miles an hour. It would have pulled his eyes out of his sockets. Oh, but still looking smooth.
Gets the G-spot into the bank.
Oh, shit-ding-a-ling. Hey, you lot, so he can give it up for Axel Paget.
Yes, Axel.
Making finals. And breathe. Wow, back on this.
The magic.
Maddie, what to say about that?
Very uncharacteristic. I was not expecting that because that was all coming together beautifully.
I mean, you get a little bit of shuffling around with this live scoring system and the changing of orders dependent on that live scoring from the first runs. Not as much as that as I've seen. And not having every single one of the top qualifiers, well, actually the top 4 in the 80s. Now, as we said before, what does that mean? Because there isn't a world record score as such, and the scores are only relative to the riding in that group at that time. What it does mean is the riding relative to each other was all through the roof from the very get-go. Absolutely
like
ridiculous.
Said, the bar getting set at 75.
And the judge is going, oh my God, I've got no space to squeeze anybody in. Stop riding so good. Get off our obstacles, you hooligan.
Right, can we just say, it goes without saying, a huge congratulations to both our open men and open women. And of course, commiserations to you guys who have travelled all the way here, but yeah, did not make it through.
And, hey, and the same for the Wakeskating that we saw a little earlier on. We have got the seated riding, which we have not been privileged to see today. We saw it yesterday, and man, was it mind-blowing. We hope you guys who have come and hung out with us here today to watch maybe wakeboarding for the first time or wakeboarding contest for the first time, I would imagine a good majority of you watching an international event here in the UK at Whitemills, our newest cable park here in the UK for the first time. We hope it's wet your whistle to come and join us tomorrow. We do apologize for those at home with the technical glitches on all of this, but this and this will be looking good for tomorrow, and we promise that the stream and the drone and the footage will be all on point, ready for your viewing pleasure. Hey, share that link. We're going to be joining you at 9 a.m. bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to everybody at Whitemills making loads of noise for all the riders. Can we give all the riders, Whitemills crew and all the officials a big old cheer to round out the riding action? Hope I didn't just blow the speakers on your phone or your laptop at home right there. My name's Matty C.
My name's Maddie B.
And together we are
M&A.
Love you and bye.